Future trying to get back to positive territory here as we head into the final trading day, final day in general of July. That went by pretty quick. If you think back, we are looking at a positive month, however, for all three U.S. markets as we are set to wrap up. The month of July, more mega cap tech earnings to come this week from Apple and also Amazon coming up. The market in a bit of a wait and see pattern, maybe ahead of that, coming off of not only the Fed, but coming off of PCE. We get non-farm payrolls coming up on Friday. That's going to be the major economic release of this week. Not a lot to look at as far as the calendar is concerned. Today we'll get a couple of numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, one at 9:45, and then 10 o'clock. We'll touch on that coming up. As far as individual movers, though, a little bit of strength in EV names this morning outside of XPeng, XPEV downside on a downgrade. More price cuts coming through, meanwhile, for Tesla over in Hong Kong. We'll touch on that. Tesla red to green here in the pre-market. It's Monday, July 31st, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, overall, the market kind of chopping around here, not really doing a heck of a lot as far as the Qs are concerned. The SPY or S&P 500 looking very similar in focus so far this morning. Palantir, very active here so far this morning. A lot of volume to the upside. We go for PLTR. Once again, I'll zoom in a little bit on that so it's easier to see. A little bit of strength as well on AMD back to the upside. Got some numbers from ON Semiconductor, so some of the chip makers back to the upside this morning as well. We'll touch on a few of these and more. I saw Nikola to the upside as well on an upgrade and a price target increase from an analyst on Nikola. Sharif's here as always. Happy Monday. I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's almost August.
It is last day of the month, and happy Monday, guys. Yeah, interesting look here for Nikola, up 8.3%. We know that they were reeling off the fire that they had with their hydrogen truck. Looks like they may have taken care of that, and they're getting some interest here from some rating agencies, Brando.
Yeah, good start for a number of the EV names, as I mentioned this morning. I saw Lucid was getting an uptick this morning. Not a lot of volume behind any of them, but we'll keep an eye on those. Here's Amazon as well, 1.2%. All kinds of relative strengths so far this morning. Again, the market overall, NASDAQ and S&P basically flat to start. Here's Amazon up 1.2% to end off July, which has been dominated by obviously moves in the NASDAQ, moves in tech in general. So the NASDAQ itself on track for a nicely positive month. The S&P and Dow going to follow suit. Sean is off, enjoying a vacation this week. Max is in the seat with us all week long. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Yeah, Mr. Katina enjoying himself. Well, you know he will be.
Was reading
in
this
Italy.
article about
He's in
Amazon.
Rome. It's going to be fantastic. I'm sure he'll have a blast. But we get to have Max on the desk here. We're going to have some fun. I just noticed that's a really, really nice shirt that Brendan's wearing. I'm gonna give him a big kudos for that. Brendan, you're looking rather sharp today, and you're on camera because that's how we do around here. But yeah, nice looking shirt. Everyone's trying to be dapper because we got to look fresh and clean for the biggest earnings week of, I guess, earnings season. There's always a couple of them, but when you get Apple, it's going to be huge. And it's a Palantir kind of day as well.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea why Palantir is up. They're up 7%. There isn't actually any news for it, but it's trying to break out from 19, so that's going to be in play. Obviously, we'll talk some about the EV names, the NIO and XPeng both in play. SoFi's broken through 10 already. The conference call was at, I think it's still ongoing at 8 o'clock, but that's going to be a big one. SoFi already done, what do I see, like 12 million shares in volume. I feel as if it's going to be one of the big volume leaders. And the big breakout today is a chip name, and it's not the one that you think. It is the old tried and true Intel. Setting up pretty nicely. So it's going to be a fun week, starting off in the right foot. Still have it bear and bull because we're kind of flat today. But there's enough breakouts that maybe it can turn into a bull day.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of these tech names can actually break out. And something like Google, I'm going to be watching today, which has been super strong the last week or so since they reported. Also, these squeeze names are starting to go as well. You got Upstart, which is at the high of its range right now. and that Tupperware brands is still holding up above $3. So some people in the back getting a little excited about Tupperware. It's got that like 375 break in.
Yep.
So you know, any kind of style of trade that you're looking for today is probably going to be available. Just picking the right names, I think.
I think so. And that Tupperware, pretty much every trader at some point that has come in early this morning has managed to mention Tupperware at least once. So it's weird, but that is the stock I've heard the most. So it should be. I think it's worthy of a trade. Nikola, let's not sleep on that either, because 8%. If it has a short interest, you're going to trade it. SoFi's short interest is actually 14%. So that's another reason that one might get going. So yeah, we're kind of locked and loaded, ready to go here. Disappointing news, though, if you're a Canadian soccer fan. Let's just say our Canadian women's team did not show up today in a must-win or draw match against Australia. I will leave it as that. If you're a footy fan, then you are not happy with that. My nephew has been following it a lot, and he's going to be pretty disappointed. But yeah, 3-0 is not a good score. No. Last I checked.
Not in soccer.
It usually means that you are losing. But we're going to win today, hopefully, and do better than the Canadian women's soccer team, that's for sure.
You were watching that this morning. That was kind of ugly. What was the final?
4-0 ski.
We'll move on quickly. Here's Adobe to the upside in a big way this morning. I mean, $500 stock, but you can't deny. Pretty impressive move here. We end the day back on Friday, 530. We're up to 540 here. On this note, Morgan Stanley upgrading Adobe to overweight, $660 price target on this. And they're pointing to, this is a very positive note, they were pointing to further AI to come. I mean, we've discussed that a number of times. And what they can do with some of the software now with AI is incredible.
You only need to ask the production team how good Firefly is. I mean, Firefly is their type of AI, but they're also looking to get into generative AI. I'm not really sure how that works with their business model. Going to read the report here by Morgan Stanley, but it's a nice price target upgrade, Brendo, taking it up to 660 from 510.
The initial demo that I saw, and it's all over the internet, so you can go out and find it if you want. It was essentially taking a podcast, a rough cut of a podcast, which was shot on 3 different cameras with 3 different people participating. And all they did was feed all 3 camera shots essentially into the software with the audio. And then the AI was able to identify who was speaking at which time and then make all the edits accordingly. Amazing. So it took essentially what would be an hour or a couple of hours of work probably on the editing side and did it in like 90 seconds. It was crazy. Anyways, Adobe, guys, looking pretty good here.
Yeah, we were just talking about the average true range of Adobe. Because if you look at it above 540 here, the ATR is like 13 bucks. About 13 bucks. And it sets up really nicely for a 540 break. Look at the double top at 540. Look at this. I mean, it's all the way back into the beginning of 2022, but if you look at the last time it was at 540, double topped and rejected. Now is a bit of a different story. It had strong earning last round through, and you're looking for this 540 break. Now, the issue with trading this one, being a $500 stock, I think everyone kind of understands. Like if you're celebrating a dollar win on Adobe, you're very clearly doing it wrong because the spread is going to be so big that the R&R makes that completely ridiculous. So 540, if that's your error, like it's not wrong necessarily till it tries to fill in this gap underneath 40 at like 39. So any long you structure on Adobe, you're probably at a top break, you're giving it $5. On a consolidation long, you're at least giving it a couple dollars in slippage. But I do like this look at 540. It's worthy of adding to the list if it starts kind of trending somehow, but it's not always the most liquid stock in the world. Like it's hard to want to look at breakouts and not be considering the Intels and the Palantirs and the Xpengs and the SoFis of the world when it comes to Adobe. But I do really like what it's doing and where it's at on the chart. Ideally, I think it would have been better if you could have been involved going into the level, like breaking a 530 into the 540. Would have been a better way to be involved because then you're in the money when it takes out the top, and then suddenly when it breaks 540, you can have a better price. That said, if this is one that you're holding in the long term, it's been a great company, and $600 feels like it has a good chance to fill in the rest of the gap. How many times have we seen this where you just continuously break out levels from 2022 on a recovering tech name, and it generally doesn't stop until it gets to something really obvious, which feels like a run at 600 for Adobe.
I feel like every time we're on together, we end up talking about Adobe and how, oh, you could give it like $4 or $5 of risk and you're looking for $20 of reward and it's not so bad, but then we never take a trade on it because, you know, I just can't get my brain around giving something $5 worth of risk, even though it does make some sense. It's just too, I don't know, too sketchy for me to take trades like that. But yeah, that 540, maybe you could get a dip at 540 and somehow find a way to give it $1 worth of risk to try to take it all the way back up into this 545 breakout. But I don't know. I think it's unlikely that you'll see me in this name today, but definitely good run. And I think that 600 is a pretty easy target for this rally that we've been on recently.
Yeah, one of those stocks that might be due for a split, maybe $600, crazy. Forward here, guys, downside again today, coming off of what happened, if you remember, back on Friday. Initial move following earnings was higher, and then we come in Friday morning, and we were gapping down off of, I guess, what was said in the earnings call. Trying to hold here pre-market. Friday's lows right now down 1%. Jefferies with not so rosy note on Ford, pointing to further issues possibly to come. $15 on the price target now for Jefferies.
Yeah, they weren't happy with the Model E slowdown. Model E is their EV production segment. They basically said the Gen 1 vehicles are going to be slowed down, meaning their first generation EV models, they're not going to be able to scale as quickly as they want. They want to have 2 million vehicles, by 2026. That's not going to happen. They're not even going to have 300,000 by the end of this year. That was a target. That's kicked down the road to next year, Brendo. Yeah. So Jeffrey not liking that.
And as we said on Friday, if you are at this point, in the market for an electric vehicle, what are the chances you're actually buying a Ford or General Motors? But anyway. I did mention there are a few that are positive on the day. Here's Fisker to the upside, not a lot of volume. Lucid as well to the upside, not a lot of volume. We'll touch on XPEV downside, but here's NIO as well, NIO upside, XPeng downside on a downgrade as well.
Yeah, Ford feels like if it pops today, it's going to be a fade. And I would put GM in the same category. As well, but Ford, you just closed beneath the 50 period. Last time we did that was kind of all the way back into May, so not necessarily good look. It's breaking down. At least it's got potential support at 13, but we already tested that on Friday. I think it bounced at, what did it bounce? There was that crazy wick. It actually bounced right off 13, and that was just a big wick at the open. But then support came in right around here, actually, like right around 1309. So you could see a defense of the 13 level. I almost feel like that could be a flat bottom breakdown in some ways. You've already bounced off it once. If you bounce a second time, maybe there's like an 02 or 03 long on a fail break for Ford. GM, in some ways, if you had to pick one to fade, GM almost feels like, there we go, now it's loading up. Almost feels like the one that is a bit stronger, despite the fact that you can make an argument with both of their quarters. The GM's kind of a little bit too optimistic. They're saying all the right things, but the slowdown in pickup of EVs, GM doesn't seem to think there's going to be a problem. We'll see if they end up being right about that. I feel as if Ford's a little more conservative. And this is a 37 breakdown that if we get there, I don't think we get there today, but if we get there, that gets taken out. It's both the 50 and the 200 period, and there's some serious room into the downside. I guess it's always support till it breaks. Ford's going to get to 13 before this gets to 37, so that's the level to watch, I think, of them. And if we're looking for strength in the EVs, it's a host. You have everywhere else to look today, because you can look at Nikola for the hydrogen play. They got an upgrade. We're going to be talking about even XPeng, which is down today. Even XPeng, down 5%, and got a downgrade. That's still pretty much, it's actually testing the breakout price here. Like, I could sooner see myself buying a dip somewhere in XPeng if it wants to continue to hold this top up here. Like anywhere, like the 21 quarter level looks like it could be something. 22, obviously, if it can hold right now. But that's just a stronger looking trend and stronger looking charts. Neil's a stronger looking trend and chart. Even if they dip down, I'd rather sit in front of those. But hey, if Ford ends up being an 01 long to 99, I suppose I've done that many times before.
Yeah, I can see that the 13 long making sense. I was looking at this 13 level on the daily. It's touched a lot of times. This is where we have kind of consolidated and held above a bunch of times. We've held below a bunch of times, and then now we're breaking below the 50 period, running right into that level. So it's looking pretty weak. I mean, if we break down that 13 on forward, I think you're seeing 12 before long. And if you look at this prior consolidation here above the 50, once we broke down below it, it was a very, very steep drop right into $11. That 11 is kind of the long-term support on Ford. I feel like we're there before long. I mean, they should be selling a lot of electric cars at this point. They've been at it for quite some time, and bad news after bad news for this company, and now, flying back down below this consolidation. So I think Ford's probably a short today. I don't know if I would take it breaking 13, but if you can get some kind of rally into like 13.25 and then you're taking it back to 13 and holding through the break, that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're at 13 right now, starting to test. So see what happens with this one today. Should be pretty weak, I think.
All right, one that is definitely not right now, trying to take out the highs currently for Apple back to the upside. We were actually red when I sat down this morning on the morning for Apple, now up about 0.37, it looks like, taking out the highs, as I mentioned. Here's Piper Sandler, price target increase to from 180 to 220. It didn't really indicate as to why, just following the market to the upside, but a positive note anyways. Apple on the move here, trying to lead tech so far.
Yeah, and an Apple-related story, Foxconn looking to expand its reach in India. They're opening up, or they're expanding their facility in Tamil Nadu in India. They're spending about $200 million. They're looking to friendshore. That we've been hearing a lot about this as they divest away from China to secure supply chains, Brendo.
Here's a better look. Here's Friday's high actually being tested. Currently, earnings Thursday, of course, guys, from the big one.
Yeah, that's just a small deal. It's just Apple reporting this week. Nothing to see here. Who cares? It'll be absolutely fine. I can tell you one person around here that might be in the market to improve Apple sales. Not that they need any help. It's not me, but our floor manager, Greg. So everyone on the floor knows this. I'm kind of calling him out here, but our floor manager, that's Yanni. You can't actually see him. Brankel's got up from his desk, but he'd be like behind, next to Brankel's, kind of in the corner where you can't see. We've got Greg in there, and he is fine. I think he's finally going to be upgrading his phone because he threw his other one in the trash because it was trash. And hopefully, I hope he goes with an Android phone because I'm Team Android. But he's in the market, so Apple, do your thing. Maybe we get a breakout on Apple today. It feels like there could be that chance. Like there was a 197 top, and I know you're going to look at this and say, okay, but it got to 198. Now remember when they dropped, like there was like the AI headline and Apple went ham. They rejected the crap out of that. So I don't know how much I liked that 198 level. It was just on flash news, and then it came right back underneath it. I know I like a dip into 194. If we can see anything like that today, I doubt we get it, but I definitely like that through 194. But Apple's all about taking out this 197. And if it can do it at the open, I think this market has an unbelievable chance for this to get to the $200 level sometime before earnings. So I don't think this is a fade unless we see 200 today. And I know I like that 194 level as well on Apple going into those earnings. Now, once you get the earnings, there's always that chance that they get sold off unless it's absolutely a hammer job, because Microsoft sold off pretty heavily in the days after. And you can certainly see that even with a good quarter, that where these are priced to perfection, a pullback can be inevitable. All that said, we've got room to get to 200 before we get there. It's Thursday that we're waiting for Apple, so we got some time to make the move to 200.
Yeah, that 200 standing out like a sore thumb in the market. One of the only key levels that hasn't been taken yet on these major tech names. I'm even looking at Friday's high, which is where we are right now at this 196.60. Maybe you get a dip on the open, and then you can add through this Friday high, and then add again at 197 to try to take it into that 198 price. It's kind of looking like it doesn't want to give you any kind of dip whatsoever. It might be trading at 197 before we even open here on the market. But yeah, Apple looking super strong. One thing that's interesting, like it hasn't done that kind of squeeze move into earnings that a lot of these names did kind of do. Like Tesla did that, Microsoft did that, and then they didn't report banger earnings, so they came back down. Apple's still just kind of trending up slowly. It's not like going crazy into earnings. So, I wonder if people aren't as bullish on the earnings report, and if they do report a slight beat, that we still get that move up that people are looking for after earnings.
And for all of those that are, oh my goodness, I hear something. What is that? Was somebody shaving in the background? No, nobody's shaving. That sound you hear is the same thing we're hearing. So I think someone's snaking the pipes in the unit like above us or something, so like a weird rattling sound. That's my guess as to what it is. But yeah, like no one's shaving. Although it wouldn't be the first time that it happened. Usually if someone's shaving in the office, it's because it's Friday morning and like a trader probably either like slept in the conference room after a rough night or just forgot to do so. But on a Monday, no. Hopefully they'll be done pretty soon. But if you hear that, it's nothing crazy. Euthanasia, Manscaped. Oh, I remember Manscaped. We did a little bit for them. Got a nice T-shirt out of it. That was pretty cool. But hopefully they'll be done pretty soon here, and we can fix the mics with that. It's probably a lot worse next to you, Brendo.
Free shout out there for Manscaped. Piper Sandler, meanwhile, yeah, it's like there.
Very close.
It's right there. I don't know. It seems kind of early, man. Like
I know
people are like just getting ready for work. I think crazy. Wayfair, upside, big time. Nice look. 7% here on this note from Piper Sandler. I was just reading through it, pointing to the quote-unquote home furnishings market stabilizing in both the U.S. and Canada. So more to come here, according to Piper Sandler from Wayfair. Upside.
Which is interesting, Brendo, because we've heard a lot about the consumer shift in spending from goods to services. This is clearly a good. So a good look for Wayfair there from Piper Sandler. $97 price target. That's a big jump from 35.
I was just double checking here on. There's still a short percentage on Wayfair. Yeah. I mean, it depends on where you look, but 32% short, guys, for Wayfair.
So I have written down on my iPad, like when it happened, like it was during this consolidation late last week, and I wrote down Wayfair with an exclamation mark on the breakout through 74, and then 32%. So the short float, at least last week when I looked at it last, it was 32%. Double check, it's still 32%. Hey, the short floats are working on my trade ideas. So that's all I do. Like I just came down here and said, hey, 32%. It's not just the consolidation on the daily, but look at this on the weekly chart. 1, 2, 3 times over there on the weekly with a gap to 100. I mean, if you're not into that, then you're not into breakouts. That said, we're at $78. So that breakout that I was lined up and had the alert set for, we've already had it happen. Maybe it tries to fill the gap into the downside and you can grab a 75 dip buy. That would be pretty sweet. I think it's pretty unlikely, so I am looking for longs in this stock. It'll probably break the pre-market bottom, almost hoping it does, and then I'd be looking to buy the dip somewhere in front of the 74 area. Maybe take a shot at 75. Wherever it happens to bounce today, I want to be involved in it. With a short float like that, with a breakout like that on the daily, with room to 100, you really do want to be involved. The top is 79, so when 80 breaks in play, but it's trading right in the middle between. So I wouldn't have an order set just yet for an 80 break because you're $2 away from that price. But yeah, it's just one I got to be involved in. Said it last week that this is a level, once it was through it, that I would want the long for potential squeeze, and we're here now.
Yeah, I was actually playing this name on Friday above that 74 level, looking for the kind of continuation. But I think it was only 1.5 million shares of volume, which usually would not hit my threshold that I need to take a trade. But, I believed in this Wayfair squeeze like 6 months ago when they were going up or whenever that was. And now we gap well above that level. So I think, a good amount of people are going to be offside on this one. I didn't even notice this this morning. So thank you to Brendan and Sharif for pulling this one up. I don't know. I think you got to find a dip somewhere. I don't know that an 80 breakout would provide the risk to reward needed for the trade. But if we're like somehow holding 75 or just holding above 74 at all, seems like a trade that could kind of explode today. Short float, 30%. I thought it used to be like 50, so I guess some shorts have covered, but
They better.
yeah, still very high short float. Not a lot of liquidity on this name, so if you do need to get out of a short, you're kind of screwed. You have to really be aggressive in finding liquidity. So should be exciting. We'll see what happens with Wayfair today. You're gonna have to throw this one up on a chart.
Analyst moves here to show you to kick things off on a Monday here, upgrades and downgrades. As we mentioned, Adobe with a really nice note from Morgan Stanley. CVX getting an upgrade from Goldman Sachs. Neo here, we'll touch on that. There's Wayfair, GE, and for downside, CVNA downside as well. Speaking of short percentages, and Salesforce on here with a rare downgrade from Morgan.
About Salesforce, but we always talk about Carvana when you're on the show, Max.
Oh, yeah.
I feel as if this is, well, I mean, Tesla's probably, like you'd say Tesla's the stock you trade the most.
I was just
It's
about
fair.
to
You
say
trade
it.
pretty much every single day. But I feel as if Carvana's the stock that if it's going, I always look over like, what is Max up to? Like, what's happening? Because Carvana's making a bit of a move. The weird thing about Vana, I don't know why I call it Vana. It just sounds cool to say. But it's really been weak. Like, outside of Friday, I mean, Friday was a good day for Carvana, but if you look at everything since it rejected 60, it's just been a pretty weak stock. Every single bump has been faded, like it'll catch a move late, but then not reclaim the highs. 47, 48's been big resistance on this one, so it's been trending down. It's just when will it find a bit of a base? It hasn't really found a good support level just yet. Maybe it's going to be 36, because the next time it finds a support level for a couple of days, I think you look for a jump off. There's a decent chance that dip into 40 with the higher low 41 was it. If it dips again today, shows you that 40, 41 again can hold, then I think suddenly setting up the longs off that level, the way it worked off 36, is going to be in play for Carvana. So it's a big day for it. You just want to see how it responds to a dip into the 40 level, and then it can be all systems go. Because even if it's just 40 to 45, there's nothing wrong with that. Like if that ends up setting up a range that's 10% and you've got a support level down there in a squeeze name, you can take that, and if it happens to break out the top, you're already long in front of the 40. I wouldn't sit on the bid in front of it assuming it's going to hold again, but if you see a bounce off that, I think you're looking long. If it holds 40 this morning, I think for this week, then we'd be looking longs on Carvana through that 40 level. I don't really care about the upgrades and downgrades when it comes to a squeeze name. They're pretty irrelevant. If it has a ridiculously high short float and people have been questioning the business for a very long time, then when the stock goes from $5 to $60, there's going to be people that are going to be putting in downgrades when it flies up that far. So that's not a shock at all. As a matter of fact, you should expect downgrades on a stock that squeezes like this.
Yeah, when we were on the run up before from like 25 up to, what was that, 44? That was crazy. The daily breakouts would work. So, this 26.50 kind of worked. And then once we started getting up, like the $30 worked, then the 34.50, I think it was. And then, as we go up, these daily breakouts kept working. So yesterday or Friday, the daily breakout worked on 44.50 into 46. Wondering if the 46 break today works into, I don't know, 47, 48. So we'll keep my eye on Carvana, but I'm not going to be super aggressive on it. It's down on the day. It hasn't gapped up. It's not, it's not clearly stepping on the throats of anybody at the moment. So if we do end up getting into that 46, then whoever shorted on Friday will very likely cover, and that could provide a bit of a squeeze. But other than that, nothing on Carvana. Got to wait for the trend to really establish itself before you start getting aggressive on these short float names again. But, it's good that it's holding above 40 after this gap up. That's still extremely high for this this company. So, we could be seeing that move into 100 before long if we start breaking out again. But, I'll be patient with that.
Very quickly, only because I know we're going to talk about it in a second, but SoFi has had the most fun round trip. It's probably not that much fun if you were long at the top on the earnings release, but it did. This is where it was. Already gapping up to 1040. Then they dropped the earnings, and then as people were kind of, I guess, going through the earnings, and they had the call around 8 o'clock. It made a higher low. Now you have a double top up here brewing on SoFi. So we've been talking about the 10 level for, I don't know. We've been talking about the 10 level since this day, it would have been like June 12th or so. Like when it made the break past 8.50, that's when the discussion of 10 happened. It rejected 10, and when it held around $8, it's like, okay, well, back to the $10 breakout. So we're through that, we're gapped through it. We haven't traded above just yet in terms of the open market, so I think that's going to be a level to watch. The only question becomes, do you want a top breakout before the open? For now, I'm saying I don't want it, but the closer we get to 9:30, that's going to still be setting up.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open on Monday. Shreve's going to kick it off with a look at the futures here.
Yeah, 4,600 held this morning, guys. This was a level we've been looking at all week. We kept rejecting off 4,600. We dipped down into 45.95, but look at that, bounce back up. We're right back at Friday's highs right now currently. Thursday, though, we got up to 46.32. If we hold 4,600 here, this could be a very interesting long, guys.
All right, let's get you caught up. If you're just joining a little bit late, we'll go through everything that's moving around here in the pre-market. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. It's super easy. Watchlist.tradertv.live or that QR code will get you there as well. All you do is enter your email address, and then it just shows up for free every single day in your inbox. We'll touch on SoFi to kick things off this morning. I actually haven't had a chance to really dig into this yet, this earnings report, but the reaction initially was higher before they actually reported, and then the numbers come out and we go downside. The earnings call started at 8 o'clock, so I mean, obviously they're saying all the right things here. Maybe AI was mentioned a few times for SoFi.
Yeah, this is a tricky one because we saw what the Supreme Court decision did to this company earlier with respect to student loan forgiveness. The Biden administration responding, saying that they're going to take a different method to reach the same result. Nonetheless, let's look what the company did here. 584,000 new members. That's what they call customers. They call them members added in Q2. That brings them to a total of 6.2 million. That's up 44% year over year. They also increased deposits by 26%, Brendo, bringing that number to 12.7 billion.
Yeah, I mean, top and bottom line numbers here, not bad. I mean, yeah, it was a loss, smaller than expected. Sales, as you were mentioning, not bad. 489 versus 474 for SoFi, guys. So here we go. Testing day highs already.
Yeah, and shout out Hamster One there. SoFi always beats, you say. I feel like that's true as well. And it's not always, like, you don't always get what you want on the beat and when it's gapping to the upside. You look at the short float, it's, depending on the source, 14 or 15%, just under 15%. So it's there. There's all the reason in the world that it can make the run. And we kind of talked about, we've gone over the daily chart as well, but if you pull up, I'm going to pull up the weekly here for SoFi. There you go, on the weekly. Like, this was a stock, I mean, it was over $20. Everyone knows a lot of things have been beaten up. But if you look at it past the 10 level, what's so juicy about it, why everyone wants to chase it, is there's a lot of room once you get past $10. You're starting to think about $14 there and that $16 there. It just doesn't necessarily mean it has to hold this today. So I'm not in the breakout of the local high right now because I've seen this story, and when I've taken breakouts on SoFi earnings, I don't feel like they've worked out. I feel like looking for that dip buy on the sell the news has been the way to go on day one. Maybe that's back into the 10 levels. Certainly it could be back into 980. That was my initial look when I sat down. All this crazy price action, I'm not really going to change my tone there. Because if we're headed, if the next level up is $14 and $16 and it's at 10, well, you're gonna have opportunities to get into a trend trade if it does that without having to risk. Like if you go long on a 1040 break, the current pre-market high, so 1044 is the current pre-market high. Like if you take that long, like where are you getting out? I'm not sure. Like it would have been different if we were, 10 into like 1020 or 1015. Like I know what I would do with that. I'm just gonna probably get out at like 995 or something if I take a top break. But if I take a 1044 break, I don't really have a good out that I feel comfortable with. So it doesn't set up that well. Like a 1050 seems pretty obvious as well. And then maybe you're giving it to this local high like 35 or 40. We cross that bridge when we get there. At 930, I think we'll have a more clear picture. I'll be ready for a dip buy if it can bounce off that 10 level. But I don't want that breakout here at 9 o'clock.
I can say for sure that I have never made money on SoFi on an earnings day taking a breakout. They have never worked for me. However, this breakout on the daily chart on long-term consolidation is very bullish looking. We're finally really trending up on SoFi. It's been a very long time since we've been truly trending up on the daily chart on this. The 10 level is how I would have wanted to execute this trade. I'll take 10.50 if it's there off the open. I'll give it 10 cents just arbitrarily and see if I can get it into $11 today. Maybe a little bit higher than that. I don't know that SoFi has the biggest ATR, but I guess I can check it right now. 51 cents. So yeah, I mean, maybe we get an ATR, maybe we get a 2 ATR move on earnings day on this. It doesn't feel like the overall kind of sentiment around SoFi the last few weeks has been all that great, but we're still trending up. So yeah, let's see how this one works. If we get 10.50, we'll take that. I think that we'll get to 13 before long, but obviously it's not going to happen today unless something crazy happens. But let's see if we can finally get on the right side of a SoFi breakout on one of these earnings days.
Let's talk Tesla here, back to the upside this morning as well. Positive right now, 0.4%. I mean, a minor headline, but here comes more price cuts for both the Model 3 and Model Y over in Hong Kong this time. So that caused that move right there to the upside when this came out.
Yeah, this is what I love about Tesla. They have a direct-to-consumer model, meaning they don't have to go through dealerships, meaning that their numbers for sales are immediate. They're not delayed. So they're able to make the price cut adjustments on the fly. With other companies who have to go through dealers, you have to wait for that data to return, and it's always lagging. So I like this from Tesla, even though some people may be a little annoyed that they paid more for a car, Brenda.
Yeah, big move up on Friday, as you saw there on the chart after the flush out the prior day. I mean, we were talking about a pullback since, I guess, 2 weeks ago, but I mean, I feel like it's already gone.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. But yeah, nice looking top here on Tesla, though. An interesting level we got to on Friday, that 270 level. I don't know what the guys will have to say about that, but seemed to be a bit of a top there.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, locally, 268's been a problem. Like, when I say locally, I mean, Thursday and Friday. But if you look at last week, 270 is the break on Tesla. And I know it was above it here, but you kind of always look at pre-market action and say, does it really matter? You had one little break at above 270 right there at 9:15 on Tuesday, and it got to 272, and then it failed 270 pretty much right away, like within the first 15 minutes. So truthfully, all week long, 270's been a resistance level, with the exception of a little bit of pre-market action. So this week, until it happens, 270 is your breakout price. I feel as if, NEO's in play, XPeng's in play as well, so it might be tricky to grab. I don't know. I feel as if XPeng's going to be, and NEO might be setups before we get a shot at 270, because Tesla doesn't always move to the upside at the open the way it has in the past. But I like a 270 break. It's just down at 267. I'm not sure that's going to be the first thing off the bat this morning, and there's other levels that are going to come into play. So just quickly, if you SoFi is still going. It did break 1050. It's at like 1054 I see as a new high. That is still churning upside. No, check that. 1059 it got to. Oh, I just talked about not taking the breakout on SoFi and it not usually working out, and SoFi decides it wants to be maybe a good break here today.
Yeah, that looks like it wants to go. Tesla, I definitely have 270 on my list. I think, we've been in this bit of a downtrend. If we take out the recent high, which was 270, then I think, you've easily got a shot into 273 today, and maybe you see 275. Tesla can put in $10 moves like nothing. It could put in $15 moves if it feels like it. So I'm definitely going to be watching 270. I think we can get there pretty fast off the open, and wondering if we kind of dip in at 266, 267 area, and then take out 268 pretty quick. If I could start the position at 268, adding on 270 for that potential move, so the risk and reward are better. And SoFi's now almost at 1070. Wow. All right.
That was a great break.
1050 was a great breakout. I don't trade pre-market on SoFi, that's for sure.
Look, I remember the last time. It was exactly the same setup on SoFi. It was approaching 10% to the upside. It was after an earnings day. It was a breakout trade. I remember taking it. Not only did the break not work the last time I did it, like the moment where it failed was like a God mode short that morning. So you would have had it is what it is. Like, it's set up pretty nicely. We do like the longs above that 10. You were just, to me, extended a little bit far, and I didn't have a good out. It didn't matter. Like, if you put up 20 cents there, you got the 1-to-1 already. Maybe this wants 11s. It comes down to what you like out of pre-market trading on this, but SoFi was never all that good to me. This is going to be one of those, you try not to get FOMO here, right? Because if it's going to, like we said, $14, $16 for the big levels up there, if it's going to turn into a 15, 20% day, just remember what Roku looked like on Friday. Like Roku, there was at least 5 legitimate entries to Roku on the way to $90. 5 times you could have got in, and 3 of them were sub 80. Right? There was a 76 break, there was a 77 break, actually in the 78 break. All 3 of them set up on the higher time frame, and then the 80 break on its own was also good. So I think SoFi, if it's going to make a really big run, it can definitely do that as well. So that 1050, come and gone.
All right, Xpeng, we were just commenting here. Downside in a big way here, in a hurry, in fact, for this one. Just sliced through $22. I mean, if you zoom out a little bit and consider what happened going back to the Volkswagen day, we were at $15. We get to 24. So definitely a pullback needed here for this one. But UBS downgrading from a buy to neutral now. I mean, you get it, obviously, after this kind of a move from UBS.
Yeah, and it was a good last couple of weeks for Chinese stocks as they reeled in the earlier part of the month. This is coming off the news that the Chinese economy is not recovering as quickly as it was anticipated. As a result, the Chinese government is looking to pump money and stimulus back into that economy. We saw the Politburo meet last week with that specific objective in mind. They got a buoy. NIO's up, Brendo, 3% XBEV to the downside.
Yeah, it's very rare that you see these two heading in the opposite directions. Obviously, NIO not catching that huge wave of buying that we saw last week in this one. But what do we do here, guys? 20 looks a little attractive anyways for Xpeng.
Oh, we got something a little more attractive is the SSR play, because Xpeng goes short sell restricted down 10% at $21.16. So if you look at the big run that it had on Friday, this little wick at the open is 21.15. So if it touches that low from Friday morning, that is down 10%. It's short sell restricted. You cannot short the bid unless there is an uptick. That is oftentimes a place where a stock can begin to have a bounce or a rally. And if it experiences a bounce or rally, there's less in the way of it going back to the upside. So once it's beneath that level, I'd just be looking long. That sets up a great chance at a break of the 21 level, a false break at 21, and then rebounding. Because it would be SSR, you'd be catching it off the bid on a bounce play, give it to whatever the local bottom is in that situation, and it's an upward trending stock. It's got 7% short float when I look at it. That's not bad. It doesn't necessarily hurt, but I want it, in this situation, I want it to go down 10%. The ideal setup here is not to be long in front of the level for me. It's to be getting the breakdown, going the 10%, and then looking for wick bottoms to go long or a consolidation to go long. And this one's set up almost perfectly because there's not a lot of liquidity here. So I feel as if it's going to get to 21 here at the open. This is when I'll have the level 2 up, because if you're trying to get that wick bottom at 930, you saw what happened here. Like if you're not looking at that stock at the open or when it takes that level, you're not going to get that fill a lot of times if it's a really, really good bounce.
Yeah, it's looking great. We were just talking like 20 minutes ago about the 22 level maybe holding, and then now we're all the way down at 21. So I guess this upgrades some pretty bad news. We just did a fail break of 21 right now. So if we open around here, SSR will be automatically triggered on the open. Could be pretty interesting. I mean, you have to look a little bit lower, I guess, now than that 21. So where can we actually find support here? Maybe at this $20 level. That could be an absolutely money SSR long down there, where people are trying to get short through that 20 level, blast right back through, and then you're trading at 20.50 before long, maybe hanging on to this thing back up to like 21.5 or something. But yeah, definitely going to be something today on XPEV. Done a good amount of volume pre-market for a name like this. Usually you wouldn't see 5 million shares here, so yeah, we're looking pretty good for a potential trade here. Going to have to kill something on another chart here to throw up XPEV, because I do actually want to trade this one today.
Amazon next on the list here. Notably strong as we sat down this morning, as I mentioned when we came on there. 1.2% it was, still 1.1% here for Amazon, kind of grinding its way back to the upside. There really was no significant news on Amazon per se. There were a few positive notes again from analysts, as there was back on Friday. I was trying to zoom out here a little bit to point out 125, which I believe is that low. Going back to, I think it was Wednesday of last week, we tagged 125. It's been nothing but higher since.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal and CNBC coming out with an interesting article today about Amazon with respect to what they call same-day sites. Essentially, these are distribution centers that are usually in big cities, and they could be sporadically distributed throughout. Essentially, what they're supposed to do is really cut the delivery time down. In fact, they're saying that they increased one-day deliveries by 19%, and they're actually pointing to speedier deliveries for shoppers purchasing more from their store as opposed to Best Buy. The Wall Street Journal reporting that there are about 45 of these facilities so far, but Amazon doesn't actually release the amount that they built.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's same-day delivery in many cities at this point, but this is even going to, make that better. Sharif and I were talking earlier about that. There's been so many Saturday mornings that I've opened my computer, ordered something on Amazon. We've then gone out for the day, done a bunch of stuff, gone around the city or whatever, come back later in the afternoon. And what I ordered at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning is sitting at my door.
You get that item.
Which is impressive for, even on a Saturday, guys. What do we think here for Amazon?
I think I like the same level I've been watching with Obi for a while, the 130, 150 level. I'm just going right back to that because it was a great resistance level on Amazon, and late last week it was probably the best breakdown trade on a big cap tech name at that same price level. And then the next day it holds a support in the afternoon. Like the day after you do a huge breakdown, drop $3 off this consolidation, you then end up holding the line here. So I'm bidding out in front of it. Once it's under 132, I'd be looking for a bounce, but I want to take a fill into it if it does make a dip into the downside. So I love support resistance turning to support and vice versa. I think that's what Amazon gives you going into the earnings. They're priced really, they're very expensive on a PE basis, and we'll maybe talk about that a little bit later on when the earnings come through later in the week. But yeah, I just like this 131.5. If it gets to Friday's close, I'm probably starting to look for the long in there. That's 132.20. If it gets down there, I think it's an absolute no-brainer. I'm doubtful. I'm skeptical about this taking out last week's, the last couple of weeks' highs, which would be at about 136. If we were to make it like $2.5, it feels like a short up there for me on Amazon. I might prefer shorts on Pops and Microsoft, but Amazon 136 does feel like a short to me in front of earnings. Given their valuation, that's just going to make a lot of sense in the world if it gets that high. And because I just mentioned it, Microsoft has been weak since its earnings, so I'm going to pivot there just because I don't want to ignore talking about it. This is what 342 looks like on Microsoft. That just looks like a short to me. So 342, we're at 37, so it would probably take a decent-sized rally in the market for us to get there. But 342, softy, that's a short for me. It's always easy for me to remember when I wanted to make a trade at the $42 level, it being my favorite number.
Amazon, it's been pretty strong the last couple of days. Obviously did this crazy dip down where you took that short where the market was crashing and basically gives the entire range in one day, which was pretty nuts. But now back up again, up 2 days in a row. I was trying to figure out how to execute on Amazon today, and I don't really see anything obvious. You could try to take a 134 break, but we were there like 5 days ago or 6 days ago or whatever that was. So it's not like, it's not a brand new level. It's not like that was like a crazy support or resistance level before. So yeah, I'm thinking that 131.5 level, if it does get there, would be something that I would take a look at, but not going to be a main watch today, I don't think. I think if we do get down there, that'll be pretty weak for Amazon, given that they do have decent news. We're gapping up 1% already. But we'll see. Maybe midday, mid-morning kind of support area if we do get a down move on the market today. And then, you're trying to trend it all the way back up to where we are right now. That's the only thing that really makes sense on Amazon for me. I don't think I would be looking for a short, but if we are, as you say, all the way up at that 136, I mean, that would be a pretty wild move for this one. on a so-so or a so-so catalyst. So yeah, if we're up into this range, maybe you're taking a 135 short and stopping out at 136 kind of thing. But I don't really see us getting up there necessarily today.
To wrap things up here, Coinbase back to the upside right now, but was down initially this morning here in the pre-market. We got a flush out back to 94, took back 95, which is holding right now as support. But apparently, yeah, this note this morning comes out suggesting that in the initial complaint, the SEC wanted them to delist everything but Bitcoin, to which they said probably not.
Yeah, Brian Armstrong, the CEO of the company, essentially saying their existence depended on it. He said, quote, "We didn't really have a choice at that point. Delisting every asset other than Bitcoin, which, by the way, is not the way the law says, would have essentially meant the end of the cryptocurrency industry in the U.S. Not saying that's factual, but that was his opinion. So they're looking to take it to court, Brendo, to fight this.
Yeah, it's funny how we've seen this move back down below 30,000. My chart not working here. We've seen this move back down below 30,000 for BTC. I was just going to bring up at the end of last week. My chart is not working. That's the dollar, if anyone was wondering. Also strong today, but definitely not Bitcoin. We're starting to creep back up towards 30,000. Again, it hasn't been a very exciting couple of weeks here for crypto, for Bitcoin in general, but we're starting to creep back up towards 30,000. So as long as we hold in that range going forward, there's no problem for crypto markets, I would think, going forward, guys. What do we think here on coin?
So Max and I were just talking about Alibaba. Well, maybe we'll get to it. We have some time. It's 9:21. We were talking about Alibaba. We were both trading this one on Friday. And the different levels that mattered and how it ended up, 100 not being significant and 98 and 99 being more significant, how you can structure trades around it. But Coinbase has been pretty solid because if you're looking for shorts, then it's finally been good after it rejected 110. The whole battle with them and the SEC, regardless of taking sides, it's a little bit bizarre, the SEC stance, but then if you understand regulators, it's not that surprising at all. This is going to put a bit of a headwind on them. I think that goes without saying. The 110 level, I mean, I have to show you a weekly chart to get an idea what that looks like and why it's so significant and why maybe this stock at that price was such an obvious fade style play, right? Like if you look at 110 where it turned, this was a huge squeeze day back in August of 2022 when it went like 20 something bucks in the pre-market and then at the open and then pulled right back in. It was a monster squeeze play, and it failed from 110 to 115. So that's an obvious area that I feel if we get anywhere close, there's going to be so many sellers, it's ridiculous. And now we have a new lower high at 103 and a potential one at 97, 98. I'm not as sure about this lower level here because we just took it down on Thursday, and then there was kind of a weak move into it on Friday. So if it tests 98, I think I'd go for a baby short. And if it goes to 103, I know I want to be short. You always have to watch out for Bitcoin, which made a bit of a bounce to try to get to 29.5 this morning. It did not get there. So as long as you're under 30,000, I like these trades. Your worst case scenario is shorting into a $5 to $10 move on Coinbase at a level you like, and Bitcoin's breaking 30,000 at the same time. Because then suddenly you get way too much squeeze momentum, and you really have to be patient with when you engage your short, because coin has a way of, the better the short is, the more pressure it's going to put you under in the first half an hour. Like if it's going to be a good one, sometimes it'll just flush because it breaks the bottom. But if you're shorting into a top on Coinbase, like the 110 is really good, right? Like you can see it here. It just runs, gets all the way up, breaks to 12, gets into 13, and then just abjectly dies. It's a great short up there. But if you were in the front end of that trade, you're in a world of hurt, and you have to wait for that backside if it starts squeezing. That's what it would take to get to 103 today. Not so much 98. It's kind of a small move to get to 98. That's the first level I'll look at. But if it's at 103 and we're in the first 15 minutes, I know I want it short. It's just a matter of how patient I could be. And I've seen a lot of times you can say, yeah, but it's not going to get up there. Well, I've seen coin make that move at the open before. So you never say never with this one.
Yeah, coin could definitely make that move at the open. I think the only way that I would like this is probably failing back through 100 if we got there. But that's kind of happened a few times before and hasn't necessarily been the best trade. So I think the only way is at this 102 level. 102 was great for support after the huge run up. Now it's providing resistance. So yeah, if we got into 102, 103, that's the only way that I would look at coin. I don't love playing this name because it's just so aggressive and doesn't really hold support or resistance all that well sometimes. So yeah, I think it's got to be kind of at the extremes for me to play coin. So maybe if it's like fail breaking $90 later on today, and then you're kind of trying to take it back up to 94, or again like failing this 100 or failing 102 kind of area. That's the only way I would execute on this one.
That is the bottom of the list. Anything standing out as far as what you're going to be looking at today?
We have some small cap cappers, as we typically do, Brendo. So let's go through those. CHNR, China Natural Resources. This one, what's this one moving for? Why is China Natural Resources moving? It looks like they're up on, the company agreed to sell all outstanding shares of Precise Space-Time Technology Limited to basically outstanding payable to the company consideration for that much amount in cash. The price action started out on Friday, Brendo. We got a move in the aftermarket popping up here to 350, retracing now below the VWAP area and $3, trying to hold on to that 2 3/4. We'll see how this one fares the rest of the day.
Yeah, there's it was just a division, I think, of their overall business that they were selling. There's that ALLR as well that's up this morning. SPCE, another one that we've talked about in the past. Overall, the market kind of hanging out here, guys. Still positive on the day for the SPY. Just be aware, Fed's Goolsbee making some comments right now on the overall state of the economy. Not seeing anything as far as interest rate talk coming through, but just be aware there is some Fed speak happening currently.
Yay, Goolsbee. It's Goolsbee, right? That's who's talking? Yeah, Goolsbee is talking. I actually don't even remember if Goolsbee is a voting member, but it doesn't really matter. So a couple of things we haven't got to yet. I think we mentioned this, maybe at the very beginning, but Intel has a 37 level. If you remember on Friday, like the 99 short was, sometimes it's free money. You're risking 2 cents on that trade to short 99. You could have 98s or 97s too. It's not a big deal. But that was a great short on Friday. But you can see, since the earnings, that's been the hard line top. This is a break that I will take. It's pretty darn simple. I think you can probably give it, if you can pick and choose here. If it goes right away and fails at like 10 to 20, let's just say, then I don't want it back underneath 37, and I can stop out at like 95 to 97. Otherwise, you give it the 10 cents and see how far it can go because it's got air above it on the daily chart. Want to make sure we touch on Roku here at least, because Roku is, like I said, it was multiple entries to this trade. There was, of course, that local consolidation long that pretty much everybody was looking for when it would get past this consolidation breakout. So you had the breakout of the local high, then you had the breakout of the next dollar in here at 77, and then you had the 78 breakout, which was the top in the last 2 weeks, and then you had the 80 break, which is the top on the daily chart. Well, the next level up on the weekly, and we're at 92, $100 for 4 months. $100 was a big level on Roku. So you're into air now through 91 bucks, and if we take out that high at 92, I think 100 fail break short is an obvious one. If it somehow can go another 7%, that would be pretty nuts. If it happens, great. I really think there's going to be some longs on the way. First things first, I could see people taking profit again on this gap up. It's not nearly as active today because it's not the day. This is just day 2 or day 3, I guess you can say, if you count the aftermarket. So I could see a dip, maybe testing Friday's close. If it holds on to 90, I think then the breakout at 92 looks a little bit better. But if you like this break, last time there were multiple chances to be able to get into it. I do still think 100 is going to be a short level on Roku. Just going to check back in on SoFi. No one ever went broke taking profit. It just wicked 11s, now starting to come back in here. So it's back underneath that 1050 level. This could set up a bit of a dip in a 10. XPeng is still going to the downside. Remember, the SSR, short sell restricted, at 9:30 that comes into play. So right when it's already down 10%, so XPeng is going to be SSR the minute the market opens up. Ooh, I just got Wayfair. Wayfair, you got just what I need, apparently. Well, we liked it into 74. I didn't think we'd get there, but the market be falling, so we got a starter here. I'm not short Palantir, actually, so our position board is incorrect. Let me just go to Palantir. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, Palantir, this is XPeng. It's going to be down around that 21 level. I just got into Wayfair, but I'm not in PLTR. We'll have to refresh the position board. I did have an early position. This is what it's picking up when I got out of this one flat on a 19 breakout. That was earlier on in the session. Underneath 19, I don't really like it. I think it's got to be breaking out that top. We got less than 20 seconds to the bell. I see Refrain making her move over to the bell. It is Monday. It is going to be a wild one. We know it. You already have big movement in XPeng. SoFi is pulling back in there. I'm going to watch some Tesla. The EVs are going to be in play. But in 3, 2, and 1, we get this party started. No? Oh, it's still on me. Well, you can ring it anyways, Ramin. I have no idea what's going on with the camera. But we can certainly ring the bell anyways, even if we don't have it. So just to keep everyone in mind, I am not in Palantir. I took that position up. I wish I could tell you I was 1894 short on Palantir, because that would be a great position. But that was just me covering along from earlier. The only position I am in is Wayfair, getting that dip into 75. I think this one, 74 was a big breakout level. I don't want to add unless it's giving me an entry off that 74. And XPeng, no bounce yet. It's still heading to the downside. It just got to 2050. We might actually get a shot at a 20 level here on XPeng.
Yeah, that 20 level could be something for sure on XPEB. Upstart is bouncing off of 66. I'm waiting on this 37
SoFi
breakout
11
on Intel. SoFi's at 11 already? Oh my God. Let me get over to SoFi. All right, SoFi just broke $11. Is this?
It just went to a halt.
Was that halting up?
That was a halt band.
What?
SoFi just hit a halt band at 11:07
Wow.
and then broke it. Oh my, you got to be kidding me. I was just actually trying to get the bid on that retake of 11 even, and it hit a halt band, fake halted, and then continued to go to the upside. This is me chasing it here. I couldn't even get, like I was up there like maybe 10 cents on that break, and you couldn't even get liquidity. So SoFi is going absolutely nuts here. This is going to be wild. It's going to be, like right now, Wayfair is looking pretty good, but I want to get into SoFi. I'm not going to celebrate $1 in Wayfair when SoFi is doing volume like this. It's completely ridiculous. Hope people are long. Congratulations if you are. I'm just looking for the first dip consolidation, or if it halts up, that could be a bit of a play. Let me just get to Wayfair a second, because SoFi is going nuts, but Wayfair is already starting to bounce. It got above 76 once. If it fails the 76 level, I do want to take some profit and to make sure we're ringing register somewhere. But SoFi, that is the story. The dip buy was right on SoFi. It just didn't give you the chance. 930 hit, and it was dipping in, it reversed it in 2 seconds, and now this one is absolutely flying. This is a squeeze.
I don't know what to do with SoFi. This is
it's a big chase.
This is nuts. That 11 break would have been awesome, but did not expect that to come in that fast. Intel still waiting on the breakout. Upstart is heading for the top right now, so I think I do want to take that 68 break on Upstart if I can get it, and I missed it. So yeah, can we buy the dip on Upstart here? Kind of a failed break. Might have to just wait on that. Roku is also kind of doing a little bit of consolidation at the moment. What did I just get into? Did I just get into Intel?
I did not get
Intel.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
I did not
get Intel trending up now. I got 06s on that break. That's terrible, actually.
Wow, Intel really gapped.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. So hopefully this one can continue here. 37.10 now the high, 37.11. So I'm looking for 37.40 from the after hours earning move on this one, and then see if we can get into 38 on Intel. Looking for kind of a bigger picture move, given that we consolidated below 37 for so long.
XPeng bounced.
XPEB did bounce.
So XPEB bounced. It was right off 2050, so you can forget about 20 even, but it bounced right off 2050. It went $1 off that bounce. It's pulling back in, so this might be the only dip available after that SSR bounce. It is short sell restricted. If it reclaims 21, I'm going to try and get either a bounce off 2050 or a long back through 21. That's the way I want to play it. Either way, I can actually just have a stop underneath 50 ready to go. Don't even have to worry about that. SoFi still going nuts. I just got Intel on the way back, which is not always the way you want it, but that's how we got it here. Coinbase is going higher, but 98's the level I want to short. So it's up 2% right now, but I'm not shorting it until it gets a little bit higher. So here comes the double bottom on XPeng. 2050 double bottom. The second it shows me any strength, I want to try and go long off that bottom. Otherwise, it's going to be the even dollar level.
Yeah, this Intel break not looking the best right now, so going to give this a second to get back above that 37, but looking like it could be a short off this price once again. All right, I'm out of that one.
Yeah, same.
So bad break there on Intel. I mean, could have taken like 10 cents on it, but that's not really the play on something like this. Upstart failing that 68 for now. XPEV is getting into $20. So let's get over to that one.
Okay, here
that
comes
$20. You want to see some size somewhere to kind of show you that it's going to bounce. This is looking pretty weak though at the moment. I don't know. I'll see if I can take that bounce at $20. And you know, Roku, I'm thinking 91 breakdown makes some sense for the short, as it's kind of it's just not going off the open, which is, you know, what you would want to see on a squeeze. So I'm gonna get that that order in there on Roku to go short through 91, and then see if we can get that down into I don't know, like $90 for the ad.
So first opportunity is coming up here in Coinbase. I feel as if it just wicked 97, so I'm trying to get 80s here, 96, 80s. Maybe I have to step down a little bit. There we go. It just got 75s. XPeng just tagged 2001. So I'm going to start getting into it. That 20 level, I always like failed breaks better, but it just tagged 2001 to that downside. So I'm in a coin for the first time here to the south side. I want to see it wick this level and hold the top. I'll probably take multiple chances shorting this one into 103, but the first level is into like 97.5, 98. So I'm in Coinbase for the first time. And then just going back over to XPeng, we're gonna get to Brennan in a second. That tagged 20 even, and then just made its first attempt at a bounce. I got 19s on that first little bounce here. So long in XPeng, let's go, Brendo.
Another decent mover here, guys. TCOM, Trip.com on this note. JP Morgan with an upgrade for TCOM. $50 price target here. We're at 41 right now for TCOM.
TCO and worth a look. If you're watching some of the chips, do remember that ON Semiconductor also had a big move to the upside. I haven't checked them out since the open. I'm assuming it's pulled back a little bit, but here comes XPeng. I only want to I'm probably going to get out on a break. And if it fails the break at 20 even, I'm just going to jump right back in and actually probably get in for more underneath here, because it's an SSR bounce. So I'm going to be out on a 20 break, but I'm not looking short here. I'm looking for a failed break at 20 even, hold like 1980 or 1990, and then try and grab the long on the way back through. There we go. Get up, get up, get up. Where are the buyers? There's the buyers.
Yeah, I'm long on this one too. Yeah, let's see if that this can hold and we can get back into like that 21 area on XPEV. But you know, if this is gonna fail 20 again, I'm gonna get out right away on this. Not looking to hold for a big move down if we're actually failing that key 20 level.
Yeah.
But we are seeing lots of buying above the 20. So expecting this to probably get back into 2050. That's kind of the goal on this one. I don't think that is necessarily a bigger picture move, but maybe we get back up to 2150 as we're starting to get some buying here. So let's go, Roku. Come on. Maybe we can see.
Roku?
Or not Roku, XPEV, sorry.
Oh, I want to get to.
on my mind.
No, good. Look, I want to get to Roku in a second. You're absolutely right about that. So I did get in on that. I guess we both took the same trade.
Yeah.
On the way back up through there. It's already at 25s. Now, I've scalped some out there. I've basically taken 20% out on that first 25-cent move because 2050 was that local bottom. So I'm kind of thinking the 20 quarters is a cover, 2050s is the next cover. Well, out in front of 2050s is the next cover for me. I want to make sure I'm scalping something out on this move. If it holds 2050, that was a big level right at 930, and I want to respect. There's some sellers here at 30s. It's so hard not to want to scalp something out there. I take a little bit out there. It took another like 10% out.
It seems like those sellers got filled there.
They got filled almost instantly.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if you know, this is actually decent, but yeah, I think if we get back below 20s, I'm just going to punch out of this one.
Well, what's just happened there is somebody showed up selling 31s and 32s off this 20 bounce, and it was like 30, 40,000 shares. They got smacked. It's like They showed up, the size showed up, and somebody filled them right away. But it is already starting to come back in. If this cannot hold 20 on the way back, it's probably trash. Coin's actually working against me here a little bit. So, we fixed the position board. So I'm not in Palantir. We'll get to that in a second. Coinbase. It looked like it was going to get underneath VWAP. I was like, okay, this could be a nice little trend down like we wanted on Coinbase. Where am I adding? Next thing you know, it's right back at the top. This is the problem with Coin, is if it runs this high, I'm going to get out and hunt for a 98 stop. Again, I do want to be short this, but I'm always willing to make top wick. If I make top wick and then that's like the best entry point ever, then that's fine. You got to be able to live with that if it happens. So that's going to be the play for me on coin. I'll get out if it breaks that high and just take the bad medicine there. But thankfully, we're ringing the register. There's a reason why we're saying XPeng was going to be the SSR bounce that we wanted. Still some sellers in the 30 range. But if you can risk, like on the way back up, essentially you can risk like 3, 4, maybe 5 cents, 10 at the absolute most. This bounce hasn't even made it to 2050, and it's already pretty nice here on XPeng. I do want to get to SoFi again here, now that we kind of feel much better about XPeng. SoFi dips back into 11. That's not bad. It's actually holding the 11 level twice now. If this can bounce off 11 even, maybe there is an 1150 top break, or maybe just a consolidation long off the 11 even. Didn't really see too much in terms of entries on that stock unless it dipped to 10. Wayfair, it did hold that 74. So again, I got to show you the bigger time frame here because Wayfair, this is the 74 level on Wayfair. I'm long at 75. I don't really see much to do here except look for a place to add as long as it wants to hold on to this level. So it's already bounced off at once, but there's not a lot of liquidity. It's done 1 million shares only. Once I see some strength or some green or a consolidation, I'm going to add to this position. But where's my 45 fill on XPeng? I'm right there. Gimme, always get. Don't you know your manners yet?
Congratulations!
That's what it's all about. There we go. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, that XPEG's really starting to work.
The SSR bounce has been one of those plays that it's just, there's so many names that are so volatile right now that you get a lot of pullbacks that aren't that big, but it's hitting that 10% mark, and then you're catching these little bounce plays. If it can break 50, I think it's fantastic. I'm still holding on to half, which is, maybe I should have a little bit less than that. If you're scalping, I feel like you should have a little bit less because VWAP's up at 21, and I'd be almost, if it gets 21, I want 10% left on a move. This is down 13%, like it's getting its butt kicked. So you want to take the win when you can get it.
I'm looking at Meta here. I wanted this 326 break today, given that was the high-ish on Friday, I believe. So waiting for that to come in, got the order in. Looking like we're kind of failing off 325 for now, but I'll leave that order in for later in the day. Roku is at $94 now.
Are you kidding?
So Roku continuing the breakout here. I canceled my order to get short at 91. Thankfully, it never got filled on that one because this is absolutely flying. Where do you short this? I'm not going long. I don't believe in the long. So yeah, maybe 100. I was looking at 98 on the daily before. That where is it? Oh, that's 140. Yeah, 98.75-ish, maybe a level here, but. Yeah, I don't know. I think we got to keep going a little bit more. Maybe 95 fails, but I mean, this one didn't fail any breaks on Friday, really. So absolutely exploding now. I feel like 95 is probably a long, but I'm not really willing to take that.
It ain't alone. By the way, if you're looking at the market right now, as I like lean back and just like, this is how I had to look at 15.9. I'm like, whoa, weren't we going down 5 seconds ago? I mean, like 5 minutes ago. 15.9. 1, 2, 3 times is 3 times a lady. I love you if you break this top because then I got to find some big tech names to be long. Wayfair is starting to go. I was trying to add back up through 75, but again, like you're probably risking at least $1 on that trade or more than $1. You want to get 2, 3, even $5 upside on Wayfair. But this 15.9 gets taken out on the NASDAQ and we're going to fly. Affirm. Why are you up, Affirm? And what is going on here? 9% for Affirm. This is. So I know what I'm looking for here. It's like 19.5. $20 is probably the real breakout on this stock. This is not when I was watching the pre-market, so I just got to do some quick work here. It's probably $20, man. Your 19.5, $20 is the next level up. There's room to get to that level, so maybe you got to have something before then. Yeah, coin is still a bit of a dog for me. It has managed to not wick me out, but that's like a yet. It just really wants to. Like it's wicked the top, but it hasn't taken the next even level up. So I don't know. Like this is 35, so you know my stop is pretty much above 40, and it got right to 97.39. So if it falls from here, that's just blind luck as far as I'm concerned, because it's not been a great short. Thankfully, XPeng's made up for it, Brendo.
Roku, guys, nice start here. 6.5% on top of what happened on Friday. Remember, monster day to $90 on Friday. Here we go again, 95 in play.
Next even level. Just one thing for XPeng here. I'll go back to you a second, Max. XPeng has again rejected 2050. So I'm still holding on. I have just under a third of it. At this point, it should break this 50. If it doesn't, then we might not be getting to VWAP, and I'll respect that. Try to get something out before it breaks. I don't want to hold everything for a 20 break, so I'll probably try to get something out on a 2020 break to trim and then go from there.
I tried a short on Roku back through 95. That did not work, but I'm still watching this because it's failing this 95.50 area. If we can make another new high and then wick back below 95.50, then I'll try to get short again, but this move is pretty nuts. Yeah, we're at like 96 now. I don't even think I should be shorting this at all. But
what the heck?
Maybe if we can get through this 95.40 back down, then take a small size short, try to get kind of an average into it. Here we are at 96, now reserving, now breaking. This thing's absolutely nuts. 100 the next level. Congrats if you're long on Roku. Cannot say that I expected this move up. And Palantir is one that we kind of missed this morning. I did want the high of day or high of pre-market break, which ended up being successful at 1912. So this one's starting to trend up. Palantir looking for that 1950. There's some size on the offer there. $20 an obvious level on Palantir. Again. And SoFi's going again?
SoFi broke the high again.
No
I said
way.
Maybe it's just going to be a break the second time at 1150, so whatever. There was a refresher at 60 as well. There's big size at the 60 level, and I tried to get 55s and didn't get it. So I'm going to, if it takes it again, I'm probably going to just add to it above 60 and stop it at 1150 as we're going to Brendo.
There was a Chicago PMI number that came through there at 9:45, 42.8 versus 43.4. So a little bit lower than expected, guys, but market doesn't care. Through the high as we go.
Doesn't it, though? SoFi is, come on, the market's at that 15.9, so it's a weird place to be taking out tops. Well, okay, it's a weird place to be entering a position taking out tops, but SoFi almost squoze. Hold it, hold it, hold it. It's underneath 1150 again. I was looking for a place to add to it, so I don't have a tight stop because I didn't get into a full position because there was a refresher at 1160. So I can give this, I think the local high of 1140 makes sense. And as long as that holds, I'm looking for somewhere to add in here, whether it's a top break or it's just you consolidate for like 5 minutes, which the way SoFi is trading, I don't think that's going to be the play. Where's Wayfair? Just double checking, still underneath 76. So that's only 70 cents in the money. I want 150 on the first exit on Wayfair. If that's not clear, I probably said at least once or twice. I want SoFi to take out this top again because I want to add through 1160 and stop it at 50 as long as it can hold on to that 40 level. But the sellers are pretty strong in here.
I'm short Roku again here. Started at 96, added through 95. Looking for this short or to continue very quickly here, or else I got to get out of it. This is not something that you want to hang on to the short as I kind of ruin my average price by adding to it. So we'll see if this can continue kind of right now. And if not, I'll just bail out of it. But it's looking good off the 96. Really had a lot of selling going on above 96. Had a reserve at 96 a couple times and saw some size there. So I did like it for that. But now we're kind of trending back above 95.50. So going to have to punch out of this one unless we kind of sell down right away. Not looking to hang on to this one through the high again. So there we are, looking to go through 96 now on Roku. Insane move. And XPEV, kind of wish I went a little bit harder on XPEV. But yeah, this one is looking really good. Just got up to, what was that, 73 it got to?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, load. So yeah, finally finding some sellers here at that 70 level, but we'll see if we can just take that out again. I'm kind of trying to hold on to this one until like 21. I have a bit more than a third left on this position, so we'll see if we can get there on XPEV. Trying not to take anything else out. Yeah, other than that, nothing else really coming into my levels. Meta just kind of fading, so I'm actually going to cancel that breakout order on Meta. I don't really like that anymore. Roku is now touching the high once again.
SoFi just gave it up.
Where's SoFi at?
Yeah, SoFi just gave up that little top consolidation there. It tried to hold at 1140, so I had 60s. I was looking for a place to add to it. It never really showed me enough strength to add on that breakout, so I just stopped out underneath 40. I'm back in the coin, so next level up. We tried the short here underneath the wick at 70. It just did the same thing. Sorry, 97, not 70. $97. Now it's at that 98. Let me zoom out for you guys here. I'll get to the winners in a second, but with Coinbase, this one's going against, even in a weak market. So 98 just wicked. I'll give it to the high. Pretty much the same thing as before. I'm not going to add to it unless I really feel it starts to work. So I'm looking to add to this one as it goes into the money. You just mentioned XPeng. I was getting out on the way up there. So 75, obviously, on the way to 21. You got the quarter level. You got the 50 level. You had the fail at 75. So you know I'm taking profit out at that point. Now it's really starting to fall. Whoa, that's a little bit aggressive there on XPeng. Like it just turned around in front of that 75 level. It's been an absolute banger, but always take your profit, man. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Like that's a trade where you were risking, depending on how tight your stop was, you could have been risking 5 cents, you could have been risking 10 cents, but it's just given you to 20.75. That is a good win. That is a win you want to take. I've been staring a gift horse in the mouth on Wayfair because I feel it's got just what I need. No, not really. I like the level on the daily chart. It's so big above 74 that why do I really want this one getting back up to like 77, 78 and approaching the 80 level. Maybe that's a bit of a mistake here. I'll probably get half of it out on the way to the low and then try and load up in front of 74. So I'm not holding it all to 74 because I've added to this position. And Coinbase, that is the short that we wanted that wasn't Microsoft. Softy never got anywhere near 342. Never happened, but 98 was the second shot I wanted to take shorting into Coinbase. It's starting to work, but I want to see VWAP on this play.
Alibaba was one that I kind of missed this morning, apparently. Took out Friday's high. This 101 break has been pretty fruitful, it seems, already up 90 cents and continuing its move up. What's the next level for BABA? I believe it was 104. Yeah, 10. What? Yeah, 103 is probably the next level for BABA. We are trending very quickly into that level. If we can hold this breakout above 101, I would say that we're probably pretty easily hitting 103, 104 today. Market kind of looking a little choppy off the open today, but we'll see if we can get some bids in as some of these stocks coming into key levels. Tesla, which I thought would be at 270 before long, actually failed at 269 breakout and is trading below 265 now. So got to look, I guess, lower in the range for Tesla. That would be something in this 262.5 kind of level is where I would want to get long. Not looking to kind of get long in the middle on a downtrend. I want to be getting long through the highs if we're going to trend up. But
what's he drinking? Oh no, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm good. Sean's
okay. So
posting a picture of me. Apparently.
I don't know. Apparently, this is like the perfect moment here. Come to my screen for a second, because Sean has some. I don't know what he's drinking. Oh, it's Prosecco. I don't know what. I'm trying to in my head. I'm trying to figure out what time it is in Rome. But there's a Prosecco. I'm telling you, Sean, if you are watching right now, SoFi has been ridiculous, and XPeng was the greatest wick bottom you could ever see. That 20 level is fantastic. But looking good. Hopefully he's enjoying it with the family. That's how you should be doing it. But in my head, I'm like, what the hell time is it? Somebody tell me what time it is in Italy, because it's okay. So it's the middle of the day. That's fine. He probably started like 3 hours ago, which is what you should do on vacation. So a couple of things here. Yes. Coinbase is finally going down. You'd be liking the fact that Coinbase is going down, and short might actually work in this stock one time here, Mr. Katina. But 97, I want to first fill in front of 97 in front of VWAP. Wayfair, dollar in the money at this point. XPeng's even trying to make another bounce. Yeah, get going, XPeng. This one, I'm going to cancel this offer at 80 because if it holds a higher low and breaks this local top, I think it's getting to that $21 level, and then we're all system go. So congrats if you got it. I did like one other name for a short. It was Mike. I think this is the second time this has happened to me, where I liked Coinbase and Microsoft shorts, and then Microsoft never really gave me the price I wanted or the setup I wanted to get the short position. So frustrating, but we're going to find some levels on Softy here. Underneath 335 is the 50 period on the daily, so it's weak all the way under that level. There's probably going to be places to join under here. I don't like a complete just easy breakdown of 335. There's room to get to support like $7 down, so finding a place to get short is going to be a lot easier than just forcing the trade because I have some FOMO with the Microsoft. But we just got Coinbase 97s. I'll look for a place to add if it holds under 97. Otherwise, wait for it to get back into the top. But the shorts are definitely turning today because the NASDAQ is about to go red. It just so happened I only like 2 of them. What's Roku up to there, Max?
Roku's turning around again. I got short again through the local bottom at 95.80 or 94.80, sorry. We just broke 94.50 and then a ton of size popped up on the bid, but then that got filled. So it's actually looking like it's decent. I'm thinking my bigger picture idea is that we can get kind of below this 90 and get really trending down and get into some of Friday's levels on Roku. You know, this move up was just a short squeeze, and when these end, you know, sometimes they really go kind of crazy, but, you know, not going to hang on to this one through 95 again. So probably going to get stopped out of this one again. I just want to try the short a bunch of times on Roku because I think we can give like a whole lot of this move back. But, you know, the buyers are still there trying to buy the dip. Obviously, you know, trusting the teal here for now. VWAP is actually pretty close at $94. So if we can crack that 94, maybe that's the kind of next leg down into the 50 period down here at 92.70 or whatever, 92.80. Other than that, nothing really of note for me. All of the, actually Google at that 132 is something that I want to look at. So I'll be watching Google at 132 to try to get it back up into the 133 and potentially continue the trend if NASDAQ wants to bounce. But
Watch out so far. Not so
we
far.
are getting into some levels here, and Roku now trying to take out that 95 again. So I may just get stopped out once again. Oh no, we're getting some selling now. This is this stock is nuts. All right, there we go. Now we get a real breakdown on Roku. I think through 94 is a place to add to this one and try to get us back into like 93, 92. And the NASDAQ's really starting to pick up.
Yeah, NASDAQ.
Selling, yeah.
NASDAQ is accelerating to the downside. I have to update XPeng here because it did not hold on to the 2020 level. So I took out almost everything. End up now just being in under like 5% left off that 20. I'll hold that to see if it can hold on to 20. But that 75 looks like the best. I mean, 20 even to 2075 is obviously going to be a good move. I wanted 21s for the rest of it. Let's go to Brendo at the desk.
Got crushed after earnings, if you remember last week, guys. But Snap having a nice day here, up 4.7%. Not seeing anything new for Snapchat, but nice move so far today.
Oh, wow, Snapchat. Got to put that on the radar. A bit of a bounce in, not the market, but Coinbase off of VWAP. That might have been a chance to get in underneath 97 here. I'm looking up. Bitcoin is still tanking. I mean, it broke down and it's continuing to head to the downside. I do want to be adding to this position, but this market is really, really starting to give it up. Apple is not anywhere near the support level. For me, it's down pretty much at and just under 94, but if we get another dollar down, it becomes a dip buy situation for myself in Apple. We haven't even talked about some of the other runners from this morning. I don't know why we're up, but we are on Palantir anyways. With the market flushing, Palantir has held the breakout. So the pre-market high was like 1913 or 1912. I was in the 19 long when it happened. But this is still going to the upside. So what's bucking the trend here? You have some relative strength in Palantir. The market bounces. This one could be really, really good. So 1920 looks very fantastic for a bit of a long trade here on Palantir. Let's see if we can get any kind of a dip. But I only want to give it to about 10 to 15 as a stop level.
Yeah, that Palantir a bit of a miss for me, unfortunately. And Google is bouncing off of 132. I just don't really want to get long something as the market is kind of screaming into the bottom right now. I feel like we're going to give that up again. But that 132, pretty key level. Yeah, I'll just let this one go. Stick with this. I got to stop out of Roku, actually, as we just bounced off of VWAP. Where's Roku? We just bounced off of VWAP again on Roku, heading back into that 95 level. If we take out 95 again, I will get out of this one. I am looking to add through this local low of 94, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen today. If the buyers are still there, I got to get out of the way because this one can go absolutely crazy. But yeah, basically just watching. If there's a bid above 91 or 95, like a real bid, then I will get out. Or if we take out that 95.10, but looks like the sellers are still stepping in around 95. So maybe we can get this move through 94. Meta super weak. I mean, everything's really weak at the moment. Oh, nice. All right, Roku did turn around
Market
there.
be flushing.
Yeah, the market continues to flush. 4,600 incoming on ES, I guess. That is going to be a decent bounce spot. 15.8. I don't recall 15.8 being a particularly good support area, but I guess, yeah, that's not bad actually. 15,750 is probably a little better, but yeah, we'll see if we can get a bounce here on these markets. Maybe that Google long is kind of the way to play that bounce. I'm really liking this Roku short now. We've resisted off of 95 3 times now, so hopefully we can get this move as the market does kind of bid up a little bit here. So got to be careful on the short side. XPEV just bounced off of 20.05 now, so
Yeah,
that one's looking really strong. Maybe I shouldn't have bailed out of everything on that one.
Just hold on some for the dream. Yeah. I missed the reload on that one, trying to get some Palantir in here, like, because it bounced right off. I covered the bulk that I had left when 2020 didn't hold up, and then I was thinking if 20 holds, I'll take more at that point. That was a mistake. I really should have grabbed it. Palantir, I thought it would be another dip into 1920 when the market was this weak. I'm going to give it a chance because we're still weak on the market. It's still falling back in. I don't think you need to rush to buy a top on this. It's definitely relatively strong. I would hate to be staring at a breakout of this 19.5, like the second time through. But a double top break's not bad. A dip buy in the VWAP would be a hell of a lot better. As far as the setup goes. Microsoft still feels ridiculously weak. I don't know what to tell you. Softy has been a dog all morning. I never got my short, but if it can't get back above 335, that's the 50 period on the daily. It's just a short at that level. So if we make any bounce in the market here, I'd be looking for something around that 335 level on Softy. But I feel like Palantir is going to be the next one. I want to have an eye on Snapchat, but I'm also trying to look to where I'm going to get more shares of Coinbase. It's holding on to VWAP, which I don't love. I'd like to see it maybe fail a 97, break back up there again, and then look for the short. Thank you, Nicole Harris, for the super chat. Teledoc levels. Oh, T-Doc. This is, you remember there's been a lot of these, what do we call them, like low float, not low float, short sell runs on whatever doesn't matter what the earnings are, they're just going to squeeze anyways. So Teledoc was in that camp. And you know it was an absolute monster of a move. Come on, give it to me. $30 is an obvious one, but you're probably not here for me to tell you that my daily chart's not loading up, that $30 is a big level. It was a monster fail break for this just on Thursday. So that's a big level, that 30. But always look to, like, after an earnings play, where does it settle down off the top? 27.50, job done holding that price, then I look to the previous close and previous highs. So it's holding all of those levels and trying to break out here. On a dip, I think 27.50 is the Alamo, at least just underneath that price, and then look at the previous close. That's like 28.25. I like that level into a 28 for a dip on T-Doc. To me, when something starts moving like this, give it a chance to consolidate and make the next break up. That either means long at the bottom or take the breakout at the top. I don't like anything else in between. Let's go to the desk. We got Brennan at 10 o'clock.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Yeah, market back downside right now as we take out the lows essentially from the pre-market here for the Qs on that. What seemed to be that Chicago PMI number comes out lower than expected, but a bit of a delayed reaction there for the overall market. As I mentioned, now back to the downside. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. Once again, guys, take advantage of that offer at the bottom there. 50% off for life for the first 100 people. Use that QR code. Great feature in their platform, this drop-down ability. So you can search whatever you want. I just typed in stocks up here, and it shows you all the relevant headlines. And then you can search through very quickly each individual one. If you're with us, meanwhile, in the pre-market, we got you caught up on SoFi reporting before the open this morning. Smaller loss. They increased their full-year forecast as well. Tesla making more price cuts over in Hong Kong. Coin downside as well. More SEC issues possible. There's Snap, a bit of a pullback, tagged 1125 at the top there. Tesla also downside as well, about to take out the lows here, guys. The folks at Benzinga are such big fans of the show that they're offering Trader TV viewers 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Benzinga Pro for a limited time and only for the first 100 who register. The coupon is automatically applied when you use our link to go to their checkout.
So I just took a reload in Coinbase, and we'll see. I'm gonna have a pretty tight stop on this on Coin because I don't want this breaking 97.25. It's not just that that's break even. You can kind of see it was kind of a local high as well recently. So I was adding to it 97. I'm still holding on to it some under 98, but I'm only gonna give this to a quarter. It happens to be break even, but if we're trend down here, I think we can test 96 and then 95 half and then low of the day like 94 half on Coinbase. It has been a good short. This one will haunt and avert your eyes because you'll see this one and be pissed off at you as well, Max. That bounce off 20 in XPeng, we just got back to 2050. So a bit frustrating, but if you look at what's happened here, like 2050 at 2150 at the open, 2075, lower highs all the way through on XPeng while bouncing off that 20 level. So the SSR break has been fantastic. Like in a market that's been down, like the SSR hold, I should say, on XPeng has been like that easy money trade. But if it can't get to VWAP here, I don't think we're getting to VWAP at any point. WeRab, I was just about to go over a couple of squeeze names, Nikola being one of them. 250 is a big level on Nikola, and it's just kind of going back and forth, stair-stepping off this 250 level. $3 is the big break. I mean, you have to get to $3 first, so there's a lot of room between 250 and 3. I don't have to tell you guys that, but I'm saying it anyways. I just kind of did. It's really choppy in the 40 to 60 range. So there's a lot of chop in the stock until it gets maybe above 60, and then 75 is the break, and then into $3. So I do like the long, like the recovery long on Nikola because it held too. I just don't know about an entry that isn't a 60 break or a long off the 240 level. It's kind of sitting in the middle here just now. Yatube, I know yellow. Again, we talked about, Snickles. There was a trader on the floor back in the day. Shout out to Lypret. She's probably not watching. But she refused to curse. She would never swear on the trading floor. And so she had all these weird things that she would say. One of them was like, if she was really pissed off, she would say Snickles. That basically meant like that was like the it trade. Yellow, they shut down operations. I said last week this stock company was possibly going bankrupt and had already made the move down. There'd be some shorts covering to take their profits on the announcement. It was a great long off of it. That just went into a God mode long when it broke $1, halted up 156. This is probably going to be a dump. Like they ceased operations today, okay? So this is probably going to dump at some point. The tap is 157 on a 156 halt. I'm gonna go pay for locates and look at this daily chart. What do I like here? $2 is an obvious level. Yeah, if it fails a 2 break, I'm thinking short and a 2 fail break on this name. Coinbase went through, so we're gonna have to get stopped out of Coinbase there. That's kind of frustrating. We tried to give Coin the room and then it went on us. But if this opens up and breaks out from here, I'm thinking fail break short on Yellow Corporation at $2. But congratulations if you happen to have this long.
Wow. Google, I was saying I like that 132 level, so I went long on 132 as the market started bouncing. Now we are decently in the money, just added to it a little bit, breaking through the teal. And yeah, here we go. Now kind of blasting off a little bit. So let's go, Google. I'm looking for 132.5 for the first profit, and then see if we can get back above VWAP. I'm thinking that we can continue this move up if, obviously, the market helps us out a little bit here. Really, the breakout price is that 133 to get into like 133.50, 134 kind of area. I'm just seeing Upstart, which held my 66 level and is now really trending up. Upstart, yeah, I really like the idea of 66 holding. It does just that, breaks down for 2 minutes, breaks back above, and now we're, already $1.50 in the money if you took that break back through. I don't know, I liked the 68 break. That did kind of work, but on Upstart, you're not looking for 80 cents, you're looking for like $5. So we'll see what happens with this one today. Maybe we're breaking 70 and getting long there. Maybe we're trending and somehow finding a dip on a trend, but really we got to get back above this 69. I think there's kind of no edge left other than the 66 and whatever happens at the high. Yeah, Google's starting to really go, so feeling really good about that one. Hopefully I can get into 133 on Google. That's kind of the real idea. It would just be taking a little bit of profit in the 50s here, just to, manage properly. But yeah, the real idea is that that 133 kind of breaking and potentially getting into 133.5, 134 today. Meta is starting to come off the bottom as well, so yeah, maybe we do get that 326 break later on in the day. Meta's kind of shown the ability to hold breakouts later on in the morning and into kind of the afternoon, so I wouldn't hate the idea of a 326 break later on today, just obviously lower size because there's less liquidity later on in the day. And then, yeah, Palantir, probably biggest miss of the day here.
Like, it's still strong.
And SoFi is still just consolidating at VWAP. So I feel like maybe SoFi is kind of dead today, and we've done the move. Oh, this isn't VWAP. This is VWAP on a different platform. But yeah, VWAP still consolidating above VWAP. So maybe SoFi has another move in it. I feel like we've kind of done enough at 20% here, but anything's possible on SoFi. Obviously, awesome move. I can't believe that we almost got a halt up on this name today.
Yeah, I mean, that's wild.
That was probably the least expected thing to happen today, SoFi halting up, but maybe that still happens later on in the day. I don't know. I don't think that we have the move. Maybe we have the move into 12 today, but I feel like they just kind of did everything off of the open, and now everybody's going to kind of get caught in the chop trying to play this thing to the long side. But let's see what happens on SoFi. I think a dip into 11 makes sense, or kind of a fail break below, and then blast back up. And then speaking of fail breaks below VWAP, Roku still making the move up. So 3 times I've been stopped out of this name on the short side. Does that mean I take the long now? Absolutely not. But I think I got to wait for that 100 level for the potential short on this one. Does not seem to want to break VWAP.
If it goes to 100, I'll be looking short. There's no way I'm seeing Roku 100 and not taking a shot at it to the south side. It's way too big a level. It's a huge level on the weekly chart, like the daily chart, weekly chart. You got to use the weekly to go back that far. So Nikola cleared the 260. I'm into it. I have a 61.5 long currently, so I'm actually rounding down because it's 61.49 somehow, but it's a midpoint fill either way. I got a couple of entries there. I want to give it like maybe a few cents on a breakout to get to that next level, which is 275 to the upside. But I really want to be in Palantir. Yellow is open back up. We'll get to Palantir in a second. I did grab locates on it, which were like 1/8 of 1 cent. That's a little bit cheap. So throw in the fact that this has free locates, and this is a dangerous move to the upside. That's why I want to wait for a $2 level to short. I do think it's going to be a dump. You closing operations, it's a squeeze play and shorts taking profit once they get what they're looking for. Wow, it can't seem to break the halt price at 156. Usually on a typical halt play, that's a short setup for me. So if it's a trap, I'm going to spring the trap by saying I'm going to wait for 2, but that's a different play. Like, that's a fail break at $2. This is a halt off a short level. That's a short off a halt level at 156. If it gets past the halt price, you just get out of it. So let's see what happens. It's actually a good risk to reward here, so I'm really not going to mind it. I was about to try to add to it and then just missed a chance to get it at 49s there again. So I might try to add to this one underneath 50, give it to that halt price. VWAP's all the way down at 120 on this. Like, that's 25 pennies from here to risk under 10. Well, I mean, really, if you think about it, like, if you get on the way down, you're like getting half out. So your average out's going to be like a 133 if it gets to VWAP here. That's still a good risk reward.
That XPEV is back at 2050 again. Just kind of breaking it right now. Looks like maybe fail breaking it for the time being. But where did we get to on the last? Okay, that went to 55. So really, like, the kind of breakout of this consolidation, this kind of down move would be a 55 break. I think XPEV probably has the move in it to get through this this level. Down 13% on a downgrade. I don't know. Usually it takes more than that to send a stock down 13%. Obviously, we've had a crazy move up here on XPEV, but I could totally see us getting into this $21.50, $22 level today, buying this entire dip back up. But we'll have to see where that goes. I think if we're taking out this 2075, I might just try to get long on that kind of break idea. You figure that a lot of shorts would get squeezed out on that situation. Google is really starting to work now. I got profit takers at 69 and 89. I might take a little bit in the 50s if we get there, but bigger picture move here as the NASDAQ is really starting. Oh, lost the chart there. NASDAQ's really starting to make the move up. We bounced pretty cleanly off 15.8 and now right back into kind of VWAP area and still going up. So wondering if we can get back into 15.9 and see 16K before long. If that happens, this Google position will absolutely print, very likely. But you know, for now, just 30 cents in the money and kind of waiting on that first profit taker. It is kind of bouncing off the 50 period, so maybe I do take some profit here at 50s, but we'll see what happens. I do like this NASDAQ move. SoFi is starting to kind of wake up as well off of the 50. I guess it just had to touch the 50. Now waking up back through 1130. Let's see if we can get through 1140 again. That looks kind of like the trigger price to see high of day. I just don't have really a way to trade this unless we kind of go down and break 11 again and then start to make the move back up. Like, I'm not really looking to just kind of blindly buy the dip on SoFi and expect another move up. Obviously, 20% is more than I figured we would get today. And, oh, there's
Palantir, dude.
Oh, Palantir, 1980.
It just continues to go higher, and every time I'm looking to get in, it just doesn't give you an entry point. Yellow's really, really holding on to that 150 area. So if it works, it's probably going to work from here, or it's going to really take out that top. Palantir is just churning. There's so much, like there's air up here on Palantir. Like a $20 break, I feel like that's going to be a very, very crowded trade. So I don't necessarily want to be waiting for it, but how do you not take a 20 break? Here on Palantir. It's hard not to take a 20 break on Palantir, but like you should be long before this. I was just trying to grab something in this consolidation. I thought we'd get 1940 and then 1950 ends up holding. So the next dip down, it's stair stepping. It usually means you want to take the next dip consolidation, wherever it is, into that 20 level. I will take the 20 break. I want to be long before that. It doesn't mean it has to set up. Yellow, as I said, this is off of that hull price at 156. I have a 49 short. I'm looking to get out the first at 1-to-1, but I'm only taking 10% out there. My average out, if it gets to VWAP, is going to be right at about 133, 132. I'll probably hold on to 10% just to see if it goes to 1, and that could help things out. But I'm expecting a dollar bounce on a stock like this. XPeng, this has been kind of the easy one today. It's leveling off, but not breaking 2050. If it gets above 2050, I think we're going to see that 21. But that's been the trouble zone for XPeng. I have not reloaded it. We're still holding on. Wayfair, I got $1 at one point, but now it's sitting 50 cents in the money, which on Wayfair is not that big of a deal. And wow, we're going to get to Neo here. Shout out to Mark's Cars. Neo back above 15. This is making a secondary push here. Okay, so this is waking up as well. Like SoFi woke up. Neo was a huge breakout through 14 even on the daily chart, but when it gaps this far, that made the trade really tricky because it broke 14 and then you're gapped even further. Look where it just held. The hold right at previous close, that's pretty bullish. If it can hold 15, I think you have longs off the 15 level. I just got out of my Nikola breakout for a 4-cent hit. Again, if those don't go right away, I want to get out. So I had that 61.5 long, actually 3.5-cent hit. Doesn't really matter. If it pulls back, I think anywhere into 245, 250 is definitely a decent setup. Yellow's starting to work. There we go. Something's coming. Making a bit of a move there. Yellow just gave the first fill at that 140, one level. If it gets back into the 1/4, hold on to 10, 15% and see if it gets back into $1. The story here is they ceased operations today. It's just a pure squeeze play to the upside. You saw it with a few names that have gone bankrupt before, where there's that last-ditch effort to go to the upside on a bit of a squeeze play. Shorts have to cover somewhere.
I just stopped at Google on that kind of rejection of the 50 period. It really didn't look good, so I just bailed on it. Maybe a mistake here, but kind of looks like it wants to go down. Tried 120 or 132.50 a couple times. Tries a breakout again, and then I just, bailed when it's rejecting. I don't really want to hold it all the way back down. And then SoFi's at that 1150 level again. Looks like it wants to take out the high. These guys are cheering for XPEV, I think, behind us. So maybe you have to take a look at that. Yeah, XPEV is going for that 2075 level again. I feel like that's a good breakout. I mean, since the market opened, this is the high, right?
It's got to be.
No, 930. Oh, it did a move up off the open.
No,
into
75 is a local.
2150. But this is like the high that everybody is
Yes.
currently short off of, realistically. So I think that's probably worth punching long through. So I'm going to do that.
Brinkle's just told Xpeng to call him daddy. Xpeng's like this is the SSR trade. There's a reason why everyone's looking at 20. I know it's like, why would you want to stock? Why would you want to be long a stock that was down that much? Short sell restricted, and then also wicked the 20 level to give you an entry. It held 1990, and now if it can take out 75, I haven't reloaded this. This was probably a reload down here at 20. I'm still holding on to a piece. But if it fails 75, yeah, it's starting to do that. Take something out here. And then if it breaks here, look for an entry off of said long. It's been a good one. As I said, yellow's starting to work, but Palantir, my goodness, Palantir. Every time I think it's dipping, it's like 10 cents less than what I feel like the dip should be, and then it's a new high on Palantir. This is, like I said, 20 is going to be a crowded trade. I'm probably going to have it anyways. Intel, I'll get to that one, Miguel. I like the 37 level for a break, so I had the breakout trade, and it just did not end up getting stopped out underneath here. That's like 36.90, pretty standard play. Don't want to hold it all the way to the bottom. 36 ends up holding, but that's a fail break that I did not want to rush back into. We'll get to some of the chip names after we get back from the small cap recap. This is going at 20 bucks. This is wild.
We've touched on a few of these guys, mentioning a few of them as well. GoodRx, GDRX up on this, it would appear. TD Cowen with the upgrade today to outperform and a $12 price target. So nice look here for GDRX, anywhere from $7.50 up to about $9.50, clear sailing on the daily chart as well. ALLR, we were touching on a little bit in the pre-market anyways, up on that note coming through this morning. It's given it most of it back anyways. Struggling here at $3 once again for ALLR. And yeah, that yell comes out yesterday, yellow. Trucking company saying they're ceasing most of their operations. 30,000 jobs possibly in jeopardy here for YELL, guys.
Yeah, that's not a good look. They're a big operator down south. They got some big clients out there, Yellow does. So you hope for the best, but we're here to trade at the end of the day. It's holding on to 140, but SoFi, I want to get to SoFi. I was asked, do I even think about something interesting in SoFi? I liked it. It went into an almost halt. It got to like an 11 break, and it went into the halt band, and then resisted the halt band and kind of churned back up. So Ben kept resetting higher, and then it got to 11.50 and turned. So the second time it took out the level, I'm like, yeah, I'm taking that breakout for sure. Give it like 15, 20 cents, and then see if it can't go to $12. It did not. The third time through, do I like to break again? Probably. So there was a refresher. I didn't have a stop order. There was a refresher at 1160, so I hit 1160, and then the level didn't go away. It actually got bigger. So if it gets back up there to 1160 and there's size there again, I think I'd probably just take the break. Like, is that seller going to be able to hold out a third time? My guess is no. So if 1160 goes, I want to be a part of that party on SoFi, but that's what I'm looking for. Roku is an absolutely relentless beast, and it's at 97. So be careful what you wish for, because when you say things like, if it gets to 100, I'm shorting it, well, I'd do it even if I didn't say it. But incoming is that level. I remember saying that at 91. Once we get to above 90 to 91 on Friday, that's where I'm looking for the short up here. And I did take my shot. And so it was 89. Sorry, I did take my shot late in the afternoon. Looked like it was going. I was like 30, 40 cents in the money. I was all ready to add, and then it ran the top. So it is what it is. I think we could see 100 on this bad boy. Palantir. Lori, we've been talking about Palantir. It's just, what am I supposed to do? I couldn't get the dip buy, and now it's at that 20 break. So my order, I'm taking a 20 break on Palantir. I don't know what else to say. I think you have to have a relatively tight stop, because this is going to be a very heavily traded level is the best way to put it. So a lot of people are going to be looking for a $20 break here. I hopefully don't get slipped more than a couple of cents on a long on Palantir, because I'd rather not do that. But if it works right away, I think you could maybe scalp. I'm usually scalping something out. I think something along the lines of like 10 to 15. If you get initial push, I want to take something out there. So I just use it. I'm not going to go with a regular script. I want an Edge A script stop, because I just remembered less slippage when I use an Edge A. That one actually shows up on the book. So Palantir's at 20. It is the next play to happen. I did take some out of yellow, but it's trying to make a run at that halt price again. I'm stopping out at the 156 halt price on yellow.
Yeah, I'm going to take that 20 break on Palantir as well. I just took the high of day from Friday break on Tupperware. So 375 broke. I'm looking to add on $4 break and then see if we can get to like $5 today. This Tupperware, I was always going to take that breakout, but not going to let it print below like 369. Honestly, you know, if this high of day break fails, this could go pretty nasty against pretty quick. So got to be tight with it. Where's XPEV at? Nowhere near that breakout, so we're good on that one. I got too many breakout orders kind of set up right now, especially for 10:30.
Holy crap.
But yeah, pretty excited about this Tupperware.
Oh, my out was perfect. Yellow broke the halt price. I got out, and the next send up, it halted. So that's why you always had to stop. Always make sure you don't want to get trapped in a halt the wrong direction. I'm celebrating because I would be trapped in the halt if I didn't have a stop on yellow. So that ended up being good. Come on, don't. If Palantir 1999 ends up being $1 short, I'm gonna really be pissed off because I'm only looking for the long up here. And if 99 short just gives you all the way back into 19, that's gonna be very frustrating. But it is what it is. I'm here for the breakout trade. SoFi, same thing at 1160. Like I'm set up. I'm looking up because my chart's at 1140, so that's pulling back as well. And what I have Palantir on another level too. I'm just going to check out where Microsoft is because the market's making a lower high. Oh, Softy's at the right level. This is why you got, oh, that was so close. Even if this loses, this is a trade I definitely want. I'll get rid of that wick in a second. But Softy rejected 335. The market's putting in a lower high on the NASDAQ, and this is a name I kind of like to the south side. So if we hold that lower high, I like Softy off this 335 level. There haven't been a lot of shorts I liked. Coin was working, and then I reloaded it in lower high, and that stopped out. The short at the top was a better play. Softy never got to 342. 335 is the 50-period simple moving average on the daily. I'm just going to stay here on the lower time frame chart. I'll stop it out if we make a run at VWAP on Microsoft. But this is one I want to the south side. Oh, no, XPeng's already starting to pull back again. So XPeng couldn't get through 2075. You don't have to worry about that breakout. Palantir, now all the way back at 1987, it just pulled back into. I hate you, Palantir. So I'm only adding to Microsoft if it breaks this channel down and makes another lower high. Otherwise, I'll stop it out right at this local top on Softy. NASDAQ is dead flat right now, so 0.05. It's still a bit of an inside day in the overall market, so I don't want to be sitting here only looking for breakouts and longs. I want to be looking for some shorts. I know I like Softy here.
That Roku also couldn't get through the 97 price. Keeps making these highs above 96 and then kind of failing down. So I guess I kind of had the right idea up here. Just you know, kept adding to it and shorting too low. I think I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to short this down here anymore. I think if we get a pop back into this like 97 level, maybe a fail break if it gets all the way to 97 is maybe the only way to do this one now. That Tupperware I did get stopped out of, but I'll take the 4 break on it as well. I think the 4 is like a bigger level. I think people were saying, I think we were talking about this one on Friday about 4 being a big level on the daily. Not really, but
No.
You know that next even dollar level can always be pretty decent, and then maybe we get into this like $4.50, $5 kind of area. I think 4 could be kind of an explosive breakout the way that 3 was Thursday. I think it broke 3 or Wednesday maybe. It went 75 cents off there, so I think 4 you could probably go 75 cents to $1 if it does work. Other than that, waiting on this Palantir breakout, waiting on Roku to try to do something again, and we'll see if XPEV can take out that kind of high of the morning of that 2075. Try to get it into high of day of like 2150. But and Upstart.
And Palantir.
Upstart trending up.
Don't forget Palantir. It pulled back, but it's trying to go again. I was just about to take a sip of water, but then I realized yellow's going to open back up in like 1 minute. So I did, like I said, I would stop out once it tries to take out that pre-market high. It goes 1 more cent. We're able to punch out there. And again, you should always have an out. If it gets to $2, I like the $2 short on yellow. It's going to open up in less than 1 minute. It's currently tapping 158, so 157 is the current price. It's where it halted at, I should say, not the current price. And then 158 is where it says it's going to open up. XPeng, we still like the break. Palantir now pulling back again. T-Money saying short MVRS. I haven't looked at it, but Nikola, I had a break on Nikola and didn't give it a lot of room. Yeah. Sometimes maybe you want to give it more room, but it wasn't the best setup for me. So I like other things. When you like something else better, it's hard. Like, to me, it wasn't comparable to like the next paying long, or maybe the breakout early this morning on SoFi probably would have been better, but it would have worked out if we hung on to that. 75 is a big level on Nikola, and $3 is a pretty gigantic one on the daily chart as well. So you get to $3, I'm actually thinking short on Nikola the first time through. Yellow's going to open up. I just want to be on this. So it opens higher. I'm anticipating, now that it's held the 150, that it makes a run into this $2 level. This is a daily chart, so this is when it got to $2 last time. It was a breakout off 1. I'm thinking I like the short up here if it can do a failed break at 2. It's got to get there first. Hasn't really happened just yet. Now Palantir's at 1980. That's kind of frustrating.
Yeah.
So Palantir 99 was just a short.
It seems that way, like when it breaks those key even dollar levels, it'll go another dollar and then fail breakout there. Usually it doesn't just stop on the penny though. Like usually they'll take the size
it's like
in this
2 cent
market.
risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit frustrating, but what can you do there? You can't. You pick a direction to me off a level like that, and if it goes your way, you're happy. If it doesn't, in this particular case, I'm not trapped in the long because it had to break out, but it would be nice to have sniffed out that short. So yellow's at 175. I wanted one more push. No, nothing really happening there. MVRS is still weak. T-Money says, okay, now that yellow's not really going there in one shot, I'll pull up Meta. I'll put up Meta. Oh yeah, never mind. It's that Meta Platforms stock. And where is it? And there we go. Oh, we don't have that. We don't have this. We don't have that in our platform. I'm trying to go over and show you what's going on here. We just turn red on Meta. Oh, I got to get to Microsoft. Softy. It decided to consolidate. So instead of adding on a breakdown, I add in the consolidation because the futures look weak and it looks like it's still going sideways. Really, you want to add to the position when it starts working, or maybe if it wicks the top, but I decide to add in the middle, which isn't always the best plan. It's still holding a consolidation level, but no breakdown, no breakup, nothing really doing here for me on Softy. SoFi is still trying to make a run at the 1160 top. I did have the break the first time through 55. I still want to break out here at 1160. It just has to happen first. Once we do, I'm going for it. And your Roku, I don't know. I guess you could just short wick highs on Roku because it doesn't feel like it has the strength at this point. This is not looking like a strong stock. Oh, as strong as it was on Friday.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of room to the downside. Like it just really pulled back in. If it breaks VWAP, that could get pretty nasty on this one. Palantir, sometimes you have a big level, you just short it.
Yeah, that was a banger short.
That's 2 to 5 cents worth of risk. 2 to 5 cents worth of risk. It's a reverse play of the XPeng long at 20.
Yeah.
Is the short Palantir at 20. So if you like the long at 20 on XPeng and Palantir short at 20 was the same level, it's just so darn strong, it's hard to do it. It's really hard to do sometimes. It's easy to get into long setups that you love. On a strong stock, sometimes it can be difficult to pull that trigger. We're gonna get back to the desk here because Brendo's got the crypto update. A little bit of movement there too.
The 30,000 magnet continues to be the major talking point as far as Bitcoin is concerned and the price of Bitcoin. This SEC note when it comes to Coinbase as well, pretty impressive this morning. If you missed it, we were discussing it a little bit in the pre-market, essentially. The SEC going to Coinbase initially and saying, please delist everything but BTC from your platform, to which Coinbase CEO obviously responded by saying, pass. Politely, I assume, anyways. 30,000, as I mentioned, the magnet over the past couple of weeks, we're just kind of chopping around still. We had that nice move back up to 30,000 heading into the weekend, and 27 ended up being the last support area. Still kind of flat, 0.05 right now in positive territory there, Ethereum. Downside a little bit, 0.75. It's been quiet few weeks here, guys, for crypto.
Well, thank you very much, Sir Brendo. I want to get to this question in the chat. G Moore 256. If it's your first time tuning in, we're trading live, only equities, no options or anything like that. But what are they referring to when they say long or short in their play? So a long position just means we bought the stock. We're day trading here. We bought the stock, anticipating a move to the upside. Short means I've sold short, and I'm making a bet that the stock will go down from this. This is the current position. You'll see the actual prices that were in those positions. So Microsoft, Just as a first example, I am short at 334.59. Got in a couple of times here. It's actually 58.5. I'm rounding up because it's what I see, but this is rounding down for whatever reason. I want to get some out if it makes a run at the previous bottom. That's here, 333.25. Got a dark pool wick that's a little bit further than that, but 333.25 is the actual bottom. So once we get $1 in the money on this, that's where I want to look for the first fill. I'm actually going to get a bid in there now because I wasn't bidding before. And you know what? A little birdie told me that you can't take profit unless you actually throw an order out and have that order filled. It's an actual function in the market, believe it or not, Neil. So I got my bid out there now. If we get to the low of the day, we'll ring the register on Microsoft there. We got Coinbase. The first short, like I had the first short lost on coin. Let me zoom out here. Took this short here, stopped out, had it off the 98 fail break, was into VWAP. Instead of taking all my profit, I decided to add to it on this consolidation, looking for the dump into 95 and then stop it out about break even. Now the top is 99. I didn't really have an idea until it got to 100 or 103, so I wasn't looking to short that 99, but it looks pretty good now. In hindsight, this one is coming into VWAP, but it is a bit of an upward trend. So Softy's working. We're still holding. Wayfair's holding flat, but until it moves a couple of dollars, that's not a very sexy one. And Xpeng is right back in, going to retest this 20 level. Maybe it can hold on to the 20 level again. This was an SSR play right off the open. A lot of our attention went right over to Xpeng once it was 10% down. And that's almost everybody on the floor. So it's not a surprise to say it's probably everybody's best stock if you took the 20 into like 2075 move. Yellow does not seem like it's going to get to $2. If I look back over, 175 was the local high. I shorted off the whole price. Was starting to get going, didn't get to VWAP, so I ended up taking the L on it. But you grab some profit, so it's not a big hit. I want that $2 level for my next short. Nikola, I do have that on watch. Meta, that's really starting to break down, but I kind of like Softy here, so I'm going to stick with Microsoft. Meta's really weak, down 1%. Why is that still on yellow? That's still on yellow for some reason. Are you traded Meta just yet?
No.
Because Meta, when I look at it on the 15-minute, that's a good fail up there. People want stocks to go up, but that's if you're shorting. That's a really good fail up here at 326, right at the open. And the afternoon top, 320, or support, 321.5 or so, that's getting tested right now. So if this breaks down underneath 321, you got like $3. I like the 318 level. That's where we broke out from. Also, if you pull up like, is my daily chart going to work here? 318 would have been that local high that we're just breaking out from. So I think that level makes sense for where we can get to on a meta short. So not necessarily short here, but more like a 321 break gets you $3. I'll sniff that out if it gets down to 321 for a short on meta. But I need to see it get there first. But I do like what everyone's saying with some weakness in meta, but it's right at Friday support levels right around here.
Yeah, that's. I really thought we were going to get that 326 break off the open there on meta, but seems that we need to go down a little bit before we can go back up. I tried Tupperware a couple times here. It's, it looked like it wanted to hold that 375 level, so I got long twice, but wasn't able to do it. So we'll wait for $4 if that shows up. Palantir, what a short. Google's kind of holding up. I might have been a little bit quick to get out of this one, but just, I was really expecting it to kind of blast off based on what the market was doing, and it was not. So did get out, but now it's kind of holding right around where I got out. So could have just trail stopped this one into 132, and maybe we're getting that 133 later on in the day if we do find some buying in this market, which, not looking the best on a 5-minute chart on NASDAQ. Kind of wick high there and then slamming back down close to low of day. We'll see if that 15.8 can hold again, and maybe we get some good dip levels on some of these larger cap names. I'm not really seeing any that I'm loving at the moment. Amazon's been pretty strong today, but it's just not really, it's not taking the high. It's not going towards the low. So just kind of holding up 1%. I think maybe taking out 134 later today makes some sense for a breakout, but I mean, it's going to take a little bit to get there. And, I think obviously the market has to make a move through high of day before you're taking that. But that 134 level on Amazon kind of looking like a decent spot to get long if you're looking for a long later on in the morning, early afternoon. XPEV, I guess just buy the dips on XPEV. Like,
It's back to 2020, so it's getting really close on XPeng. That's actually what I had up just now as well. So the lower high was a higher low, I should say, was at 2006 technically, but a lot of volume really was going off in the 2010 range for some support on XPeng. So if it holds here, there could be like a nice little consolidation add on the way to VWAP. I feel like above 20, I only want to be long on this until we make that breakout. If you're shorting this, you're shorting it off the 75 level anyways. So you're not at a level that I think you want to be short this stock. So if we go get a green candle in there, maybe I'm adding to this or just jumping back into this because I don't really have much left at that 2020 level. Microsoft could be good for reload here. I did get one fill near that bottom on Microsoft. I keep trying to get rid of this wick and it comes back. But if it rolls over again off this same VWAP level, I'll probably try to add to it at 335 here on that short play. Meta, like I said, if it would break 321, I like to short. I haven't really looked too much at Tesla, but here's the one that's really going. Like Nikola is just churning up. So I end up taking a kind of like that top, like up 260 breakout. Don't really give it a lot of room. Just thinking either goes right away or it doesn't. It didn't go right away, and it's just a trend. This is like a linear move to the upside, just a straight, even line. 275 is a big level. $3 is a monster one on Nikola. So there's plenty of room to go. Like if you can find a 5-cent risk trade in Nikola, then it's worth it, at least all the way to the $30 level. So the next time it gives a consolidation, that's the way to go. Like if it breaks 275, I want it to fail the break, and then what happened to me, I'll just look to join on that move. So it stops people out, they take the breakout, then look for it to make a wick bottom, and then try and get on the consolidation. I'm looking for that to happen at 275, and then I'll play it the smarter way. Brendo, it is already 1040. I think it's Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, mixed board to pass along here for you this morning. We saw initial strength in some of these over here kind of fade off as the morning went along here. Apple back to flat, NVIDIA back to flat, Google a little bit red. Notably weak is Microsoft so far today, down a full percent. Same story for Meta, a little bit weaker than the rest. We talked about that upgrade for Adobe, 3+ still to the upside this morning on a very positive note, pointing to further AI positivity and strength to come for Adobe. Netflix there, 2.25 to the upside as well. Some of the energy names popping up to the high side as well on positive move for oil. The entire healthcare group basically in the red, including J&J. They had another court decision go against them in that talc case for Johnson & Johnson. Visa's here higher this morning, some of the retailers as well, but overall kind of mixed at this point for the S&P.
So what's not mixed is SoFi. No, it kind of is. Up 20%, yet somehow frustrating because this top at 1160, there's a big seller up here. Like you look at the daily chart and all you're sniffing at is there's room to $13. Like what are we doing dancing around here at 1160? Well, I'll tell you, there's just someone popped on the offer at 1160 and they won't go away. So it just tagged it again. I actually didn't wait for it to break 1160. As it was taking out the level, I just kind of punched in, and then that refresher just kind of held, so you had to get out. Now it's going to make another run at it. This time I'll actually wait for it to break. If it breaks 1160, I'm trying to go long, 1s, 2s, 3s, whatever we're able to get there up on this breakout on SoFi. So 21%, but there's lots of room for it to continue going. It is a 15% short float, 14 or 15, depending on what you're looking at. I'll probably stop this out with a tight stop because it's 1140. It's a tricky time of the day to take breakout trades, so I'm going to have a tight stop on a breakout. But SoFi, if it can go, it's got a lot of potential. Checking back in on a couple of other names. What? Okay, let me go to, all I see is two people saying Disney pumping, Disney to the moon. So that just got my attention because Disney has been languishing the last little bit here. So if it catches a bid, it's got a lot of catch up to play. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The 50 period here sits at $89. Okay, that's a good level. So maybe a breakout and a hold above 89 would be good. But the local break was at 88. So this is the local break was at 88. It just gave you the 88 dip buy. So that's already come and gone. 89 is just the 50 period on the daily. It's not necessarily a level. It's a good psychological one if it can close above that price. But anything back into 88 should be a long. SoFi's at 55, so it's hard for me not to be looking at that stock for my next play. If I get a reload on Softy, I'll let you guys know about it. I haven't gotten that fill yet, but the SoFi breakout's 3 cents away. So this is where I'm going to be.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking that SoFi breakout as well. That makes a lot of sense. You know, it reserved off there for a few minutes before. Now it hit it off there again. So, you know, if SoFi move is going to continue, I'm thinking that it could continue somewhat explosively through the high right now. You got to imagine that a lot of people got short on this move up and maybe haven't stopped out yet because we haven't made a new high of day. So makes some sense if we can get through there. There's a decent offer. Now we are long 61s. All right, SoFi, let's go. See what you can do. I mean, I'm thinking we can get to $12 pretty fast on this, given how fast we got from $10 up to $11.50. So here we go. Already, what is that? 7 cents in the money. Looking pretty good here. Got some selling, but yeah, I mean.
The volume's solid.
Yeah, volume's good. Let's see where this candle can close. If we get back below 55, that's a pretty obvious punch out, I think. That Tupperware is going for the high again, so waiting for that to break that $4 level if we do get there. And Amazon, I convinced myself to take that 134 break if it does show up. So we'll see what happens on Amazon at 134. I think it's looking, you know, strong enough that if we do get some buying into the market, that's probably one of the ones that can make that move, probably from 134 into where is my next resistance spot on Amazon? 130, 135, 50, 60 kind of area. So that's what I'm thinking on Amazon. Other than that, I'm pretty surprised that Palantir hasn't made the move back up towards 20 yet.
It just bounced 1950.
It did bounce finally.
Yeah, 1950 just held on Palantir. Well, we're both in SoFi. I have my first offer for like 10% at 69 just because it's at every 10 cents. And then we'll work that. I think it gets to that $12 level, but you know, I want to get some out on the way there. 1950, it makes all of the sense in the world for the bounce play on Palantir. Maybe it gives us a chance to get that back again, because that's what now it's what I'm hoping for, because it's an opportunity cost thing. Like at the same time that's dipping into 1950, that's exactly when SoFi broke out. So what are you going to do? Like I was sitting there waiting for the SoFi breakout that long. I actually added a little bit there. I got 61 fill, but I added some at 62 when it looked good for a second. I got the fill at 69, so 10% out at 69. You want to make sure you ring the register there. I don't think it's a home run unless we're breaking out 75s and heading all the way toward that $12 level on SoFi. And on the daily chart, it's got room to 13. So I think we're hunting longs above 11 until we get to $13. If it cannot hold, I'm the same as you. Like if it can't hold that breakout area just underneath the 60 level, I think you get out of Dodge, and that's pretty easy. But I wish I could tell you that I was still in the yellow short, but I'm not. I didn't like the 75. I like $2, and I like the halt price. So this is working if you shorted 175, but it's still an upward trend. So an upward trend means it can get to 2. I like if it's a failed break, I want to short at $2. Anything, a wick high, a 99 hold, a halt up there, just anything that gives me a setup, like either like this or on a wick top at the $2 level, I'm going to be all over it. Jam Losi, hopefully that's how it's said. What do you think of Tilray at these levels? Generally speaking, what I think of Tilray is I don't know where it's going to turn, but when it turns, I want to short something else. And that something else has been Sundial for me. So it's not that active today. I know if we go to the daily chart that I think it's around $3, gets really, really spicy. Kind of maybe just underneath that, like $2.90, $3, gets very spicy. This local high, 250, it's got to get there. The 200 period. There's a lot in the way. Even just right now, it's a very choppy price area till it gets above 260. And then you're thinking about $2.90 to $3 as a level up there. So kind of a weak day for 5% is not bad, but it's a kind of a weak area for SoFi, and it's having a lot of trouble chewing through said level. Here comes Microsoft. I did get that reload. We'll see if it holds up. The market is still kind of holding the lower high, but now all of a sudden Microsoft wants to make a run at VWAP. I don't want it to get there. I feel like I'll get out, and if it breaks VWAP, I'm looking for shorts much higher on Microsoft. But SoFi was the last entry. It's back up at that top. Now I want to see it breaking 70. I'll take a couple of legs out there. Should have about 70%. 2/3 at least if it gets to 1180, and then we're looking for that move to 12.
Yeah, I actually added to SoFi on that kind of failed break back below 60. It went below for about a nanosecond and then right back above, so I was able to add a little bit more, like 50% more, and Now looking for that 70 break. I mean, I think this is a pretty clear trend up, pretty clear, kind of curl up into this level. So I feel like, we get that move into 12 before long. But, once again, can't really let this go below 55, given that the breakout was at 60. But every time we get into the low 60s, we get a bunch of buying. Every time we get up to 70, it kind of fades. So I don't know. We just wait for that profit taker. Palantir getting back up to 1970. So my order's still in to get long above $20 on Palantir. We will wait for that. Where's XPEV at? XPEV's just kind of holding double bottom now at 2010. I want to see it get back down to 20 again. Given that we kind of have a double top up there at 2070, I want to see like a double bottom, clean double bottom at $20. I think that would be pretty solid for another attempt at the long. And then Amazon is starting to get to that high of day, kind of 133.90. Market is really starting to go now. It looks like, we got to get back above 15.870, I guess, before we can really declare that on. But not looking bad. And Amazon starting to trend into that 134 level, where I would like to take the breakout. Eyes are just on this SoFi right now as well, just kind of waiting to take profit. I don't know. The way that I play these is not really to take profit after 8 to 10 cents, but it is making a lot of sense right now to have done that. Looking at it in hindsight,
You can get baby out. Like I always try to, even if it's like 10% at a time. Like if you're scalping on the way up, it's $12 stocks and give you all these like 5-10 cent moves.
Yeah.
And I always want to be taking 10% out at each of those, because if it pulls back, then you can make a decision. Do I want to add back in or not? We're going to go to 10. It's 10:50. I want to get to money talks, but I got to show you it happened. I told you where my stop was going to be. I wouldn't let Microsoft get to VWAP, so I had a couple of shorts underneath. We got one profit take when it tested the higher low there, and then we reloaded in front of 35. But I'm not going to give it that much room into the market going back into the green. But let's get to the desk. Oh, there we go, SoFi. Let's get back to the desk. We got money talks with Brendan.
Hey guys, the job market in focus this week. Shout out to Ben Zinga bringing you all the information you need this week. Once again, job market in focus. We get the ADP private payrolls number. We get the JOLTS job listings number. And then we get the headliner on Friday, the non-farm payrolls number as well, to come ahead of what is going to be a big week for earnings as well. So overall, the U.S. dollar just kind of hanging out here on this 102, 101.5, 102 area. That was support if you go back to the beginning of the year, and then support again March and April into May even. We break that on this last move to the downside. Now we're testing it from below. This is actually a weekly chart of the U.S. dollar, so you can zoom out a little bit and see what happened in 2022. And we're basically halfway back, retracing about 50% of that move to the upside now from the past year or so, but kind of flat so far. Little teeny tiny weekly candle there forming so far, guys, for the USD.
Ooh, little strength in said U.S. dollar. I feel like we're dead on with this one bull, one bear thing. It felt like it was going to be a mixed day where you want to be doing some stock selection in there, and that's what it ended up being. I just want to get out here. Well, not get out, but I want to get the plan for XPeng kind of set, because I feel as if this is a stock that we were all over, that we haven't really touched since that 20 bottom. It is going sideways, holding a higher low for now about 25 minutes, since about 10:30. So yeah, about 25 minutes or so. This looks really, really juicy. Oh yeah, there's a flush on SoFi. I got 55 broke. I had to get out of that one. I'll finish it. Just to finish the thought, if we break up from here, I do like a reload into XPeng to the long, but I want something to happen first. SoFi seems like it cannot hold on there. It's the second time it's failed to break. We're able to get something when it went that first 10 cents, but once it's underneath, if that's going to fail break, I'm not going to hold it into VWAP. It's a hard stop once it got underneath that 11.55 level. Just can't seem to hold on to the top, and guess what is holding on to the top and going higher? I'm going to check Roku in a second, but Coinbase just got to $100. Shout out to you, Trade with Friends. That's what we do around here. We trade with you guys, our friends. So Trade with Friends. Great name out there. I love that name. But 100, it's a nice round number. No question about that. I know on the way to the downside, we like the 100 short, but to me, if it wasn't going to be short this area here, a 100 makes some sense. 103 is the absolute top for me. Like that's the Alamo. We get up to 103, I'm shorting that level for sure. But it's not an auto short at 100 on Coinbase for myself. It did just give you a failed break, so that's a specific setup that I think is working for you if you happen to have that one just now. So good look on that Coinbase. Where is Palantir? Because that could be one of the last ones standing.
Kind of sympathy to SoFi on that flush there, it seems.
Yeah, it's crazy. It was holding 1950. Now it's back under. Right when SoFi flushed.
Yeah.
Dead on.
And Roku is kind of catching a bid once again. You know, anytime you try to short low on this one today, it seems that you're just getting stopped out. So the dip buyers remain there on Roku. I feel like, honestly, breaking 95 is probably a long at the moment. If we get back up there, I'm not going to take that. I don't know that there's that much edge left there. And Google is doing the move that I figured it would do. That is somewhat frustrating there on Google. Definitely should have hung on to that. Should have just set a stop at that 132 price. That's what I wanted it to hold. It held it. Could be sitting there 60-something cents in the money on that previous Google long. I think that 133 has a lot of chance to hold today and then make that next leg up. Yeah, other than that, that Tupperware kind of still just hanging out. But definitely possibility for Tupperware to take out that $4 level today. I do think it happens. Seems like it wants to hold above VWAP. But yeah, that's the only trade that I'll have on this one is that $4 breaking as some volume starting to pour in actually right as we speak. So maybe we can be at that $4 before long on this one. Amazon turned around a little bit with the market there, so maybe won't be getting that break until later on in the day.
Remember this morning we were talking about Adobe and how it's a $500 stock. It's really tricky not to risk $5 on a setup on Adobe, but if you can find a way to have a tighter risk, we like the long above 540. So this is the daily chart. That's the 540 level. It's breaking that out locally on the daily. What do you think happened this morning? It dipped at 930, tagged 541, and then put a higher low in here. So you could have actually had a 42 long on this stock after all and risked $1 or $2 to the low to see it go to 549. Lo and behold, like we'll sit there as day traders and say that's not a stock that we like to day trade because it's $500 and it's really tough to find a setup. And then this stock decides to do it. Tupperware is back through again, $4.
Oh yeah,
assuming that's what's going on. Ooh, I can be late and I can still have this. Well, sign me up.
And this one is SSR as well, so...
Wait a minute, Tupperware's SSR?
Yeah, a little bit easier to execute on the long side today.
Oh my goodness, of course.
408 now the high. I'm expecting that to break pretty quickly here. Don't want to be holding it back through $4 really, so really expecting like kind of a big move up if we take out this 408 and then get through 410 pretty quick. But kind of mixed tape right now. People kind of chasing the shorts, so I'm actually... bailing on that. Maybe that was a little too soon. Looked like a lot of size there was chasing, but then, ugh.
I'm giving it to 4. I didn't. You know what?
It really felt like it was just about to break.
But preparation is everything. I say this all the time. Like you should, if there's a stock that I'm trading that I might want to go short, I should have my locate to at least know what the price is. I didn't realize Tupperware was SSR because I feel like if in my head, and of course it went down 10% on Friday. An SSR breakout on something like this on a level up here with room to $5, probably 450 first. Yeah, I mean a 4 break. Oh, yeah, of course. I'm kind of kicking myself over this, and that wasn't on my radar, but now it is. I added on that break of 8, and I might look for another place to add. If it can hold 4, I like this. I just want to add one more time, maybe on a local high break. It's already 1058. My goodness, 1058. Let's see that earnings board as Tupperware tries to take out that top. I know Arista is on the minds of one of our favorite guests, Raheem, always. But what are we looking to? Well, it's a lot of interest in Uber, I would say. Uber is definitely the one as a day trader that has my attention. Probably the best chance at a big move. Caterpillar is a great company, and I own them in my long term. I don't think I've ever traded it as a day trade. Merck and Pfizer, Pfizer gives you better opportunities than you think is a day trade stock, but for most of the part, those are like long-term type plays. There's one out there that I know is exciting at least one person, and that is Platinum Prad, because GitLab is after the market today. So
That's the one I was gonna talk
I
about.
know what he's going to be talking about for an hour. Well, probably not the entire hour, but that's worth watching. I think GitLab.
Yeah, GitLab was really actually quite good to trade on its last earnings report. I think it's quite shorted, actually.
check.
If I check, this mouse is actually insanely sensitive, kind of hard to use.
I don't know how Sean uses.
I don't
that
know
mouse.
how he uses this.
It is ridiculous how sensitive that is.
Oh, it's not reported on Trade Ideas, so I can check Flow Checker. But I think it was like 25 to 30% last time. It made like a $10 move off of earnings. I don't know where we're trading at the moment, but yeah, maybe GitLab has like another one of those $10 moves in it. Oh, we're back to 50 bucks.
Oh,
I
there
swear
goes
we were at
top.
60 before.
Oh, it wicked the bottom. Oh, you terrible, horrible, mean stock. Not any other words that I was about to say. So it just wicked. $4. Everybody on that breakout was probably, you heard a couple of people in the back were like saying the same thing, cursing about the fail of $4 on Tupperware, but it wicked the bottom and immediately regained the bid at 4. So if I were short, you guys see me do it a million times. If I get wicked out that nasty and then it reclaims a level, I'm jumping right back in and I'm giving it to the local bottom, which is 97. So I'm risking another 7 to 10 cents here to get a big move. If it breaks the high, I still want to add to this. I'm back in the same that I was before, and I'm still looking for a place to add because I think this is going to be a strong one. Now it's relieved some pressure because all the paper hands, I mean, I technically was one of them, but all the paper hands got out on that 4 break, and this one can have a chance to go. But it is 11 o'clock. I got a pretty good chance that the professor and Obi are going to be talking about this stock anyways. So first we're going to head to the desk for Brennan. There we go, Tupperware. I'm going to add it.
Hey guys, quickly happening now for you at 11 o'clock, brought to you by Benzinga, as we have said. Throughout the morning, bringing you all the news once again this week. XPeng, I just saw pop up on some volume, was reading that upgrade note again, or downgrade note, I should say, but a little bit of volume back to the upside, if you remember, going back to last week. Really nice look for XPeng on that investment of $700 million. From Volkswagen, 2 models, not 1, but 2 models going through to China from XPeng and VW. Spotify as well, having a nice day to the upside. That's how the overall market is shaping up. The Qs anyways. Spotify not doing a heck of a lot, but another one with a positive note from analysts. If you're with us in the first hour of the show, we were discussing SoFi, we were discussing Tesla, and also Coinbase with, more SEC headaches possible. I saw this one, a little one, LiDAR company. It's a penny stock. Made a decent move up to 31 on decent volume as well, but didn't see any reason as to why. We talked about Tesla, as I mentioned, just back to positive right now as we head to Sharif and Obi today for the midday.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm Sharif. Let's get to it, man. We've got a couple of small cap gappers. Yes, gappers. Good up to the high side today. We got TUP and we have Yell. Let's start with TUP. I haven't taken a trade on either, but we were kind of consolidating around this $3 area in the pre-market. Then the volume came in right about 10 o'clock. We break that 340-ish area. It seemed to be a bit of a top here. You touch that area initially at 9:30, and then boom goes the dynamite. It's VWAP reclaim, and we haven't looked back since. $4 has come and gone, and we have a high a day on TUP at 417. 16, pardon me. Let's go to the daily and talk a little bit about the levels that we should be anticipating should we continue to step up. Let's bring in the side chart here. Okay, last time we were ever around these levels, got to go all the way back to November 2022. We danced with that 5 3/4 area, 5 2/3. That was the area we topped out at. You can see there's a very clear top where we could not breach and go to that $6 area. I anticipate probably that may be the area, but there's also, like, this 50 period rejection. Red on my chart is the 50 period. You guys know that. Viewers of the show will know. You have multiple 50 period rejections here all throughout January into mid-March. That came and went, though, because now we are above the 200 period. So no longer am I looking at these moving averages. I'm actually looking at the price action, and I definitely like that 575, 6 area. In fact, if you were to look at it even further from a support perspective, that 6 is looking plenty fine because that was the bottom area before that big boy Huadunk that we got on November 2nd, where we dropped price action wise from around that $8 level all the way down to $4.20, almost cutting down the stock in half on the day on the market cap side of things. So good look there. I'm definitely looking 575 to 6. Let's see if we can squeeze the day and make it all the way up there. I'm talking about TUP, T-U-P. Viewers of the show will know that this has been going for some time. It's been a few weeks or a couple of weeks at least that this big name, I say that tongue-in-cheek obviously, has been moving. The other small cap gapper du jour is this Yell. This is yellow, and sadly, this is not a good story. This company looks like it's going to be out of business. First thing I turned on this morning when I watched the pre-market show at home at 6 a.m. was the fact that they were looking at shutting down and that they were also the recipients of around $700 million of hard-earned taxpayer money during the COVID crisis, you know, to which the government got a 30% stake in the company. That's going to be worth bupkis now because, well, they're not going to be able to operate. Anyway, price action-wise, nice bull flag continuation on a couple of occasions here. This is the 5-minute chart. We get that big, nice move up right at, 10 to 10, that 950 area. We get that bull flag continuation. We get another bull flag here. We kind of consolidate. Dancing with that 150 now. Have we made the top on Yell for the day? Neil was positing this morning that this will come down because this is not a good news catalyst for this company. In any event, $1.74 is the high, but we are dancing, like I said, with that $1.50. Should be noted, VWAP at that $1.35. We'll see if this one can find momentum. What's the short float on this, you ask? Well, I don't know if the boys in the morning checked it. I'm going to check it again. YELL. Come on, trusty trade ideas. I know you won't fail me this time. You did. No short float on this. Let's go to the trusty float checker. We'll bring that in real quick here. Floatchecker.com. All right, we gotta always reload for some reason on this, Obi. Yellow Corporation, trucking company. What do we got? Yeah, we got about 20% short float, plus or minus either half or 2/3 of a point. Yahoo Finance has it at 19.25. Essentially 20% or just below that. So it's a good amount here, and possibly explaining why we are moving in the fashion that we're moving. The other stocks that I've been watching on the day, XBEV, we brought to you that on the morning show. This is a beneficiary, I should say, of a downgrade. UBS downgrading the stock. Didn't really see exactly why Endless Gong downgraded the stock, but he's not liking it, and $20 is the sort of base that we formed here. $19.90 technically the low, but look at all this action that we've been having around this $20 area. Could we curl off this area, maybe test VWAP or some of these, even 22, 25 was a nice base that we formed in the pre-market. You'll recall Chinese stocks have been running as a result of stimulus being pumped back into the Chinese economy, mostly with tech and EVs. That was done last week with the Chinese Politburo meeting, OB, and deciding to get some money into these names. They benefited from it, but maybe kind of back to reality a little bit here. SoFi, the other big name we've been watching, 18% to the good. This one has been kind of volatile lately. You heard, maybe the Supreme Court decision finding that the student loan forgiveness program by the Biden administration was unconstitutional. Then Biden administration responding, saying they're going to come at it from a different legal avenue. And so, the reason that this is important is because SoFi seems to attract a lot of customers, or members as they call them, who are looking to refinance high interest rate student loan debt at lower rates, consolidating possibly some of their credit card debt with student loan. The point is, it's been volatile. It's been benefiting from some of the headlines and then not benefiting from it. Today, it got a nice upgrade, and it's up 18% when I was talking, now down 17 here, Obi. But the price action, interesting level at that 1040, 1050. We kind of topped out there in the pre-market, had a little bit of trouble breaking through that area, but boom goes the dynamite at that 930 opening range. 1040 is just a dream, a distant memory at that point. And, we'll have to see if it retraces. I'll keep my eye on that 1040, 1050 level. Currently, though, retracing off that 1170 high into that 1110 level, which is VWAP. The other ones that I've been watching, Adobe, obviously a more expensive name, harder to day trade, but a great headline nonetheless. It gets. Did it get an upgrade or was it earnings today? What was Adobe? It was earnings, right? Earnings, yeah. Earnings for Adobe. I didn't look at the earnings. I didn't read them, but I know that it's benefiting a lot from the AI and its association with creation of the generative AI Firefly, which if anybody in the graphic industry knows, you can kind of like prompt it to give you different things, different pictures, adjust this, adjust that. The production team uses it and they love it. So Adobe looking good. I probably won't be trading this one too much just based on the spread and the price action. Palantir, the other name that I wanted to mention here. This one, I was looking this morning. It didn't have a catalyst, but it's a continuation from Friday. And looking at the 5-minute chart here, Friday is obviously up and to the right. We started off the day Friday in the pre-market at that 1650 level. We close out the day at 8 p.m. at 1840 something, almost 1850. So $2 to the good on this small name. $20 exactly the high of day today, rejecting off that level, coming into VWAP, trying to hold VWAP at the moment just sub 1950. So Palantir here, Obi, a good look. What have you been trading, brother?
Just a couple names here. As you were talking, TUP here going crazy as well. I know you just covered it. But yeah, that was one of the names that I did trade this morning. TUP again. I like how it was setting up on the daily. Now it did kind of blast off without me past the 4 as I came and sat down. I heard that TUP blew past that $4 area, which is fine. You know, I think this still has a lot more juice in it. Now we can talk about Tupperware and why it might be interesting to me today, as well as some of the other players on the street as well. It's like this name kind of failed to follow through. We know that it's had some significant R-vol over the past week or so. This run up, right? Fails to kind of follow through, right? Probably accumulates shorts here on this 350. This was a nice fade, and then kind of fails to follow through. Can't really get back below 275, and I see that happen on Friday last week, as well as this pop here. I took a piece off of this here where it's pretty much started pushing up into the end of the day. Into the close, or like not into the close, but like in the power hour time, where it kind of shorts kind of showed their hand in my opinion. Where it's a Friday before the weekend, you start looking at the tape and you start seeing kind of squeeze tape almost. Pushing into the end of the day. So coming into today, I was like, okay, well, they've kind of shown their hand on Friday, so let's see what today will bring. I like that we held above the $3 area in the pre-market. Look at this tight pre-market consolidation. Yeah, you could have played this pre-market high break, and that's kind of what I took a shot at here, right? So it pushes through, it pushes in towards that 340 area. I get long 350s, kind of pulls back in, give it the space it needs, and then sell it off into pushes into the 3A. I also added a little bit here in the 370s, but maybe not the best to add, as I should have had probably a lot of my size down here, and maybe even into these dips towards 3 that couldn't really make it. Like, look, out the open, you have hard sells. It's a 3-minute chart. Hard sells into the 3 can't really make it. Start to curl up. You stay above pre-market low as well, and then break pre-market high. So the squeeze is on, I think. Multi-day squeeze potential here on TUP. Definitely a lot of shorts tilted on this name. Swing shorts definitely tilted. You know what? It has the recipe for a decent trade on the short side. But if you're not respecting the failure to follow through on the breakdown, then you got to be wary, and you got to watch out for things like this that kind of give away where the float might be sitting, in my personal opinion. But we're seeing that kind of continuation move with that expanding volume on TUP, right? Expanding volume is very key here for that squeeze to really come into play. So yeah, let's see if we can hold above that $4 level on TUP. I did catch a piece here, but again, left did almost $1 without me, and that's fine because I know it's not.
Expanding volume is important on a short squeeze because of the buying aspect of the curve.
Yeah, so right? it's just like it shows you the pressure, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like as the price is moving further up, that volume why do you want to see that expand, right? To really clock in the squeeze thesis.
Right.
So you're accumulating buying pressure from the shorts that you that are kind of holding from the previous days. You also probably have some shorts getting in here as well because you are underneath these highs. So anything, and like you want to see that expanding volume to confirm buying pressure. Now that could very well be longs trying to push, like bid this up because it is holding above this key level, right? So again, I don't know personally how much of this volume is short covering versus long buying, but with respect to how the chart is setting up, this is kind of giving the proof that as you push through the $4 level, you're seeing that increasing volume. There is some sort of a real demand to push this price up through the $4 level. So that's kind of how I'm looking at that expanding volume in this specific scenario here on TUP. The next trade was Amazon. I'm a little down on the name, but I got a little chasey. I did have a little bit of a long bias here on top of the 133. Right. I think Sharif has a similar idea here. We punch into the 133. Can't really follow through. Now there was this heavy wick. Like this is a real wick that happened. You come all the way down in the 3270s. Now I did post a couple of orders here, and the buyback above into 133 was very vigorous, and I missed those fills. So I was like, well, that's fine. Like the pressure is obviously there underneath the 33, so I start getting long, and even add into a potential breakout. But like I got sold into the fugaze there. Probably should have had a lot of the size there on this rip up into the 133 because the idea is 133 over under. As that was kind of a key area as well in the past couple of weeks. But as you can see, we're kind of chopping in and around that 133. So bigger picture might still come in and off this 133 level. So I'll stay watching this. After that, after this loss here, I kind of just scalped around, just trying to see if we are kind of going to trend up into this high pre-market high consolidation, or do we make it back below 133? I think it's still too early to tell. Right, ES and NQ. I think I'm looking for direction as well. That 15.9 we saw was kind of key, giving us some troubles on the NQ. So I had that 15.9 as like an over/under idea for taking some positions on equities today. So let's see what that level brings in for us. So as of right now, we are kind of pulling back off of that level on NQ. So
I just want to correct myself here quickly. I said earlier I was thinking maybe Adobe had earnings. They didn't. They got a Morgan Stanley upgrade. It was a price target increase from 510 to 660. So they're benefiting from that 3.5 points to the good today for our friend Adobe. Okay, let's go through my trades. One positive, one negative. The negative one, let's start with that. Amazon. I had a bias on this one, and the reason I did a long bias, much like Obi, was because of the article that I had read this morning, and it was also up 1% on the day. The article was talking about how they are able to execute more same-day deliveries than had ever been the case, even pre-pandemic. And the reason they're able to do that is they're building all these local hubs, typically in urban centers, and they're using algos and AI to stock them with the most used products specific to that area, and they're able to do this effectively. Seems as if that's going to be a big thing, as they're eating market share away from retailers, because people that want same-day delivery, that want to go pick it up, say at Best Buy or what have you, are actually opting for Amazon. So they're gaining that market share too. It's a good look. I got in here on the opening I don't call this the opening range break because I got in at 940, but I waited for it to dip down. I thought, okay, yep, there goes the dip. Let's wait for that 133.5 break. Kind of the area we had been flirting with as a level of support earlier on. Didn't really work out that way. Got up to almost 134, plus or minus 10 pennies or so. Didn't end up panning out, and once it broke the 133.30, I got out of it, and that was the end of that. The futures trade that I had, though, which I did like, was on the ES. It was a 4,600 hold. It was a big move down prior to the open there. We dipped into 46.01 and change, right into that 46.01, I believe, and 3/4. waited for that level to hold. It kept getting bought up. We kept making higher lows throughout. So I got in at that 46.07. You know, I didn't hold it quite long enough, OB, because I had to get a call. Big moves on the weekend, which I will be talking about soon. New condo for me.
Oh, wow, nice.
New
Congrats,
condo for me,
man.
yeah. So I got a call here and I had to get off that trade, but it was a nice little move up. I could have had a 10-point winner if I held it. I didn't. Anyway, in a consolidative state at the moment, but still holding, still making higher lows here. So not quite out of the woods for, not quite, you know, not out of the woods. That's not what I'm trying to say. But the trade's not quite, I guess, done yet if you're looking for a 4,600 hold. Keeping my eye on that, as 4,600 was such an important level going into last week. Maybe we can talk a little bit about that. Let's go to that 30-minute chart. This is prior to me coming back. That was the first time we broke 4,600 in a long time. This is July 19th. We get to 4,600 and then right back down. We touch that level again July 25th. We get up to 46.06, right back down. The big day, though, was July 27th, which was Thursday. We got all the way up to 46.35, but again, surprise, surprise. We make our way right back down. We touch that 46 and almost and a half, 45 and a half, pardon me. So nice bounce off that. Friday, we recover a little bit. I believe we did close above 4,600 on Friday. Yes, we did. We got to that 46.06. So that will be the first time we've closed above 4,600 in some time. I'll have to look at the daily to figure out exactly when, but something tells me it was prior to August 2022. 46.06, so 4,600, interesting level for me, and it comes with a series of higher lows. When you look at it on the hourly, this is what I'm talking about. Higher low, higher low, higher low. So if you're swinging this, you're probably quite happy with how the ES has been holding that 4,600 level as of late. So I'm keeping my eye on the ES. I want to see if there's another 4,600 play to be had on the day. So we'll keep an eye on that. What else is going on here?
Nothing too
Disney
much.
drop, let's go.
You trying to look at Disney?
No, I'm just reading what the chat said. Also, there was another one today, Dub. Wayfair was on my watch list because it was on the receiving end of another, I believe, upgrade. Was it an upgrade today? Yeah, Piper Sandler turns bullish. And not just a little bit bullish, guys. Look at this price target upgrade here. It was like from 30 to 90 something. Where is it? Where is the price target upgrade? Okay, so this one doesn't show the actual price target upgrade. Let's find one that does. Where are we here with Wayfair? Palantir. Yes, there we go. Wayfair price target raised by Piper Sandler from 35 to 97. That's a big move. So they're going bullish on this name, and I'm not really exactly sure why, because we've been hearing a lot about consumer spending shifting from goods to services. This is certainly a good. So we'll see how the price action today, but you know, we've been pulling off the top. We got almost that 79 and a quarter. Make our way back down into 75, holding that though, making a series of higher lows here. OB trying to test the high of the day at 76.80. Maybe that 77 comes into play. We shall see. So a couple of trades here, one positive, one negative. It's still positive on the day. Looking for that next winner. Nothing on my plate just yet. Let's go back to TUP. Make sure that bad boy is. Oh my goodness!
Tupperware is
wow,
gone,
Tupperware.
Man. $5 incoming on Tupperware. That's crazy. What a like that pre-market area, that 350. I think that was a great place to get long. As the move is showing continuation, like we talked about, with that expanding volume. Now I did get a little bit long here on Amazon above VWAP here. As we can see, it's making a little bit of a trend here. Let's see if that kind of follows through as well. But yeah, no, definitely getting a little bit of FOMO there on TUP as it is going crazy. The squeeze mode is on today as shorts definitely like a little tilted. Like I said, they kind of showed their hand on Friday, and we are seeing a follow through of that move with a lot of factors confirming that this trade is on. Like I said, pre-market high break, expanding volume, all that. But yeah, kind of, like I said, missed that trade. So yeah, I could sit here, get FOMO, punch into the highs up here at 470, or I can wait for a respectable pullback and maybe look to get long there, because if the move is real, these shorts are definitely not out of trouble yet, in my opinion. As again, price kind of holding and stepping above some of these previous highs that we've made on Tupperware. I think 375 was the high from before, and now we're pushing up into 5. And if 5 breaks and holds, oh man, it's starting to look like a recipe for a parabolic mover, which we haven't had in a minute. So yeah, Tupperware definitely has the ingredients, or starting to get cooking with those with some of those ingredients there on Tupperware for a parabolic squeeze. But yeah, no. I know some of the other names that were kind of interesting here. You know what? Let me just get out of that right there. A little shot clock going off there for that hold. Taking a little bit too long for me here, but again, still kind of holding VWAP. So let's see if it kind of holds there. But I didn't like that sell back down there on Tupperware. Wow, look at that Tupperware. I know Palantir, you guys are mentioning in the chat. Palantir, I did have eyes on Palantir today, but didn't really take a trade on it as
Holding VWAP nicely.
Yeah, it is holding VWAP very nicely here, just above this $19 area, which was pre-market high, right? Pre-market high area in the 1911s, kind of pops and holds and then kind of continues. So let's see if we can hold above these levels here, this making higher lows as 1915 and then 1930s here, kind of pushing back up. So a bit of a sell-off off the 20, which I think is expected. I don't know. I think Palantir's obviously been at 20 before. If we look left real quick on the weekly, take this stuff off the chart. Yeah, so there you go. So 20. What are some levels of interest here on Palantir when we look left? 20 for sure shows up right here. That's where we're at right now. Kind of this bottom of this consolidation from 2021, 2022. So that pretty much that whole year, the low of that consolidation was like 1750, but really that was more of like an exhaustion. But the level, I think, is like more of like the 21 area right here. So yeah, if we can kind of hold above this 19, we might fill up into that 21, and then if we can hold that as well, we're well within range of this previous consolidation area, 2850, 29s down to 22s. There on Palantir, again, we're seeing, look at this volume coming into this move, right? So multi-day, multi-month mover on Palantir, kind of reclaiming some of those prices we saw a couple of years ago, when some of these tickers were getting all the hype. Price is kind of recovering back to those levels there. Rhodesy talking about Meta down. Now, I know I did have eyes on Meta as well. Wow, I mean Meta down, sure, but on the weekly, look how hella strong this name is. Weekly flying.
Standing in front of that in the beginning of the
year.
Yeah,
we were here at the 100 bounce. We were trying to day trade the 100 level here.
I remember that.
I remember that day.
Level, bro.
And like we even talked about it. We were like, is Meta ever going to get back to 100 when it started holding this 110?
Has it ever?
Oh no, it's not. Well, it has not looked back at all. But yeah. So a little bit of a VWAP bounce there on Amazon. That's kind of what I wanted to see there. Got out because
they've been hurting
it was
lately
holding
with the
too
retention
long.
On Threads seems to be a little poopy.
Threads, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I guess they were using Threads as like a little I guess a catalyst or a reason to kind of prop it up. But again, I think the bigger picture here I'm seeing is like it's up on earnings. It's held earnings levels. I know that 310. We were watching the tape on the earnings release. The way that this 310 kind of held and reserved before pushing back up, I found it very peculiar. And the day after, we fade with a strong sell, and then right into that 310 wick back up and don't really get past it. So I like that. I'm keeping that in mind. 310 potentially over under on Meta. If we can hold and continue, I think this is decent. As some of these names, they report earnings, hold those levels, and then continue off. That's kind of what Meta did the previous earnings as well, right? Previous earnings, you snap up, you hold this 230 level, you don't even look back, right? On the long term, this trend is absolutely solid, with some of these earnings printing in the pressure needed to carry on the overall picture move on Meta as we kind of recover back towards COVID levels, right? Meta did have a Meta did have a split last year, I think, right?
Yep.
Right before that 100 bounce. So kind of split adjusted levels here. We're looking at 380, 385-ish as all-time highs on Meta. So let's see if we can get back up there, kind of testing this
Meta
consolidation.
split?
Did
No.
Meta split?
No.
Okay, I'm getting confused then. I'm sorry.
was
I apologize.
confused there,
I thought
yeah.
that was a. I thought the 100 was a
No,
a
it just
split
quadunk
move.
there
Just
because
quadunk there.
digital ad sales
Okay,
went to
okay,
poop.
okay.
You remember
yeah,
that?
yeah, no. I'm getting that mixed up. I apologize, but yeah, no. Off the 100 test, it's been great. Strong trend and kind of recovering back to those COVID highs around 380s, 370s there.
That's a
on
weekly,
Meta.
right?
This is the weekly
Yeah,
chart, yeah. So again, on the
that
intraday,
V-shaped
on the
recovery,
intraday,
bro.
yeah, exactly, V-shaped recovery on the long term, on the yearly, right? So yeah, on the day, yeah, you're down on the day, but I don't really necessarily feel bearish on the long term on this ticker. But yeah, no, you can definitely get some scalps here on the short side as it does look like we're pulling back off of this 325 area. And let's see if we can get back below Friday's consolidation low end of day here at the 320 there, which we look like we kind of bounced off of. But yeah, you know what? Let's see Amazon. Oh man, bouncing without me, holding that VWAP, man. Let's see. Yeah, so a little bit of a chop inside action today after this initial range has been formed. But yeah, trying my best not to get chopped up too much on this consolidation. If it does have some trend, if it does have a range, that's what we'll try to pick at there on Amazon. So let's see. Let us know what you guys are trading in the chat. We can take a look at those as well.
All right, a couple of things to talk about here. Caribou Biosciences moving up again today. It's up 5%. It was up 7+. You'll recall this interesting stock. I was about to use a different term, but let's talk about this one. This one got going July 6th, and the reason it did was because it got a measly 25 milli from Pfizer to invest as an equity partner, and it got going big there. It's a 54 million share float. It had a couple of good days subsequent to that, but from essentially July 14th to today, it's been dormant today. Breaking through 7. I'm not seeing a headline. Somebody in the chat was asking me about that. But keep your eye on this name. It just seems to be going here for not exactly sure why. Let's see what it does around 7. It broke VWAP. Volume's declining. What's the volume currently on this bad boy? No, it's only 1 million shares today with a 3 million share average for the last 5 years. That's the average daily volume on this name. So still the breakout a little bit suspect, especially since it's not being brought on by a specific catalyst. Okay, some other names that I want to talk about quickly. SoFi, interesting level, bouncing off VWAP and that $11 level. It comes down to 11 to the T. Now looking to curl back up. First green minute candle developing here on our friend SoFi. Keep your eye on this one. 17 points to the good. The other one that's at a critical level, XPeng. We know that this $20 level was going to be interesting. Look, it bounces off 20, now bouncing back into 2025. This one is finding an interesting area of support at that $20 level. No surprise there. Whole dollar, nice even level. You may be finding some buyers or some resting orders ready to basically buy at that level, seeing as it hasn't been at that level since, only 2 days. But anyway, XBEV finding some support there at 20, curling back into 2026, so it's an interesting look. TUP, I mean, are you really surprised? Rejecting off that 474, coming back into the 420-ish area. A bit of a Huadunk possibly look for the 4. VWAP's there. This is a whole dollar level, but the price action really is dictating that 385 to 375. That was the period of consolidation before the breakout at 11 o'clock that we headed to the high side. What's going on, Obi?
Market's coming in.
I like it.
You got
4,600 incoming possibly here, Obi, on the ES.
Yeah, no, I just saw, I'm looking at SPY down here, and straight Quadunk down into low a day there, 456. So yeah, good thing I didn't get fugazed into this pop on Amazon there, kind of bringing it down. Now let's take a quick look at I don't know if that's a catalyst coming in into the markets on this heavy sell-off. But let's take a look at some of the large caps to see what they are doing. We can do a rundown real quick from the top. Apple. Let's see. Let's check out Apple real quick. Apple not really following through on that kind of market move that we saw. So maybe Apple is not the culprit there. Apple's still kind of holding that 196 and still above VWAP there. So let's check out Microsoft. Microsoft kind of pushed low of day there. So maybe look at that volume on Microsoft. So
We
maybe
had the auction, the 3-month and the 6-month auction.
Okay, 3-month and
coming out,
6-month
yeah.
auction, Sharif says. So yeah, a bit of a quick catalyst there, bringing in some pressure into the markets. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Where did that go? Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Microsoft kind of selling off there on that as well. So next one, Google. So let's see what Google is doing. Google slapped down to VWAP there off the 133. Now I know we were watching this range from kind of last week on Google, 133.50 and around this 131, 130-ish area. We're still well within that range, kind of a chop. So nothing too crazy there on Google. Not really an A+ setup for me at least. Nothing there on Google, but yeah, next one. We know Amazon isn't really getting too far.
Let's talk about Netflix for a second, Obi, before we get to the duds. Netflix is up for no reason here. I don't see a catalyst on my blotter to explain the 2.5 points to the good here on Netflix, bucking the trend as the ES is flat. The NQ flat at the moment, actually down 0.07%. I think Netflix was almost up 2 3/4, maybe even 3% here. Nice move up on decent volume. I mean, done 3 million shares, but compare that to Microsoft, which has done 9. Usually there's a bigger gap between them. So good, decent volume, relatively speaking, here for Netflix. Again, not really sure what to account of, what to make of this move. I don't see exactly anything here. And we know that they've been suffering, I guess you could use that word, from the writer's strike, and now there's the Actors Guild strike, and they were quite active over the weekend. Multiple protests all over Hollywood. There is a movement. I mean, if your ear is to the market, you know that there is a labor movement afoot at the moment. There's no question about that, whether it's north or south of the border. There is a movement afoot, and it's probably brought on by the inflationary pressures and the cost of living crisis. Anyway, Netflix was been kind of hurt by that as of late, as that's their production pipeline. They need these people working in order to produce. But I think Netflix a little bit more cushioned when it comes to that issue because they have more of a global reach. I know personally in MENA, Middle Eastern, North Africa, they are spending plenty, outbidding local studios there, getting the big named actors, doing absolutely fantastic shows and movies coming out of there. So I feel like they may be a little bit more cushioned to this labor issue. But there, you see it. July 19th, that comes out. Big boy move down, and we reject off almost. We got almost to $500 there, Obi. We got up to $494 intraday. I believe that was probably earnings July 19th. I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and look. Anyway, I wasn't here. 412 we got down to that was earnings, eh? Okay, got down to about 412.5 between July 17th and the 28th, July 27th and 28th, Thursday and Friday, getting a nice buoy now, breaking through that 4.25 where we had been consolidating at for a bit, pumping all the way up to 438.87. That's a high day. We're at 437 right now. We'll see if we can stay green as this market tries to stay green. Both the ES and the NQ very much at Friday's closes. The ES just a smidge above, and the NQ actually flat right now at that 15,850 level. That's the Friday close on the NQ. But anyway, Netflix looking to possibly make a new 5-minute candle, a new green 5-minute candle to make a new high. That'll have to come vis-a-vis a 437.5 break. So we'll look for possible continued strength on our friend Netflix, Obi.
Yeah, I think it's good that you mentioned that today. I was reminded that part of my game plan this morning was looking at the 430 level on Netflix, and I even wrote down as part of the plan is like find a place to get long above 430. So it seems like Netflix kind of following through that level here. on the day. NFLX. Yeah, let's take a look there. Yeah, I remember I was looking at it out the open as well. Kind of I saw this 430 chop, and I kind of left it alone there. But it seems like this 430 can't really get past 429, and kind of pushing back up towards that 440 level on Netflix. So yeah, strong trend there. Now I know somebody in the chat mentioned Nikola, and I did pull it up, and Nikola is up on the day, unlike some of the other EV tickers, which is surprising because look, take a look. Tesla does not look like this at all. NIO does not look like this. Rivian does not look like that. So Nikola getting a bit of a bid here on the day above this 250 level. Kind of strong, dips into that 230 out the open and holds above VWAP for the rest of the day. And we're seeing some of that strength coming in, but a little bit of pressure kind of dwindling there as the volume getting a little muted as it was highest near the open there on Nikola. So yeah, AMC, people talking about AMC. Okay, AMC, let's see what AMC is doing. We know last week, wow, take a look at that. AMC just broke $5 on expanding volume right there. Look at that, into the $5 test. So
what's it called? Barbenheimer pumped in some more money again this weekend.
oh, is that?
Yeah. Well, obviously not the same thing as the first weekend, but it's been doing better, Obi.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And there was another movie that came out, didn't do quite as well. Was a Disney movie. Guys, help me out here. What Disney movie came out this weekend? It didn't do as well as Barbenheimer. All right, chat will know. They'll let us know anyway.
Barbenheimer, I like that. Yeah, so basically highest weekly admissions revenue in company history. That's kind of why they're looking like they're pushing higher according to this Benzinga news. So yeah, a bit of catching a piece of bid there on AMC with some volume.
Haunted Mansion.
Again, this is a name that has a lot of bags as well, right? So I want to stay wary on some of these tickers. Yes, they give great opportunities for those who are willing to take risk and are familiar with how to play these tickers. But yeah, no, in terms of I don't have too much in my playbook with respect to how this is moving right now. But yeah, maybe a reclaim above the 5 and a hold, as we can see this movement that we had in the past couple of weeks, mid-July, pop and drop off of 850, clean fade, very clean fade off of that very high R-vol type of movement, and then we're reclaiming that $5 on this catalyst of
Adobe just flew up. Obi, what is happening here? All of a sudden,
Adobe.
The volume just starts coming in midday. 4 1/4 to the good here on Adobe,
wow.
Blowing through 550 like nobody's business. 551.57, a clear top there. Developed earlier at 550. You had initial rejection at 1120. You danced around it from around 1130 till basically right now. And there goes the volume. I mean, it's not ridiculous volume, relatively speaking, if you're going to compare it to like Meta, Microsoft, and such. But definitely the outlier here is this volume bar, and it's supported by a big move up. Let's see if it's a sustained move, though. It'll be over 4% to the good now on Adobe, but obviously we gotta mention that it's a very expensive stock, and because it is expensive, likely to have a wider spread. Let me just look real quick. I'm gonna get to DraftKings in a second because people keep talking about DraftKings and having earnings coming up, and it's a nice V-shaped recovery, but I just wanna see what the spread here is on Adobe. I bet you it's a New York name. Is it New York? Anybody know? NASDAQ, crap. All right, let's see quickly here. Yeah, it's a 25-penny spread. It's tough to get in and out here without ensuring that you don't get slapped around on the difference between the bid and the ask here. So yeah, 25 pennies. It's strong. It's strong. Good look on Adobe. We'll talk about DraftKings real quick. Let me just pull up the calendar to ensure that we are actually getting earnings. Yes, sir. We are getting earnings August 3rd. It's an after the market play. It is a 4 p.m. scheduled earnings. August 3rd, DraftKings. This one has done well lately. We know that they had issues early on with cost of acquisition and the promotions that have been costing them big. It had been hurting their margins. It seems to be, I don't want to say behind them, but the initial capital cost expenditures seem to have been already done. We know that they're not available in every jurisdiction like New York, California, so they'll probably have to expend money there, whether it's lobbying or for regulations or whatever. So there may be more capital costs down the road, but seem to have their ducks in a row, at least for now, and that is quite evident here on the daily chart. It has been up and to the dang right since essentially January of this year. Look at that. Basically bottoms off January 1st. We were trading at $11. Guys, we made a high today, a pre-market high, mind you, of $33.50, almost 33 1/3, excuse me. So that is, I don't know, what is that, 3 times? That's a triple, right? Yeah, 33 from 11, that's triple. It's a good look for DraftKings, man. Definitely a lot of people will be paying attention to this stock anyway. A nice consolidation area here on the daily, it has to be said. This is an interesting area of support, and it has a lot to do with this $30 level. Look at the tight consolidation area here, not able to break below that $30 level. So that gets me thinking maybe we do have an interested buyer, whether institutional or otherwise, with money that's been doing a lot of buying around that 30, 50 level. Interesting look. Technically on the day, it's down 1.75, but you need only look at the daily to figure out how strong this stock has been lately. All right, let's look here at intraday. Let me put the ticker real quick so that everybody can follow along. DK and G. Oops. There we go. Yeah, where did we start today? 32.40. We get down to 30.80, and it's been pumping up since that time. We reclaimed VWAP up at around that 31.50. Knocking on the door at 32. Can't quite make it up there yet, but we shall keep our eye on this one as it is coming up for earnings. Let's look quickly here at AMC. Make sure that one is not moving without us, Obi, because we want to participate with AMC. AMC still going, bro.
Yeah, it's
$5 reclaimed 508 high.
Yeah, I see that. I'm keeping that on watch. The thing is, you see all these moves, you can plan for them, right? Like, for example, that 430 Netflix, or even like this 133 Amazon that I kind of planned as well. But what I'm realizing is, like, one, you're not going to catch all of them, right? There's no way you're going to catch everything that you plan for moving, unless and until like that's something I'm working on as well, right? It's like I think on the floor here we have we have certain scripts, we have certain types of automated orders that we can kind of set up to cover multiple tickers and kind of get us into trades a little bit better. So I've been thinking about that. So it's a little bit easier. So then you only have to kind of manage getting out of the trade rather than worrying too much about getting into the trade, right? So something I am working on, but you're not going to catch everything, right? You're not going to catch everything, but the key is to stay to not tilt, to stay FOMO-less, right? Right. So
You can't ask me not to do that, bro.
FOMO-less?
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, it's a word now. So trying to say FOMO-less as well, not chasing after these moves too much, right? Like we saw, like right just now, I saw TUP push right up into 4.5, and I was like, oh, damn, is it gonna go now? And if I slap that long right there, look at what it did. Quadunk back into 430s, 20 cents instantly back down. So again, gotta stay as what's the word I'm looking for? I guess neutral as possible, waiting for the real opportunities to show up, and not really using our emotions to enter trades rather than our mental calmness. If you catch my drift there. But yeah, no, try not to get too much FOMO here. Adobe, 552, still going strong. I got Adobe down here, but yeah, Adobe was also another one on watch. But again, like Sharif said, the spread not really my cup of tea. Not really manageable. I guess it is manageable at certain parts with the limited risk that I do have. But in order to be so precise that I snipe those entries, that's definitely something I gotta work on as well. But yeah, no, I feel like that's kind of like sometimes it's like an advantage of having such a tight daily risk, is like it really gets you to think about where can I precisely hit this, where it will give me the risk I'm looking for.
Yes,
So even if
yes,
it's like a $400 or
absolutely.
$500 ticker and the spread is spread is wide like that, what I'm realizing is like there can be certain moments
Yes.
where that spread kind of closes in and it gives you the opportunity to risk much less than a full point or even half a point on a spready ticker like this. But you know what? That's again work in progress. Could have played the breakout here. This 5750-ish, sorry, 4750-ish looks like it might have been a nice area to kind of get in on as it held above that 48, and we're continuing past that 550 there on Adobe. Now, very, very strong. I think it was pushing into 52-week highs, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, no, we'll take a look at this weekly here as, let me just pull this up.
Netflix is still going, guys.
Netflix
it's
still
almost
going
3%
as well. Look at that.
again.
Look at this
Yeah.
breakout, man. Right here. Look, key level for 540. I was like, get long above 530. We already opened up kind of above that this morning and kind of chop around before really holding that level and pushing forward above that 540, right? So that 530, I was like, oh yeah, but that never came in. Good prices rarely give you too much opportunity to get in, as price kind of tends to run away from good prices, and we're seeing that an example of that happen here on Adobe, accelerating to the upside, 550 break.
Yeah, just carry it for one more second. I just have to set up for a couple things
Yeah,
here.
no worries.
I'm in a future trade. Sorry, I'll get to this one. I set up. I'm in a future trade. I'm seeing interesting levels. You know, they're bouncing off support. Let's bring it in here. This is the ES. Let's bring in the ticker so you guys can follow along. Look how many times we bounced, not just off 4,600, but off not yesterday. Friday's close at that 4,606. It's interesting. I mean, just small position. We'll see if we do get support around here. If we move up into high a day, fantastic. That'll be like a 10-point winner. But I'm going to give this one, I don't know how much room I'm going to give this because we are technically flat on the day. This is probably going to be, I don't know if we get direction in the market today, OB. Well, if anything, we'll make it a scalp, take a few points here and there. But yeah, in this trade, let's see if we get that hold at the area. Like I mentioned, alluded to while you were speaking, sorry to interrupt you, Netflix was trying to bounce back up above that 436. It is quite spready as I look. The, about 20, 25 penny spread at the moment with a 438.87 high, looking really to test that 440. 440 and even 450 could come in an absolute hurry. With this name, should it get going again. No catalyst showing up on my blotter here. Can't really explain why we're moving other than possibly maybe just a curling back up after aggressive selling. Plug Power. Don't know. Oh, let me see here quickly. It's moving up on the day quite nicely. It's up 7.5% at the moment. I'm looking for a catalyst to explain the move before we look at the price action here. Plug, let me see. Thinking about buying. I don't see a catalyst on Plug at the moment. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but it is quite strong with a decent amount of volume. How much have we done today? 16.9 million shares with a 25 million share average, holding VWAP quite nicely at that, 12 3/4, 12 2/3 with almost a 13 top, 12.96 essentially the top there. We'll have to see if this one can continue to run to the high side. As I see here, the future, still dancing in that consolidation area. I'll give this to around 4,600. Obviously, 4,600 my out there. Looking for that level to hold. But yeah, Plug Power quite strong, 7.5% to the good. Don't see a catalyst though, OB.
Yeah, again, a bit of a VWAP consolidation here on Amazon. Got a little long there again, just in and around the VWAP. But I know it is coming into this level, so we will keep it relatively tight here as possible. Just above this 133, right? We see this 133 is kind of consolidating and holding. We have wicks off of this area, so getting a little long there, just under VWAP there. But you know what? The market looking a little heavy, so maybe not the best entries there. But I will give this a little bit of a space here to see if this 133 kind of holds or not. We see this 133 has been holding from this morning consolidation, kind of dip through it, reclaimed, and then there goes some selling there. Look at that SPY coming in pretty hard hard there as the selling really taken over there. So yeah, that wasn't really the best entry there. But that 133 hold, let's see if that kind of defends as this market looking like it's really coming in hard. Maybe is this some news or something? I have no idea what might be coming in there.
Who knows?
But yeah, no, Sharif, do you see any market news that might be coming in?
Looking. My news blotter finally is back in action, and it's not on the fritz anymore. So I'm looking here to see if there's anything specific right now. Nothing that I'm seeing, but we did have that auction at 11:30, which caused a bit of a spike. But I doubt that that's still continuing. Don't see anything really here, OB, to be quite honest with you. But we'll have a look. What is this? GoodRx. GDRX. Let me just have a look at this real quick. GD is showing up on my news blotter here. What is this one up to? Oh, only 31%. Good look for GoodRx. Is this one reporting? Let me just have a look real quick. Why is GoodRx stock higher on Monday? Oh, okay, so they got an upgrade. Upgraded GoodRx holdings from market perform to outperform and raised the price target from 6.5 to 12, essentially almost doubling the price target on GoodRx here, and it is really benefiting from that upgrade. 31.11% to the good, 906 high. Let me just put in the ticker for this one so everyone can follow along. GDRX. Assuming this is probably that one that sends you prescriptions in the mail. Let me just look here. Consumer-focused digital healthcare. Yeah, that's what I thought. Good look there. Let's see what the hourly price action looks like. Okay, so we haven't been up at these levels in quite some time. Let's go to the daily to figure out. Okay, last time we were up here has to take us back to August 2022, so essentially a year ago, and we only spent a couple of days up there, OB, August 9th and August 8th. We got up to almost 1250, give or take a couple of pennies. 1250 is an interesting area because it also acted as an area of support around there. What's going on over there? There's so much excitement. I love it. 1250, interesting area on GoodRx, but not quite up there yet. Still dancing with $9 there, OB, on GoodRx, GDRX.
Nice, yeah. I think some of the guys talking about XPEV, as XPEV seems to be going here. So yeah, let's take a look at XPEV real quick.
Oh, holding 20?
Yeah,
Not
it
really.
seems like we're kind of it's holding that.
Doing
Yeah, it's holding
buckets.
that 20 level. Okay, nice. So yeah, still this 133 defense. Look at how SPY kind of reclaims this bottom here. We made this bottom earlier, and then we quadrunk back down. That seller kind of shows up again in and around the same level, and then we get scooped right back up. So that kind of has me staying in this Amazon 133 hold. Now and again, not the best prices. Didn't really get in at the best place. We went long on the consolidation breakdown, which I guess I know definitely other players are getting in short on that consolidation break, but we are keeping somewhat of a bigger picture in mind as well. Now I don't have all my charts here, as you guys know. Back at the desk, I got a few more charts on watch, so I have a little bit better market perspective back there than I do here. But yeah, no, definitely when I'm not looking at my 20,000 charts, I do feel a little bit more lost when certain market moves happen, where I'm like, oh damn, what might be causing this? But yeah, a little bit of fugaze can be avoided if you kind of make note of some of the key levels that some of the other assets are in and around and holding. If they are kind of key levels, like if Microsoft or Apple or Amazon or even Google kind of rejects or bounces off of a key level, that could have a tug on the greater markets as well. So I think that kind of helps to avoid fugaze on an individual ticker a lot of the time. So kind of keeping that in mind. I like this 133 area still, kind of have that conviction on the over-under 133. So as long as we hold above this 133 relatively convincingly, yeah, I think the long will be there. But then again, I could be wrong, right? It's not set in stone. I'm not going to hold on to this bag and get married to the idea too much. Again, that's something that I'm working on as well. Not holding the bag as long as I usually do, and then it's a work in progress. Getting better at it, managing the risk a little bit better there. Robin saying Tesla 270 next stop. Tesla now. That Tesla I haven't really looked at too much today, so we can pull that up right here, and let's take a look at Tesla real quick. Here, yeah, so Tesla kind of consolidation almost inside this this initial reaction, right? We haven't really gotten past this low that we made on Friday at the end of the day. We kind of dip into that. You attempt to break out the open, but dip into that, find a base there, and kind of hold this range consolidation once again here on Tesla. So yeah, that 270 I think is a key area to keep an eye out for. On Tesla, but like, look, we've had some strong selling out the open off of that level today, but we've recovered about 50% of the action there. So yeah, interesting look for that potential 270 test. But here's the thing: you might get an even better trade if you kind of if you are anticipating that 270 test. Look at that, we're making higher highs, and now we've claimed above VWAP. And I guess if you look at a kind of a longer time frame here, maybe like a 15-minute, we are somewhat trending to the upside. Look at the wicks on the bottom of these 15s. Like whenever you try to push towards this 265, you wick back up, you wick back up, you wick back up. So clearly there's some buying that's happening in and around this 265 area from the open. That's what's being printed on the chart, right? So every 15 minutes, every time that candle closes, there's a buyer here in the 60s, just under the 65. So we know that, and then now we're above VWAP, and we're pushing back towards these highs from the morning where we kind of rejected off pretty strongly there. So let's see if we kind of reclaim these levels. We know that pre-market level here is there as well, 268. I know that I have 267 down as a key area, 267, 268 key area on Tesla. So we are in and around those levels, give or take a few points. So like give or take a few points in and around that level. I want to see a hold and a break in and around this level that's convincing, that confirms with volume of where we can potentially go off of this area, either up or down. I'm going to stay fluid, stay unbiased for that. But like we said, we know what Tesla's been doing on the longer time frame as well, right? So Tesla on the longer time frame here, again, we drew this in a couple of weeks ago. Now, if you guys have been watching, you guys know that that this line has been on there for a couple of weeks, actually on my chart for a year, over a year now since we made these highs. But look at where we start rejecting Tesla off of, right? Sure, in the interim, we might even get a retest of these 280s, but longer picture, bigger picture move, we have kind of sold off of this moving resistance that's been claimed over 2020, 2022 as well. So have that look on Tesla. Now that quadunk might not come in right away, but I am a little bit short biased off of in and around off of this 275 area. So over under 275 on Tesla, I think is a good look going forward during this year. But yeah, let's keep that in mind as Amazon kind of reclaims back into this 133.20. I like that. I like that holding above VWAP. Now my time here has come to an end. Gotta give it over to Prats-Damas.
We're going to be bringing him in. Thank
Yes,
you for
sir.
being on, Obi. You're
Thank
going to
you
be
for having
on every day this week from 11 to 12, correct?
for the hour.
So the Obi fans, the Obi-Wan Kenobi fans, my man will be on every day this week from 11 to 12. So make sure to check him out. Thanks for being on, Obi.
Thank you for having me.
And we'll let you get set up there, and Prad as well. All right, guys, we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Look at this. They've got the Christmas in July special, which has only 12 hours left, 11 hours, 57 minutes. So you've been on the fence and you want to join Search Trader, 30% off, guys. Ends in essentially 12 hours. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. All right, I got into an interesting little position here on top. Nice little consolidation area. Very small size, guys, okay? This is not really going to be, I'm not going to try to make this my focal point. I'm trying to trade the futures at the moment off this 4,600. So decided, hey, let's see what we can do with TUP. Kind of dancing with that 440, finding a bit of a top there at 450. If we get a breakout, I want to be part of it. My stop, the break of the 420. just below it. So if it breaks this area here where it had been holding the support since around 11:30, so the better part of half an hour, that will be the end of the trade for me. But the real one that I'm looking for here is continuation on the future as we hold 46.06 from yesterday. But we are very, very much flat on both the NQ and the ES as the market. I guess it's still the weekend for the market. It's sleeping. It's not deciding which way, north or south, it wants to go. So keeping an eye on that. Let's just see what we got over here. Okay, so TUP is the one that I'm in. What else is going on? We talked about XPEV holding 20. We talked about Adobe making big moves today, up 4 1/3. We even talked about Netflix, which is, bucking the trend here, higher on the day, much higher than the ES and the NQ, 2.82% to the good on Netflix, still strong as we talk about it and still very much near day's highs. Let's look at the 5-minute. Yeah, that 438 level still acting as a level of resistance. Can't really seem to break through that 438.87, essentially 439. Let's see if we can touch 440. But yeah, we'll need maybe some market support to get this one going. Let's see what the chat is up to here. Who's let's go for what? What's going on, Bradley? XPEV holding 20, baby. 20 holding very well on our friend XPEV as Bradley gets set up here. We'll give him some time. Let me just pull up the chart here on XPEV. Now, XPEV got downgraded today. They, the UBS analyst by the last name of Gong, not very fond of the stock at the moment. Didn't really put an explanation as to why. Let's pull up this. Maybe there's one at the moment. XPEC shares, ADRs are trading lower by 13.7% Monday morning after UBS downgraded the stock from buy to neutral. Shares rallied some 57% last week after the company announced its entry into the strategic partnership with Volkswagen. Yes, you'll recall that these two companies are going to have some sort of partnership where VW is going to get basically an entry into the Chinese market vis-a-vis XPeng in EVs. The Volkswagen Group will purchase 4.99% of XPeng's outstanding shares at $15 per share for a total consideration of approximately $700 million. XPeng and Volkswagen will jointly develop 2 B-class battery electric vehicles, like us to call those BEVs, for sale in China under the Volkswagen brand. So we'll have a look and see how this does. But with respect to a reason for the downgrade, I still don't see one here, but it did get downgraded by UBS. Still holding 20 though, so clearly a buyer at that 20 level. Look at TUP go, baby, breaking through the top there. Let's take a little bit out as it pumps through 460, still holding. Let's go, baby. Let's break the top on TUP. 474. We're like 4 pennies off that, 5 pennies off that. $5 incoming, question mark. Let's see if we can get some continuation on TUP to the north side, but we are encountering, no we are not, new high a day on TUP. There goes the high a day. Now we have 479, breaking through that 474 that we had before, but the bamboozlement is real, it's fast, and it's quite sad at times because we're not, old man hands can't handle the heat with this speed of price action here. Let's see if we can get continuation. Maybe I should have some resting orders in and around that $5 area. Let's put one around here. Let's see if we get that fill. If it's able to continue up, we'll see what we get with TUP here. How many percentages are we good? 50%. Oh, and there goes the bamboozlement right back south of 450. Do we take some out or do we hold for the bounce? I still have my my resting order there, my stop, which I'll have to adjust, obviously, because now that I've taken some out. So which one is it for? TUP over here. I'll have to fix it. There it is. We'll have to adjust that now. Maybe I'll just do it by hand, Bradley. You all set up? Good to go. Pratsudamis with us. How are you?
How was everyone's weekend? Hopefully everyone had a great time. Markets are once again back at it, and we can't wait to see what movements and what earnings plays we all get today. Obviously, SoFi with the earnings play. You guys know how much I get happy when SoFi moves to the upside, being that long-term investor I am in SoFi. So let's go. I'm currently trading at 1120, at 1170 being the high day. I've traded the stock at multiple points throughout the day. I took that 1180 ad just to kind of get Q before 11. Then I took the 11 break, took some profits from 1140, tried to take the 1150 break, didn't like what happened, so I punched out of the whole position. Oh, wow, XPEV, baby. Take more profits on this position. That 20 level just keeps on giving you the gift, unstoppable. How many times has the stock tested 20 today? And how many times have we bounced off of this level? It's just like, I can't even count it on two hands. So it's actually insane what's going on over here. Being on SSR, the amount of selling cannot wipe out the level because the buying is overpowering it, surpassing the selling coming in, and any sort of negative catalyst that the stock might have. I don't know if there is a real negative catalyst. We know that there was a downgrade, and that's from our watch list, and we do know that there's a positive catalyst that VW wants to partner with them and buy 8 million shares and so on. So overall, maybe a little bit of a sell the news as the move has been played out in the market already. But monster moves here off that $20 area constantly. I wish I was actually playing it all day. I kind of joined the game a little bit late, but hey, never better late than never, I guess. Yeah, so better late than never. Nice little move to the 100 period EMA right now on the 1 minute chart, taking some profits along the way. Let's see if this baby, I want to take some more profits just in case this baby does not want to go to VWAP. And also do keep in mind that, sometimes better late than never will not actually play out, especially for a level like this, for a stock like this. How many times has it tested that 20 level? Eventually that 20 level's got to give. There's not going to be an unlimited buyer just loading up on shares over there at 20. Eventually they got to give. So if this stock keeps on going back to that price, I might take lower and lower sizes of entries as I have been. The amount of size entry that I just took recently compared to what I had previously is a lot less. But it is working. We are having fun. XPEV is my #1 stock of the day. We are actually flat on the day right now. We are in the positive side, but flat on the day. And if you look at the overall market, I don't want to say the words at all that starts with I and D, but it is that.
What? Sorry, I missed that part. I was reading the chat, so I missed that little last part there. All right, let's see what else is popping off here. Yeah, nice move back up for TUP after the bamboozlement and the move back south into 440. Right back into the mid 460s we go. But the one concerning me the most is the futures trade that I have on, which I think may now start breaking below that 46.06. I've got an out there, the low end of the trough, so if it breaks down there, that'll be an L for me. But we're printing nicely here on TUP as it continues to curl up, maybe to test that 4 3/4 again. Essentially, I'm looking for 5. I'm going to front run the size at 5. I don't want to wait right for 5, so I'm sitting in the low 90s here with a resting order because old man hands can't hang. So we got to have that quick out should it make its way up there proudly.
Let's go.
SoFi or XPEV?
XPEV.
Beautiful curl.
XPEV does not want to stop. Oh man, Brankles is on fire with the setup. Shout out to Brankles. He's been killing it on the setup, man. And XPEV has absolutely been giving gifts every single, not every single day, but sorry, the setup has been giving gifts every single day. You've heard it, from me many times to the point where Brankle should actually get mad at me because I'm giving away his setup for free on the internet over here. But the gotta love this trade at the moment. More 10-cent pops incoming off of this $20 area. We're now also waiting to see if SoFi can do something fun for us. SoFi can maybe keep on rocking back to the north side. Even Palantir, man, that Palantir short off of 20 was insane. I actually was getting ready to get long off of that 20 area. We didn't get the opportunity to get long, sadly. So I should have been ready to flip short and give it that 5-cent risk or so. Was not ready to flip short. I wanted to get short maybe on the failed through of 20. That way, we have a solid top to kind of risk off of. But no trades for me. I was able to get into a trade over there on the 20 area for Palantir. Sadly, gave you a beautiful short. Now I'm trying to see if I can get into a long around this VWAP area or so. I have some more orders to get more size long on the lower end of this range on Palantir near 1920 and 1930 with most of my lot sizes, but currently I'm long 1950, waiting to see if the stock can have another move towards that $20 area later on in the day. But with how the the market's kind of just trading sideways at the moment, no real directional movement coming in for the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ, so maybe it's too much to expect that today. Maybe it's too much to even expect a $20 break today for a stock that's already up 9-10%. So you might have to consider those things at the moment before I try to push more longs. But my stop is pretty much right under these ranges. So I'm okay with giving it that little bit of a wiggle room to see if I can bag a nice little win here on Palantir. Sadly, missed that opening drive long through 19, which give you the move to $20.
All right, let's talk a little bit about weed today, because weed's been moving lately. I think it was actually CGC that was up big this morning. Yeah, look at that big retracement off that top there. Yeah, it's sub $1 stock, but we'll talk more about even some more plus $1 stocks. But yeah, CGC got up to 58 pennies, retracing now back into 50. It's up 5% on the day. Like I said, it was up 13 some odd percent. But look at the likes of Grow Generations, GRWG, also up 6.5%. And looking at the 15, let's go to the 30 actually, show you. Okay, let's go to the 15, a little bit distorted here. On these names, they've been running up ever so slightly as of late. I mean, I don't know exactly what the reason is, but they've been moving up. What is the reason we've been moving up in wheat stock? Anybody know? Anybody?
Earnings.
Earnings? Okay. Grow Generations is up. Tilray's up 7.5%. This is the 15-minute on Tilray. You can get the idea. Essentially, July 26th onwards. Let's look on the blotter here to see what happened on the 26th to justify this move. And there really is nothing. And there wasn't anything at the time. And I don't see anything now. Schumer touts good progress on marijuana banking bill. Okay, so Chucky, our friend Chuck Schumer over there. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says lawmakers are making good progress in bipartisan negotiations on a marijuana banking bill, and advancing it will be a priority for what he's expecting to be a very, very productive fall in the Senate. I mean, I think we've always been looking at the Senate as the one that's been basically the hurdle that has to be overcome here for weed, because I think the House could have passed it when it was democratically controlled prior to that. At a press conference on the passage of the National Defense Authorization Act on Thursday, Schumer previewed his plans for the fall after lawmakers come back in August. Okay. Secure and Fair Enforcement Act, Banking Act, and I guess they're going to earmark some weed stuff in there. So we'll have a look. Tilray, anyway, up 7.5% on the day. Like I said, CGC up 5%. You have Aurora Cannabis also up 7%, ACB. It is a penny stock, but it's knocking on the door of 57 pennies here. Good look for a lot of these weed names as of late. So we'll keep an eye on those. Also keeping an eye, obviously, on TUP. I'm still in that. Keeping an eye on the Future as we continue to hold 4,600, but I don't know for how long, because we're making a series of lower highs here with a bit of a compression pattern on the Future downward. Look at this, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, with this 46.06 holding, give or take a couple of points. So making me a little bit nervous, but I've got my stop. My trade is clearly defined, so it's just not really about slippage here. It's about making the trade work out. So we'll keep an eye on and continue to see what's happening here. DJ Deckard Kane, Sharif. CGC is a sympathy play from Tilray, and Tilray beat earnings, came in at 0.00 EPS, just like Proudly said, and has fantastic outlook and growth. Good. I think, they're going to need some political help, because it seems to be quite a political issue. But if they're able to overcome those hurdles, I think that there is some good potential. Now, you have to recall that Tilray, their balance sheet was a bit skewed. They, like you said, did decently, but you know that they also sell alcohol, and that's where the majority of their money was made on that last, what is this? On that last report, the earnings report. So I don't know if their money is coming from the marijuana department, but speaking of marijuana.
This is why weed stocks are actually up.
That's the truth, right?
That's the facts. That's the facts. We
When
got.
you have a weed machine gun and your name is Mike Tyson, I mean,
He has like a whole ranch called what's the Tyson Ranch where he grows weed
he has
and he
his own
sells
brand,
it.
doesn't he?
Yeah, Tyson
yeah,
Farms,
yeah, I
Tyson
knew
Farms
that.
or Tyson Ranch or something. Yeah,
I love that guy, man.
I don't know if he's profitable making that or not, but apparently he claims to be making a crap ton of money off of his marijuana plants that he's selling. But yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't smoke weed, so I can't tell you. Tupperware.
I'm sorry, I can't, bro. Like you have to be reasonable and the whole floor is laughing right here, bro.
Everything was fine until Neil just like went. Everything was fine until Neil just went. All right, anyways. Tupperware over here trying to go for a high day. Let's look at Tupperware, a little bit of volume coming in. We also got a couple for our positions, which are moving up. XPEV now 25 cents in the money. Palantir flat in the money. SoFi 19 cents in the money. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting a nice little move, but the market sadly not doing much. I'm going to go through a couple of the stocks over here from our watch list. Trader. Oh, this account needs to be reset. Let me reset devil's lettuce. Yeah. Let me reset these and see. Yeah, CHNR. That's the Chinese stock over there. That's always in our watch list too. Surprisingly enough,
China Natural Resources.
For a second, when in our watch list, it said that they are looking to sell their precise space-time technology. I was like, what are you talking about? Recently, we found these alien conversations from like the government, right?
I love it. Yeah, they came out with the testimony
aliens,
last
the
week.
testimony,
Yeah.
and now all of a sudden I read precise space-time. You're telling me China already has some sort of a space-time travel technology?
My God.
I was like going crazy, so I started Googling this. I started
Bro, did you
Googling
hear
what this
some
is.
of those hearings, bro? And
Yeah,
what
it's
he
crazy.
said, man?
It's crazy. They have bodies.
Yeah, man. Oh my goodness.
They have bodies, eh? That's crazy.
And aircraft, and they've got a bunch of stuff.
But
I don't know what to make of that.
So once I read that precise space technology, I thought it was like something crazy. I Googled it, but all it basically is I guess, how to map the ground for, mining and resources and so on. So they're looking to sell a little bit part of that company over there or that technology. They got a nice little bump up on the overnight / pre-market session, but pretty much has been selling off ever since. The 100-period EMA, VWAP, and 50-period EMA have at one point come and rejected the stock no matter what. People in the chat talking about Palantir shooting up. That's exactly what I want to see. Palantir now taking some out at the break-even area just so I can deleverage some and get some more size on the lower end of the ranges if it does show some opportunities for me to do that. But it looks like that's not going to be something that's going to be offered to me as this stock is moving to the higher end of the ranges right now near 1160. That's right, Sharif. Let them hear it. Pump it. Push it to the north
We
side.
need a pumping animation, no?
We do.
We do. Okay.
I think Bogdanov actually does pump it and dump it. So if you want to pump it, you can just call Boggy. And if you want to dump it, you can just call Boggy. All right? So pump it. Get Boggy in there. Pump that stock to the north side. We're going to have some fun with these moves. Now all three of our positions are in the money now. So let's go.
I love it. Darwin, you could tell Darwin's a longtime viewer because he said, look what he said, 2 pumps of lotion. Anybody who's been a longtime viewer and a daily viewer especially, because it was only like one day that happened on, knows exactly what we're talking about there. Finding a bit of a top here, maybe at that $4.70. But look, here's a good look on top. The good is that we have not made a lower low. It's been a series of higher lows throughout, even with a series of higher highs, but they've been transient. They haven't really, stuck around. That's why I've got a resting order there in the low 90s, because I may not be around when this wicks up there real quick. So, and by having a resting order out there, I'm first in priority to get filled should liquidity become an issue. So by the same token, you also show your hand that you're sitting there and people, they know of you. So by having resting orders, sometimes it's a double-edged sword. It's still 46% to the good though, so we'll see if we can get some continuity. Already a bit of an out, but definitely looking for more on TUP, multi-day continuation on top. But I bet you Brenkels is absolutely celebrating if he's still in this position, because XPEV continues to pump to the high side off that $20 level. It was absolute money. $20.33. I think we just wicked up to at the moment on XBEV. Let's bring that in. I'm talking about it without showing it. Here it is. How come I don't have a ticker? There we go. XBEV. This is the move. It was downgraded by UBS. You know, this is after last week when they made headlines with Volkswagen, looking possibly to take that $20.50, maybe even VWAP. VWAP's a little higher in the higher end of the 50 range. $20.58 shows on my chart, gapping down from Friday's close to close. In case you're wondering, $23.39. We're about $3 removed off that level at the moment. The other names that are going is SoFi. Proudly pumped about this one as an investor in it, bouncing nicely off that $11 area, and VWAP actually holding it quite well. 1130 is where we're dancing now with an 1170 top here, Proudly. So a good, nice little consolidation area. I wonder if we can get going off this base that is forming here. So SoFi, good look. Yell, we talked about this one earlier in the show with Obi. Sadly, this company looks like it may be going under, and you always have to feel for the employees who are stuck under this. They tried to restructure their collective bargaining agreement with their union. I believe it is the Teamsters union that represents their workers. You know, it depends who you believe. Accusations being made by both ends, the company blaming the union for not allowing to restructure debt, et cetera, and some other automation processes that would have cut its cost. The union fired back saying that the company's had trouble far before these issues became you know, the main problem. Anyway, it's up 85% on the day. It's about a 20% short float, which may account for the reason here that we broke through $1 and popped up to $1.75. So we'll see what this one ends up doing, but it's still strong. Breaking down, though, below VWAP, trying to hold 130. VWAP on my chart was at $1.36. It's come and gone. Initially a good area of support, bouncing, giving you about 10 pennies off that bounce, but we shall see if this one is able to hold up on the day. Palantir also strong, Proudly.
Damn it.
Go ahead.
I covered Palantir by mistake. I was not trying to cover Palantir there, but I covered it, and now I have no size. So if it pops without me, I'm going to cry. So it better come back down. Give me some size below 1940s or so, and we can ride that. But as you guys can see on my screen here, SoFi taking some profits on that move over there. 30 cents in the money on XPEV, 30 cents in the money on SoFi. Loving the moves on both of these stocks. And only managing these two now at this point, sadly, because we jumped out of Palantir like a dummy. No one is talking about Fubos as Greg Sharif.
What?
Greg Sheriff.
Yeah,
Greg
okay.
Sheriff or
Cool.
Sharif?
That's cool. I know I read that at the same time you did.
Right?
Decent day for Fubo, Proudly, 17%.
17% to
Yeah.
the upside? What the? Isn't this the Mark? What's his name? Not Mark
This
Wahlberg.
is the streaming service, bro, that has Premier League in Canada.
Yeah, but
And they
that
have
guy's part of it. You know the guy who Dallas Mavericks. He owns
Oh,
Dallas
Mark Cuban?
Mavericks. Mark Cuban.
Is he? I didn't know.
Mark Cuban was part of Fubo. Not sure if he still is.
Oh, okay.
Fubo on a monster move today, though, 16.9% to the upside. And yeah, you're right. I didn't even know that Fubo was in play until just now. Looks like we maybe could find some plays over here. Let's head over to the longer time. No, Mike Tyson. I'm not trying to look at you right now. Let's go to Fubo. FUBO. Ooh, looks like we found the play in Fubo. It's going to be the short side. Do I need to pay for shorts on this? Quick. I do. Neil, could you give me Fubo shorts, please? Thank you. So I'm trying to get into the shorts over here. Please don't drop down before I get in. And Chad, don't front run me, okay? Don't start pushing in some size over here before I can get into the trade. I know Fubo is hey, Prad, why are you trying to short the stock that's up so ridiculously on the day, that has a high short flow percentage on it too, and so on? And the answer is because I like the level that it's at the moment, and the lack of, big buying orders showing up around this 52-week high could just show us that's not a 52-week high, sorry. 52-week high is much higher, but that's like a quadruple penta top coming in, and also that bottom over there matching with these tops. This area could show us some rejection and give us some good shorts to the downside. A quick little scalp off the high a day, which is 331. So let's bang, punch that short, give it to the risk of a high a day of 331. If 331 goes, then we walk away from that trade. If 331 does not break, then we're in a nice little short here to the downside, most likely all the way back to VWAP or even the 100-period EMA. Maybe that's already a 2:1, 3:1 trade if we drop down to the 100-period EMA on this trade. So let's see if that one can play out exactly. XPEV at the moment slowing down its momentum around this 20-30 area, but it is above both the EMAs, which is good, but it's slowing down its momentum. I'm just going to take my profits over here, and I can think about getting back in at 20 instead of, going, why didn't I just take my profits? Wah, 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 wah. So I'm just going to take my profits, and I'll come back at 20 once again with much lower size than I have been all day, because this level has to go if it keeps doing this. Eventually, it's got to break. But congratulations to the XPEV longs today, or all the bulls from the last week who were long before 20, and you were sitting there watching the stock hold 20 today. You were enjoying the fact that you didn't have to punch out of this trade for a stop out or a loss of some sort, or a stop in profit of some sort getting triggered. So a good move on XPEV, and there's a nice little drop on XPEV already to the downside a little bit right after we take our profits. So it looks like we were right on the idea over there. Roaring Kitty old account posted $tune next GME, says Chris McGinnis. Is that on? Did he post it on Reddit? If he posted on Reddit, then maybe that's something to take a look at. But, I don't really find this ticker that you're talking about tune on New York or on NASDAQ. Amex? Amex, okay, Amex, let's go check out this Amex stock. 700,000 shares traded today, 15.8% pop already. If this does do the next GME type of crazy move, then obviously we might have to keep an eye on it. I'll have to do a little bit more research just to make sure that I'm not pumping a stock over here that somebody wants pumped. So I'm going to move away from this one because somebody mentioned that C3AI is currently taking off, and 42 coming into play over here for C3AI. High a day, basically, 41.90 high a day, 42 coming into play, 5% up on the day. NASDAQ trying to take above VWAP at the moment. S&P 500 pushing towards VWAP at the moment also. So all thing looks good for this possible 42 area.
Carvana.
But based on the time of day it is, it might not actually be the best of the breaks to the north side. It might be a perfunctory break. I'll grab that perfunctory break. We'll grab one of bars over here from Sharif. Thank you, sir. Ooh, nice and cold.
Mm-hmm. It's the same batch that you liked last week, so I think
that's a good. That's a good.
Yeah. So the trick there is, and I know the video got released about my my recipe. I want to add a little bit to it. So if you want to add this new flavor, mix a little bit of maple syrup with the honey. This guy's going again. Mix a little bit of maple syrup with honey. It'll give it more of a. Yeah, it just tastes better. I don't know. Whatever, I'm not a chef.
Your protein bar got me dancing, boy. That's how you know it's good, when the food start making you dancing.
All right, Carvana's moving proudly. This one caught a downgrade today, you'll recall. Talk about it real quick here. All right, here it is. Jeffries with the no-go on Vana today, cutting their price target to 30 from 55 bucks. I guess I see headwinds possibly in the used car market. Anyway, it's been stagnant as of late, and that goes back to July 20th, I believe. Pardon me. We were dancing. We were basically consolidating between about 40 bucks and 45 bucks, breaking through to the top end of the range today after, that downgrade. I'm not really sure how that ends up working out, but 3.7 to the good. Let's look at the closer time frame here on the 1 minute. Yeah, so maybe a bull flag coming in here. Is there anything new on this one? Carvana investors are overly optimistic, analyst says, in downgrade. Okay, so this is the Jeffries downgrade. The company elevated profitability in the second and third quarters of 2023 has resulted in an overly optimistic street expectations, according to Jeffries. The Carvana analyst, John, I'm not going to butcher his last name, downgraded the rating for Carvana from hold to underperform, reducing the target from 30 from 55. The Carvana thesis, while the company's GPU, not graphic processing unit, but gross profit per unit, reached record highs in the second quarter, this was due to transitory tailwinds. That word, I have an allergy to that word.
Transitory.
I have an allergy to that word, bro. Tailwinds that will abate in the coming quarters, he says. So, okay, interesting. Price action-wise, we're just really kind of dancing with that 45.50, 45.75-ish area with essentially a 46 top at 45.89. We'll see if we get going again. The volume really did come in spades around that noon hour. Look at this. I mean, you got to go all the way back to 10 o'clock for that kind of pump in volume. But yeah, a lot of buying coming in here from around 12:17 to around 12:25. 10 minutes of buying. I guess that was a program that turned on there, adding to the position. In any event, we'll see if there's continuation that's gonna come back in, because right now we're stagnating sideways. TUP I got out of for a few penny loser on the remaining amount. This one looking like it's stair-stepping back down, maybe testing VWAP. So got out of that one. Future still plus or minus 2 points depending on where we are. Not much to discuss there. Let's look at the board, see what else is moving. As I move up here, I see SoFi obviously doing very well. What else is doing very well? AMC we talked about today too, proudly. Sub $5 at the moment, but knocking on the door of that $5 area. 508 was the high. Looks like we're stair-stepping down though on AMC.
Yeah, I remember that $5 area coming into play on the SSR day. That was a pretty good setup for us to try. But it looks like today below 5, you're saying, oh, watch out. Yeah, nice catch.
Yeah.
46 comes here for Carvana. Let's see if Carvana can take that 46 breakout. People in the chat also talking about a bunch of other stocks over here, such as Archer. I was looking at Archer earlier on in the day. I believe it was the $5 area. Archer, AC. Was it ACHR? Yeah, ACHR, NQ, New York. I was looking at that $5 area. I guess I should have just punched long, hey, because it was holding it in the after hours and did not really give me that dip buy, and then just kept launching to the north side. So missed out a little bit of a trade over here. The 6 consolidation looked good too. But I have no real too much experience trading these low float stocks over here. ACHR float, it's not even a low float, it's 100 million float. Archer Aviation Inc. short float 13%. The short float games are back again in play for some reason, huh? But I'm not complaining. I'm just observing that these short float games are kind of coming back into play, and people talking about Tune, another one that's kind of being being put into the basket of the meme stock basket, I guess, or the high short float basket. Let's see how high Tune actually is. TOON. It's on Amex.
I know, what is that, though?
TOON. Cartoon Studios. Oh,
Okay.
Cartoon with a K, not C. For anyone who doesn't know, Cartoon Network, the original Cartoon Network, best cartoons ever. No one can ever beat them. I mean, Dexter's Laboratories, Johnny Bravo. I mean, we can keep on going for days. Like
We have a different
Looney Tunes things
We have
too.
different memories because we have different ages.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Or like, have you ever seen Centurion? Have you ever seen the Centurions?
Neil?
Captain Planet?
Captain Planet,
Dude,
he's a hero.
Cartoon Network is
gonna
the
bring
best.
pollution
Ed,
back
Eddie,
to
Tom and Jerry.
zero.
Ed, Eddie, Tom and Jerry, bro. All these were amazing. Dexter's Laboratories, nothing beats that one. Take me back to childhood. But this is called Cartoon Studios Inc. Tune. High short flow, pretty decent short flow, 11% short flow. Can't wait to see what these guys actually make. I'm gonna do a little bit more research on them.
Neil, do you remember Tiny Toons?
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
We're tiny, we're toony, we're all a little loony, and in this cartoony, we invading Yo TV. How many of like these like introduction songs that I can never remove from my mind that are tattooed in my mind, guys? I'm sorry, I'm having a little fun today. Darkwing Duck, Darkwing Duck, Darkwing Duck. Yes, Darkwing
Oh
Duck
wow, the
was
CEO
awesome.
of Tune produced Captain Planet. That's pretty cool.
What's that, Bradley?
The CEO of Tune produced Captain Planet, apparently.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of cartoons, man, that make me super nostalgic. Yeah, euthanasia. I am having flashbacks, baby. It's as good as it's going to get for me today because the market, well, for me, is sideways. I'm in this future position. I know that there's stuff moving. I know people were mentioning Wayfair. Wayfair is at day's high. Yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, let's go up over here. $77.33 is the technical high of day. That is an after the market high. The pre-market high danced around that 79.30-ish level, but on much, much lesser volume. I really wanted to get into the Wayfair. It is quite spready though. It's about 6-7 pennies, and it opens up wider at times. Right now, this is actually good for it. I've seen it much wider. It looks good. It looks good. It's continuing to pump up. A lot of buying. You know, orange on my tape means over the ask. Thanks for Bradley on that. A lot of buying coming into this one. It's moving up into the 7,740. Good continuation, almost 6% to the good on Wayfair. In case you're wondering. This one, I believe, was on the receiving end of an upgrade. Quickly here, I just want to look. Piper Sandler, yes, we talked about this one. Overweight with $97, up from $35. That's almost a tripling there. So good look for them, and they're pumping 5-6% to the good. Oh, the future. Oh my goodness, how long are we going to stay flat at Friday's levels? I just want to get out of this position because every time we come up to this resistance level, this downward trend line is holding, sadly, but so is the 4,600, 4,605-ish Friday's close area. It is a bit of a descending wedge, and we don't have a trend today. So you can't say, oh, it's a descending wedge. It'll resolve in the direction of the trend, which is upward. No, there is no trend. We're flat. So I'll leave it as it is, and I'll leave my stop where it is. And if it benefits, if it does, it doesn't, well, we already had a good trade on the future earlier this morning. I'm going to wet my beak here proudly in this Wayfair trade as we continue to stair-step up. I just feel like maybe I'm getting a little too late, but go ahead here and see if we can get the fill. We do get the fill. Out will be $77. It'll have to hold. Wave trader, Sharif, I believe we are in a bullish triangle for daily trend staying long. I'm assuming you're talking about the future, and I'm going to do the same, right? The reason is because we keep getting bought up at Friday's close, right above 4,600. I also want to say something else. Friday was the first day we've closed above 4,600. You'll recall, and if you look on the daily or whatever, the hourly chart, you'll see we wick up above 4,600 a lot, and then we typically retrace at either the end of the day or the middle of the day, whatever. Friday was the first time we closed above it. I think I'm going to have to go back all the way. I'm going to have to pull up the continuous contract to figure that out. So give me a second here as I do that. We'll figure out the last time we closed above 4,600 proudly. Let's go to the ES Mini. We're going to go to the future, and we're going to choose the continuous contract because we need to be able to see the price action. Let's go daily. Now let's actually go weekly because daily we're going to have to really zoom out. Let's go weekly. All right. The last time we closed above 4,600, save and except for Friday, was April 2022. That was the post-war bounce. You'll recall we sold off after the initiation of conflict in Eastern Europe, and then for some reason we got to bounce back up, and that's the last time we were able to close above 4,600 from a macro perspective. So to me, that is important. Whether or not we close out the day positive, I mean, it's a different story. Anyway, we're breaking down now. We're actually below 4,600 now. We're at 4,505. I've got my stop just below 4,603, excuse me. So we'll see what happens there. And Wayfair obviously coming back down because I got into it. Let's see if this one can hold the bottom end of the trough, Bradley.
So just a quick research on, what the heck happened here? Quick research doing on, quick research while I was doing on Cartoon Studios or Toon Studios over here. They were actually previously known as Genius Brands, GNUS.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, which is, hold on, what was Genius Brands? What did they do?
I don't know. I'm just learning
remember,
about them.
I saw
thought
that
they were
too. I'm like,
something
what the hell is that? Yeah,
I thought they were
that.
something else, and now I'm learning that they were a cartoon brand, and they apparently basically own the licensing for the cartoon Stan Lee at this point, post Marvel IP of late Stan Lee. So they basically send that licensing to Marvel and Walt Disney and so on. They own a bunch of other licenses. They also produce a bunch of other TV shows and so on, like basically every other production brand out there. I wonder how you know, the current strike that's happening with the guild association and everything is going to hurt them in the future. But at the moment, clearly Toon Amex is taking off to the north side, very light on the volume, though it is near the high of day. Brand new position alert, Palantir. So looks like I did make the right decision by jumping out of Palantir over there. Wow, Palantir actually has a little bit of an over-exaggerated move here. I wonder what's going on with Palantir, because look at that sell-off off of that 1960, that triple top, quadruple top area coming on the 1 minute, even on the 5 minute consolidation highs near 1960 to 1950, really selling off and pulling down to the previous days, previous range of today around 1920 or so, which is what I'm trying to defend at the moment. My first entry 1932, like I said. My next entry will be at 1922, and I'll be trying to see if we get too much below 1920, then I don't want to be holding this trade too much. Genius and Naked are a few tickers I feel like everyone traded at least once. Yeah, I remember trading Naked brands and Genius brands too. I can't remember what Naked brands are right now. If was GNUS and NAKD SPACs by any chance?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either, but I do remember trading them. So it's a very weird little brain fart moment I'm having. It is what it is.
Dude, you can't. It's not even a brain fart. We're trading 10, 15 tickers every day. Like, you can't, retain all.
I personally am for sure trading 13 plus tickers a day, so I don't even know how I do it.
Yeah, so sometimes I don't feel bad for not remembering. I mean, 'cause
oh, Naked was a underwear brand? Was it swimwear? I forget.
that makes sense.
I forget.
Naked, yeah, sure, why not? Naked
Swimwear.
is now CENN, says Havana Woody. So I've traded CENN. What is this? Central Electric Group. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, yeah, still that defend on the future. We're still holding. Every time we dip below Friday's close, we're bought up at 46.05, 46.06, but we keep printing lower highs. It's not a good look. I may be out of this soon, so, we'll see. W holding 77. We'll see if that materializes. What else is moving? Let's see what this YELL is doing. No, MNK. This one was interesting earlier. I think we do have a couple of super chats to get to, which I will do in a second. All right. Pico de Gallo. $5 super chat. Tupperware and Bad Bunny collab. Ah, interesting. Okay. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but hey, that's what they're saying. Let me just check if Bears versus Bulls put anything in the midday chat here. Yes. Elon. Oh, Elon tweeted, "I love Canada." No way. Let me see this. Oh, excellent, Elon. You are the man. Look at this. I love Canada. Shout out to, I don't know why this has anything to do with anything, but yeah, Elon doing his thing. I'm sure that's not. There. You think that's fake? It's his account, Elon Musk.
Bro,
it's
do you
verified.
see what it says?
I love it.
Do you see what it says? What are you talking about?
It is I love Canada, but he chose to, he's so clever with it, bro.
I don't see Canada.
I love, yeah, you know what? Elon, you are an OG no matter what. Don't let anybody tell you different. Elon, the OG, always trolling us, myself included, baby. What else we got on deck here, Pradley?
Hey, you weren't wrong. Tupperware and Bad Bunny collab. Looks like it is actually a thing. What the heck is going on here? For an unprecedented product drop. Okay, groundbreaking. A product drop, sorry. Groundbreaking collaboration that has taken the music kitchenware by storm. Global superstar where I want to see these products.
I just want to see Bad Bunny. What's her name? The Kardashian. Not Kim, the other one, the tall one. The tall one.
Kendall?
Is her name Kendall? Kendall, yeah, Kendall Jenner. She's not Kardashian. My mistake.
Jenner, yeah.
Remember the memes between them two when they went to the Lakers game together?
Bad Bunny and her?
Yeah.
I don't follow their wife like that
but it wasn't even like me following them, but people take the picture and they make it their own thing, whether it's finance or whatever. Like, those were jokes.
I'm actually interested to see what this collaboration is. If it's just clothes or if it's like, actual kitchen set and so on. Hey man, I'm a hype beast. I'll probably buy a Tupperware with Bad Bunny's logo on it and then resell it for like tons of money afterwards. So let's do it. Any way for me to put an extra buck in my pocket, I'm down. But right now, looks like that opportunity to put extra buck in your pocket might come on the short side because the S&P 500 is trying to push back to the downside.
Yeah.
It looks like that 4,600 test, which we previously got once in the day, barely got it, but not really. But you know, we almost went down there. Looks like we might just get that opportunity soon over here as the market's pushing down once again to 4,600. NASDAQ once again weaker, back below VWAP for the NQ market. We almost saw 15,800 come into play today too, but we were off shy by that 5 points or so on the NASDAQ basket over there. Now it looks like all of our positions are once again in the money. Fubo trying to push down. Fubo is only 1 penny in the money, so I'm not going to even say it's in the money. Same thing with Palantir. Our main position is SoFi. SoFi looks to continue keep on paying us at the moment, so that's good, but we want a bigger move. I want to see the high day push. SoFi 1160 had a strong barrier, and the stock was not able to take out the 1160 for the longest time. Later on in the day, it did take out 1160, but only pushed up to 1170. That's a joke. Let's see $12 come into play. We didn't come this far to not come take out some of these levels over here at 12. And same thing happens with Palantir. I mean, come on, Palantir. We didn't come all the way up to 20 just to tickle it by half a penny and then walk away from it, right? So let's go back to 20 and break past that 20.
Yeah, good look on that, Bradley. Let's see what else is popping off. We talked about Netflix being strong earlier, bucking the trend. Let's go to the 5, see what it's doing. Yeah, off highs. Got up to about 439 or so. Sub 13 pennies here, 438.87 technically the high, but it's holding above 435. View up on my charts at 434.5. Again, still not seeing any specific catalyst to account for the move, but we know that it had been beat down on bad news earnings, as well as the Actors Guild, and I believe the writers as well. They're on strike in Hollywood and quite vocal, and they have a big platform, big exposure, so they're really making noise. Hey, so we'll see how Netflix does. Trying to hold 436 for now. We'll see what the rest of the day brings. No trade there for me. I'm looking, see what's moving here. Coinbase, okay. Coinbase, interesting look here on Coin. We know that this one had, that was in the news today, Brian Armstrong revealing some of the conversations that he had with the SEC, where he alleges that they demanded he remove all the coins that were on their exchange, save and except for Bitcoin, alleging that the remaining ones were either securities or some form thereof. Actually, I think they didn't label Ethereum as security, but they asked him to take it off, essentially asking him to take off everything except Bitcoin. He said no. He said that would have been the end of the cryptocurrency market in the United States, and he chose to litigate with them instead. That being revealed today, up 4% on that news. You're not seeing a corresponding move in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's flat. It's up 0.19% on the day. Only 167 coins have changed hands on the day today. Coinbase making an exactly $100.20 top, trading above VWAP. If you bought any of the dips in and around VWAP, you have been rewarded, but much like the market has been quite choppy, with big wicks up and big wicks down. You didn't take any breakout trades likely on that. If you did, you had to been quick with the gun. Otherwise, look at these retracements, these high wicking candles. So Coinbase, another one, up over 4% on the day today. We'll keep an eye. I'm out of Wayfair. I get stopped out there as it breaks down below my stop. So another L for me. 143 on the day here to start the week, as we have a very range-bound, choppy day. Trying to make sure that I'm taking small size. I don't want to set a bad tone for the rest of the week here on a Monday, especially on a very consolidative day. I've got one more position. I've got one more position, and that is the future. And I'm only alive by a couple of points. Otherwise, if it breaks down below my level, that one will also stop out. So we'll see what happens there. TUP curling a little bit though. Yeah, nice little bounce off VWAP here at 411. trying to curl back up into the 430s, 479 the high. He had a couple of rejections off that 4 3/4. We'll see what if the afternoon we can break that level. We're talking about $5 possibly on top. Maybe not quite yet, but maybe in the afternoon. Let's see what else is moving here. Anything else? FFIE. Faraday Futures, says Jacob Russo, breaking through 0.3. Let's have a look at FFIE. FFIE. There we go. 30 pennies. Okay. So 30 pennies is a high a day today. We're at 30 pennies right now. Where did we start the day off? Friday's close with 25 pennies. So 5 pennies to the good. That's 17% for this sub $1 name. Let's put in the ticker. Faraday Futures is one of Randy's preferred EVs. He has a lot to say about them. I looked them up. Have you looked at this car before, Faraday? No? Oh, what do you got over there?
Yeah, just wanted to highlight last Friday's podcast stream that we tried to do over here at Trader TV Live. We had the one and only Katrine. So go check out the video out there. I think next week, sorry, not next week, this week, it's going to be Ramin. So shout out to that one. She got scared for a second. That was just joking.
You didn't even ask her?
No, I didn't even ask her. I didn't even ask her. I was just trying to scare her. That's it. I haven't even asked her. But I know the person that I am trying to bring on, I'm still trying to secure the funding for that one. So we'll see if the funding. What's that?
I'm going to be out of.
No funding secured? Oh, come on, man. Secure the
Dang.
funding for it. We need to. I'm going to keep on trying. He said no chance, but I'm going to keep trying to see if the funding can get secured for that, man. But yeah, go check out the stream over here, last Friday's stream. At the moment, as you guys can see, Palantir keeps pulling back to the downside. So let's show you Palantir's chart. Close that bad boy. Show you Palantir's chart. Palantir keeps pulling back, and we did get our fill at 1922. It is trying to hold above 1920. This is a little bit of a steep pullback, honestly. We're pulling back all the way back into the pre-market highs around 1910 area, or even the off the open 5-minute hold over here that we had around 1915, 1970 or so. It's 1915, 1917 or so. Let's see if these levels actually can hold up for Palantir, or does Palantir bring in some pain? But Fubo looks like the shorts are working out at the moment. Fubo is pulling back down and paying us. SoFi does not want to go any higher at the moment, man. But I don't want to jump out of this trade and then regret that move to 1160, 1170 later on in the day. So maybe we just send our stop out, right? And we can also add some more size closer to $11 if it does push back down there. So I'm going to let this trade move around a little bit. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
That's funny. That's a good song. I don't know what this Apellis Pharmaceuticals is, but it's down 20%. Interesting look here. Let's see if there's anything maintains a buy. No, that's not what you want to see. If you're looking for a short, what's the reason Apellis Pharmaceutical reports its results? Okay. So it's an earnings miss for Apellis Pharmaceuticals, AAPLS. Let's put in the ticker. What is this one all about here? Yeah, big move down, I guess, right there. I don't know, gapped up. That's weird. Maybe the call came in and there was a call, because gapped up earlier, got up to 41 bucks. Now we're retracing down into 25 bucks. This one, uber weak. I'm about to get stopped out here in the future. I think I did get stopped out. No, still. Let's see here if I'm going to get stopped out. It's very near my stop. If we cross by here, I'm just going to make sure that the stop works. Yeah, I gave it about a point or so. So it should trigger if we get down. But yeah, this was not a good defend of yesterday's level. The declining trend line here has absolutely held up. Look at this from earlier on. So not a good huge trade if we get stopped out here. So too bad. Can't win them all on the day. So we'll keep an eye out. Somebody telling me something else is moving here. Let's have a look real quick. Someone was tagging me Tesla 267 long, says Street Treasures. Let's have a look at Tesla over here for that long. Tesla had an interesting update today with respect to pricing. Looks like they're going to decrease the price of their cars in Hong Kong. Obviously, that is not as relevant as maybe a decrease in the price in China, where the market is much bigger. The point is that Elon is using this direct-to-consumer system that he has to be able to respond to demand a lot quicker than legacy automakers can. So legacy automakers, what they do is they wait for the dealers to report back about what sold and what didn't, what inventory is holding, what inventory is not. Whereas Elon has real-time data about what the demand is in every jurisdiction, everywhere. So they're able much quicker to respond to increases in demand or decreases in demand. And there I am. Why am I not out of the futures position when I specifically asked for it to be out at that level? This is very frustrating, man, when I have to actually do this myself. Ugh, anyway, what's the point of a stop order if it doesn't trigger? All right, so back to what I was saying about Elon. Tesla looking to drop their prices in Hong Kong. Again, not a big of a deal, but just more solidifying the fact that they react to prices a lot quicker. And so that could be viewed as positive by some market participants, because as soon as there's a spur in demand, you can increase prices, take advantage of that increase in demand, whereas others, there's definitely that lag effect there, Bradley.
Lag effect, I like it. Someone in the chat said, Prad, can we get a debriefing of this weekend's UFC event? Sadly,
I got something to say too after when you're done with that.
sadly, I did not watch it.
What?
I was hosting a barbecue, so whoever came, I was too busy running around. I didn't even get to catch it. I did, however, at the end of the night, see the results, and I was very shocked. Did you watch it?
I watched boxing.
You watched boxing?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I watched Crawford Spence. What a fight. That was a top fight. Obviously, if you're a Spence fan, if you're an Errol Spence fan, you're not very happy because he got whooped. But Bud Crawford is the real deal, man. This fight, do you know anything? Do you watch boxing?
No.
You don't watch boxing, yeah.
Unless
These guys,
it's like a main fights.
This
like
is a main fight, bro.
Some
This is
big names that I know, then I don't watch it.
All right, so we have, in boxing, we're called the four-belt era. You have the IBF, WBO, WBC, and I believe WBA. These are all different boxing federations, sanctioning bodies.
Yep.
So we are in a four-belt era where there's four major belts. There has never been an undisputed welterweight champion in the four-belt era. That is now no longer the case. He also made more history, Terrence Bud Crawford. He is now the first person ever to be a two-division undisputed champion with all four belts. The dude put on an absolute clinic, whether it was in offensive, whether it was in counterpunching, whether it was in shows of controlled aggression. The man is absolutely a boxing genius. He's also as humble as they can get, and he really impressed me, man. Really impressed me, and there was a lot of respect between the fighters. Very little trash talking, and it didn't need to be trash talking. You know how some of these fights are boring, so you need to increase the trash talking to sell? No, man, these guys put it up with their skill.
Yeah.
I just felt bad for Errol Spence because he just looked so slow trying to get in. Everything was in slow motion with this guy, and Crawford's just picking him off, and whether it was a left hook or the right hand. And thing is, too, Bradley, he's naturally right-handed, Terrence Bud Crawford, so he's jabbing with his stronger hands, so his jabs feel like straight right hands.
Right.
You're getting that, and that's the beauty of actually switch hitting. He's a switch hitter, switch puncher. Obviously, I'm joking, right? And so he can hit you with both hands, and whether he's standing southpaw or standing conventional, it was an absolute classic fight. Anybody in the chat watch that? Did you watch Errol Spence, Terrence Bud Crawford fight? It was, you have to go back if you're able to and watch some of the highlights, Neil, because it was a clinic from Terrence Bud Crawford. Yeah. Undisputed welterweight champion of the world. It was,
What
amazing.
about that monster guy, the Japan Imaki or whatever his name is? Isn't he like a four-belt holder too?
Well, that's what undisputed means. You got all four belts. You know what I'm saying? That's how you become undisputed champion.
But his name's the Monster. I don't know his real name. It's I think it's like Japan or whatever. Isn't that guy like a bantamweight four belt leader or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting it wrong. I don't really watch boxing, so obviously I'm talking out of my butt over here when I'm talking about it. So no clue what's going on that side. Wake up, says Mashworth. What are we waking up to, my friend? Crawford is real deal, all-time great.
He
Pacquiao.
is the real deal, bro. Like defensive proudly, offensive, I don't know. I'm done talking about it, but yeah, I was very impressed. If you have an opportunity to watch the fight legally, make sure you do get, and if you're a boxing fan, obviously, make sure you get that fight in because it is one for the history books. A lot of people asking, are they going to do it again? Why? The dude got pounced. He could not get off. There was a very clear difference in hand speed. One guy has it, one guy doesn't. And with all due respect to Errol Spence, he cannot go back and fight Terence Crawford. He's got to move on because he just really, it was just exposing Central on there proudly. All right, back to the market. What do we got here?
One thing I will watch, though, is the Ngannou versus Fury. Tyson Fury versus Ngannou. That one will be a banger, you know, MMA
You're a fan of Tyson Fury?
I gotta be a fan of Tyson Fury. I'm also a fan of you know, Francis Ngannou from what he did in the UFC. So excited to see what happens over there. Ooh, Palantir really. I mean, yeah, we'll see how that fight goes. But Palantir is really pulling back to the south side over here. I think one last ad in front of this 1910 area, and then I'm done. That's the pre-market high. Let's see if we can defend that 1910. Fubo pushing to the downside. Looks like Fubo shorts are working. There's that 100-period EMA coming into play. Let's take some profits in front of that 100-period EMA and to see if we can get a bigger flush down. But Palantir trying to take my money back for the day. Hopefully it doesn't, though, because we're trying to see if we can get that nice move back to VWAP over here. S&P 500 pushed exactly to that 4,600 and bounced off of that area. I think NASDAQ also moved down to 15,800. No, not really. We moved down to 15,809 on the NASDAQ market and bounced off of it a little bit. But it looks like the main bounce was the S&P 500, 4,600 at the moment. So nice little boom, boom bounce coming in on the market. And let's see if we can catch some of these moves across the board for ourselves. I'm still waiting to see if SoFi does something. SoFi does not want to do anything, does not want to go to the VWAP, so which is good. But at the moment, it does not want to go back to high day either. So a little bit of a question mark over here to see if you know, SoFi can even have that push towards a high day, if it even has that potential to do so. Here comes Palantir back to break even, and we have quite a bit of a size on the board over here for Palantir. So let's see if Palantir can bounce all the way back to VWAP. We are no longer willing to add any more size to this trade. Now it's just manage this position, and if it breaks that 1910 area, take that loss and move on from it. I think Palantir is going to be my worst stock of the day today. That's not true. ON is going to be my worst stock of the day. Let's talk about it. If I think, did ON have earnings? Yeah, ON had earnings, and they came out with positive earnings, and they were looking to, you know, stick in this new beautiful all-time high numbers. 105 was the previous all-time high, if I remember correctly. I took the 111 breakout. It looked good for a second, and then it sucked. Absolutely sucked. It was also as bad as the 37 breakout in Intel. I had that one too. Later on, when Intel showed you that weakness, I actually flipped short on Intel on the break of pre-market lows, but I didn't trade it properly. Look at where Intel is now, breaking 36. I got up basically near 36.40, 36.30 or so. One of my charts just crashed over there. I'll bring that one back. But yeah, 37 long did not work. Took that 10-cent hit, got it in short, made that money back, and Intel is now basically flat on the day for me. But man, I wish that long worked for this one. ON long 111 did not work either, as we were talking about it. We tried that long again, closer to 109 near the pre-market lows. That one didn't work out. Looks like the actual pre-market lows near 107 worked out. But at this point, the only level I'm looking for on this stock is 105. That was the previous all-time high. This stock is showing you weakness throughout the day on the intraday time scale, which is trading below VWAP. So if there is a potential for the stock to go back down to that 105 area, I'll be looking forward to, you know, go long on that number when that opportunity shows up. Looks like Palantir popping back up to the north side over here. We're now break even / about to start making some money. Fubo at break even, and SoFi 24 cents in the money.
All right. Meta breakdown below 320. Interesting look there. Now Meta weak on the day, as you know, mostly everything is. Let's look at Meta. 1.82%. It's really outperforming all the big tech names to the downside. That is not to the high side. Weakness in Meta today. Interesting level though here, as kind of looks like a frowny face. Michael Moss would say, sell the frowny face. But this is the 5-minute chart, so you know, take this with a grain of salt. Looks like Friday We kind of not topped out. We had a bit of a resistance level at 317. That's about up $2.50 from where we're at now. Does that level hold? Friday, we closed out the day at 325 and change. So weakness on Meta today. I don't really see a news headline to account for this. Let me just double check real quick here. Make sure nothing is happening in Zuckerberg world over there. Meta, Zephyr, exposed AI. No, I'm not seeing anything here with respect to Meta. Keep looking. No. So, you know that Zuckerberg got subpoenaed to testify in front of Congress, and he's not, and he's like sending them documents instead, and they want to hold him in contempt. So, interesting. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it. But yeah, Meta down 1.8%. This is the big tech names. Oh, some interesting strength coming into the market here as we dip down proudly into that 4,600 on the ES, and that got bought up quite quickly. The quick wick down, we make our way into 45.90, 99.5, and then the buyers step up into 4,600 here, 45.05. A bit of a bounce there off that 4,600 level, but it's definitely still been a series of lower highs. We'll have to make a higher here for me to get interested on this name, but we are very much range bound, 0.03% south on the ES, 0.05% south on the NQ. Essentially flat on the day for both the futures contracts. Nothing there for me to report. I'm not in any trades at the moment. 1 for 4 on the day. I am negative on the day, so I have to be careful with what I'm trading going forward. I don't want to get stopped out. Oh, Nikola Pradley, 20%. We know this name has been active, let's call it that, active again, ever since they had that issue with their truck going on fire. You'll recall on the 13th, what was the headline on the 13th for Nikola over here? You see here, market reacts. No, what is this? Highly shorted name, jumps as retail army scoops up shares. Okay, that was on the 14th. The big move here on the 13th continued on the 14th. Anyway, top there that we made was 5 cents off that $3 level. A lot of action at that 2 2/3, 275, going back to late July, but we haven't really been at these levels for a while. Breaking through now, 276 to the good today on Nikola. Good volume too, almost 100 million shares traded. In fact, over 100 million shares now, 101 million. It's a $2.75 name, but up 21%. That's not a bad look. So keep your eye on Nikola here as it continues to press into higher dates, 1 penny off the high day, 276 the high day. There it goes, 277 now the high day, printing new highs. Good strength on Nikola. I'm hearing people talk about Lucid. I see Lucid flat. I got nothing to say about that. Really, for me in the EV world today, it's going to be Nikola. So let's pull it up over here. Oh, look at Wayfair bouncing off 76 bucks. So much bamboozlement there. Let's pull up NKLA. You'll recall that this is the truck maker. They make hydrogen-fueled trucks. They are not going the battery route. They are going through hydrogen. And they had one truck go on fire, and then they fixed it. And there's been a lot of volatility since. 279 the high. It's continuing to print higher here, proudly. I see some size, though, here on the book at 280. Plenty of lots here. As we step up, let's look at the bid, see if any size is moving up with us as we move up. I don't see too much, maybe here a little bit at 275 and 6 at the $0.75, but definitely that 80 level will be interesting to see if we can break it. There is some good size there.
Yes, sir. I'm getting out of SoFi. Whatever, I'm bored. I don't want to hold it. I'm bored, man. I'm so bored of holding SoFi. It's not doing anything for me. And if it does later on, oh well, who cares? I've made my money on it. I'll worry about it later on. I'm back into the profitable side for the day today, and things are looking much better now. Don't think I will be going back into the red anytime soon, but knock on wood, because anything can happen in a second of in a matter of seconds over here.
God.
Market giving you a beautiful bounce off that 4,600.
Look at the size on Nikola here, bro. Look at this. It's nice.
Oh, snap. Let me short that.
I knew you'd like that. That's why I showed
Wait,
it to you.
that's okay.
You know,
Okay, that's
well, you have it in lots. Oh, I have mine in
Yeah.
size. That's why.
That's not, too big, but it's a pretty decent amount of size over there on 280, which is the high day on NKLA. But also 285 has some size again. Looks like there's some size across the board over here on NKLA, all the way up to $3 is what I would expect it to. For a stock that's traded 104 million shares on the day today, 2,000, 3,000, let's say 5,000 lots, which is 500,000 shares. Is that 500,000 shares? Yeah, 500,000 shares. 5,000 times, add 2 zeros, times 2.80. That's about $1.4 million. So Sharif and I can wipe that level ourselves.
You can wipe it out. I can't
Together
wipe
we
it
can.
out. Yeah.
Together we can. So that's why I don't want to now short it anymore. So now I'm thinking about it. I don't want to short it anymore. And even if I did want to short it, I'd need Brankles or Neil to help me out because I'd have to pay for the short. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm just going to let the stock move around. But yeah, good notice over there. The fact that you don't want to short it because of that size, maybe that means go long. All right, maybe I go long on the break of this 280 over here. Here comes that 280 retest. I mean, I'm okay with taking a,
Yeah, why not? Let's go.
let's do 2.9.
I'm losing money anyway today. Why
Shut
not lose a little
up,
bit more
bro,
money?
Don't say that.
Let's go.
Let's take, I'll keep it small. I'll keep it small.
Yeah, I kept it very small.
Exactly, keep it small.
It's just to keep things interesting.
And if
so-
it works, we'll take a nice win. If it doesn't work, we'll take a quick 1 penny loss and walk away from it. 1 penny, who cares? Right? But yo, there's actually a lot more than 5,000 shares. Look at that, 2,000 lots on 279, about 5,000 lots on 280. There's another 3,000 lots on 285. So there's actually quite a bit of a size over here on the upper side of the stock of NKLA as the market pops back up. Yes, sir.
What in the small cap gapper crap is this? 600%. Almost. 559% proudly for SNMP. It's halted currently at 343. Let's look at, oh my goodness, why is this just coming on my radar now? And how come it's not showing up on my scanner? I have words to discuss here with my platform SNMP. I don't know anything about this stock. Let's quickly look. Evolve Transition Infrastructure. They are focused on the acquisition, development, and ownership of infrastructure critical to the transition of energy supply to lower carbon sources. All right, let's have a look here at the company profile. With respect to float, they have a 6.5 million share float on SNMP. What is the short float on this name? Let's pull up the trusty float checker because Trade Ideas has been malfunctioning as of late with respect to short float. Pull up float checker. Here it is. Churker, floatchurker.com. No, I'm not going to go to floatchoker.com, right? Here we go. SNMP proudly. Let's see what we got here. Is this it? No, no short float or very negligible or unreported. So, and you're getting mixed float sizes too. You have a 700K float here from Yahoo, 6.5, which is what I have from Ameritrade. Yahoo. But anyway, it's huge. It's up big. It's been a series of 5 and 10 minute halts. This one was how long? This one halted at 1 and then opened back up at 12. That's random. 12-minute, 13-minute halt. What? Anyway, it's halted again. 343 the level. Let me tell you what the tap is. SNMP. I don't have a tap on this one. Okay, sadly, it does not show me the tap. We'll have to wait. Is it a volatility halt? I'll have to look at that too. I'm unsure about that. So we'll keep looking at SNMP. I'm in Nikola here just, for what and giggles, looking for that 280 break, very small size. If we can maybe get a nice squeeze up on Nikola through that level, but there seems to be interesting size here at 280, guys. So keep an eye on that. TUP. Holding that 430 level, trying to curl back up above. We had a positive trade. It's the only positive trade that I had on the day. TUP 479 high, still holding above VWAP. People yelling Fubo again. I don't
Yeah,
want to
it's
take off this
taking out the high
SNMP
day.
because this is very interesting. What's Fubo doing?
It's trying to take out the high day, which is basically what we're trying to lean on for our shorts, waiting to see if it's going to stop us out. Not giving it too much of risk. We're currently 6 pennies out of the money on that trade. Maybe a couple more pennies of risk to the north side over here, and we'll leave that trade alone. Let's see what over here. Change trader logo on my phone to blank. I wonder when will it come back to the market. No, I mean, I see what you're saying, but no. Yeah. Tupperware is moving back to the north side,
Yeah.
says chat.
That's
So
what I
let's
was
go
saying,
take
yeah.
out Tupperware. Tupperware holding around VWAP $4 holding at the moment. We are getting a little bit of a move back up. Looks like Fubo stopped me out right there. Perfect. So now I don't have to worry about that position anymore. We can forget about that one. As that trade idea was not working for it anyways. I mean, we did get a 10-cent flush to the downside. We took profits on that 10-cent flush, and then later on it just keeps on climbing back up. Here comes a new high a day on Fubo. So what do we look for over here on Fubo now is the question. If it gets back through 332 though, I'm still looking for that short. If it gets back below this 330, 332 area, I'm still looking for that short right to the downside. But right now, Fubo is giving you a nice move to the high side, giving you a new high day. Palantir taking more profits on that one, as that stock has given us a nice little swing back to the high side and keeping us nice and green, still flat, but
Probably.
still green on the day.
Are you able to load up SMP on our system? It's an AMX stock.
SMP?
SNMP.
SNMP.
On our system, yeah, because I'm
should be
able to
able
load
to.
the chart, but I don't know if it's blocked in our system.
It's on Amex?
Yeah.
I'm not able to pull it up either, yeah.
See, it's pulling up your chart, but not pulling up the tableaux, Greg.
This is actually
Probably,
moving today?
Oh, it's up 300%. 300 some odd percent. Yeah.
It could be one of those stocks that's blocked on our platform
Yeah.
because of like tax purposes or whatever. So we're not allowed to trade it most likely. But yeah, it is for sure going a little wild over here. 5,000%?
I don't have 5,000%. Oh, 500%, 559%.
I see 5,000 on trading view over here. Nuts. This stock is insane. SNMP reverse split, says chat. Moved to Amex today. That could be it. If it moved from one market to another market recently, then it hasn't ported over into our software just yet. So it looks like that's what's happening. SNMP, not able to trade for day trade the world traders, but some of you traders over there are absolutely going crazy. Maybe that's why SNMP is doing that, because a lot of the day traders are actually not able to even trade it. It had a reverse split also. So, you know, there's not really that many people who are looking to short it at the moment. It's usually day traders who look to short stocks like these. Here comes Fubo right back down to that 330 area like I was looking for. So if it does give me short off of this again, I want to be part of that short for a possible move back down to the south side. Looks like that was a nice little test of stops. Candle wick short. Is that a nice little candle wick short? Let's zoom it in a little bit more. Yeah, look at that. Just BS stop over there. I'm getting back in. I'm in. I'm back in over here. Let's see if we can get that move to the downside towards VWAP that we have been looking for on Fubo earlier on the day. Nice little 10-cent pop though past the previous high day. But this one, once again, I'm not giving it too much of risk. Probably around 335, 336, 338 or so. I mean, 338 is the high today, so let's see what happens. If this trade can pay us on the second round go entry, on the first round, obviously, did not work out. Palantir is moving back up north over here. Let's go, Palantir. Palantir is still, you know, red on the day for us, but it's not as bad as ON or AMD, which is good. I want to go see what QS is doing. I had a QS trade today.
Flat,
I believe off the, I forget where I even took the trade, I'll be honest with you. So let's zoom out, see what I did here. Oh, I took that high day breakout on QS and pretty much rode it to the north side near 13.18, got flat, stopped out, and now all the way back to $13 looks like as QS trying to hold 13 and not go too much below 13. Another stock that I traded was BABA. I don't remember even trading BABA. Apparently, I'm negative on BABA, but barely negative on BABA. Let's see what I did. Yeah, I tried to long over here, got stopped out. Oh, wow, what an insane move back to the north side on BABA, though, later on in the day. Looks like I missed that move. Thanks, BABA. I basically tried to hold the 101 area, but looks like 100 area came back into play on BABA later on for anyone who wanted to build into the longs and see if there was any money to be made for ourselves. Let's go back to ON, see if ON gives you any trades. That 107 area, which was opening, which was a pre-market low, 107, still holding on ON. Possible trades over there for us to get into. SoFi, did you do anything? Yeah, you're not doing anything, so I'm happy that I got bored and I got out of you. Let's go see XPEV. It's still above 20. Wow, this stock has been absolutely wonderful today. Insane moves coming in on XPEV.
Yeah, I'm talking to Neil. We're trying to see what SNMP is all about.
It's a reverse split.
Thank you.
And
Yeah,
it also recently moved into the Amex market from a different market.
That's probably OTC, because Neil was saying it was on OTC.
Yeah.
And then I have it on Amex over here. Thank you for that.
So that's our systems probably didn't port it over. Give it like a day or two, maybe.
Pee Wee Herman died.
Who?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. So anybody who knows about that, obviously, rest in peace. But he passed away today. So he used to be like a child actor, and there was a scandal later in his life. I'm not going to mention what the scandal was, but yeah, I grew up. Have a look at his screen if you're able to, Brad. Guys.
He's talking right now.
Yeah, it's okay. Talking to Neil. Yeah, so kind of hard there. Yeah, so guys, you don't have to put the reason there was a scandal in the chat. People can do their own digging, right? The guy died, so. All right, let's see what else is going on here. Qualcomm is having an outlier day, Bradley. Do they report soon? Because Qualcomm is up 2.5%. Much like Netflix, it is bucking the trend today. QCOM up 2.47. Started off the day, I think we closed out Friday at 129.50. And we're at 132.85 top today for QCOM. Let's fix that there. The microchip maker having a good day. What's going on with QCOM? Let's see. Shares are trading higher by 2.5% Monday afternoon. The stock is rising Monday, potentially in sympathy with ON Semiconductor after the company reported strong earnings. We know what ON Semi did this morning. ON Semi and Qualcomm operate in the semiconductor industry, and their financial performance can influence investor sentiment towards the sector. Okay, so this article is positing that QCOM moving in sympathy with ON Semiconductor, who reported this morning. 132 again, 85 the high. When it's in sympathy, you really got to trade price action because it's not an independent catalyst. We're definitely very much at local highs. This is the hourly chart on QCOM, and you can see we're very much the high end of the range. So interesting look there on QCOM. I won't be taking that, obviously. Still looking at this Nikola trade. We're in very small size here. I've got a dip trade to defend this 271 level. That 271 level was an obvious top as a resistance. Does former area of resistance act as support? If it does, I'm front running it by having a resting order down here, thinking maybe we could test $3 on the day, but we'll see. We'll see. WIS says, I got 30 shares of SNMP for fun. All right, well, I hope you have a successful trade. Obviously, on that, I would never wish you ill. Let's pull it up. It's glitching a little bit on some people's system. No question about that. It is halted again. It opened up. It halted again to the north side, guys. Let me get to the 1-minute chart. Better look here. This time it was another 10-minute halt. Halted at 113. Opened up at, 123. So 10 minutes. Pops up from the halt level of 343 right to 401 and then stops. So $4 breached. I don't have a tap on this one. I think it's because maybe the exchange issues, but good look there on S&P, 671%. Goes without saying, be very careful with a stock like this.
I am liking this Nikola trade more and more. If you look at this 279, 280 area, previous pop up to almost $3. We got up to that $3 pop recently. We got back down and basically traded below the 280. If we do have a chance to get back above this 280 at the moment, which you're seeing a lot of size in front of 280, right? 285 has about 4,000 lots. 279 has a bunch of size on there. 280 has a bunch of size on there. So if we are actually able to, you know, churn through all of this levels, get to the north side and burn some of these shorts over here, and they're punching to the exit stage left as soon as possible. Everything looks good to me for this area to give us a little bit of a pop ride to the north side. Enjoy that ride. So I have two orders. I have an order to get long on the break of 279, 280, and then I also have an order to get longer on the break of 280. So and I'm gonna keep doing this until 285 breaks. I want to basically keep adding any level that has some size on it and is breaking, and then if as soon as I see any you know, small indication of a reversal coming back in around these areas, I'm hitting the Alt F4 button, punching out of that trade. I don't want to be in it at all. So just trying to ride the momentum if there is any, and if there is none, then I don't want to be part of it. There is a little bit of a volume spike here going into that level not too long ago, right around 1 o'clock, going into the high of day. Let's see if we can get another big volume spike coming in, pushing us through all these levels that I've been waiting for. Come on, baby, do something fun. People saying SoFi is moving. No, it's not. SoFi for me is not moving until it clears 1140 and actually goes to the north side. These moves of 10 cent, 20 cent pops are, you know, yay. But no, for me, it's got to go above 1140, 1150 for me to even consider that SoFi is moving. It's just stuck in a range at the moment. That's sleeper. Resident sleeper range is not doing much. Very, very low volume too. Look at the lack of volume coming in. Lunchtime has ended about 28 minutes ago. You would expect SoFi to maybe bring in some volume just now, but with the lack of volume, maybe it brings in volume at 2 o'clock or even power/sour hour comes in, helps out SoFi to get past that 1140 area, at which point I could consider you know, thinking about getting back into that trade, take that 1140 breakout. Don't have too much risk on the break of 1140. Maybe 1135 is my risk, 5 cents risk. And then if it does have that oomph, that power, that pressure behind it to break out and keep running, then it's got to go towards the high of day and maybe test the high of day. So I'm not worried about this 5 cent, 10 cent range that it's stuck in at the moment.
Jay Lee saying SNMP was $275 in Fed, but that was a reverse split?
I think
You
so.
said something about reverse? What, 45 cents this morning? Talk about Huadung, okay? Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell he's Canadian by the A there, huh? Like, I love it. Shout out to Jay Lee, good friend and often viewer of the show. Meta just popped up through 320 and then rejecting off that. Nice retracement to the 50-period moving average there. Also keeping an eye on the Future, 4,600 still holding, but it's been a series of lower highs on the Future, so not interested in that until we can print a higher high. In this Nikola trade, as we continue to reject off 280, we got right back up there into 279 and change, but possible double top, maybe rejection here. I'm sitting in on 272 on the bid, hoping to defend that 271 level. We had a great deal of resistance at 270, 271. Earlier in our ascent up, I'm looking for former area of resistance to act as an area of support, and that's why I'm sitting with a resting order there. We'll have a look. What else? What else? Trend board. I found an interesting stock that goes up 11% right now called Travel Zoo, TZOO. We'll have a look at that. We'll see what that one's all about. TZOO. Yeah, okay, so it is up 12%, but as you can see, the volume on it is absolutely suspect, and it's only done 199,000 shares of volume. The 5-year average is 140,000, so it gives you an idea that it's not really an intraday type of stock. I mean, it might be great as a swing, but with respect to intraday, this is not how you want. This is not what you want to select. You want to select stocks that are absolutely liquid that you can get in and out of at a moment's notice should the price go against you. So, yeah, that's not one for me. Keeping an eye here on my scanner to see what's up. Nothing really going on at the moment. STKH, nope. Archer. Yeah, nothing really happening here at the moment. Keeping an eye. Let's see what else is on the side. W, pumping back up again. Are you kidding me, bro? We were in this name, man. Oh, my goodness. W. Wow. W, another 10 cents off the high. 77.49 is the after the bell high. We're at 35 at the moment. Eek. We're going to move down into 76. A good defend of 76 there on the retracement. But to me, I mean, like 76 was just kind of a random level at which to get in. I don't really see a reason here on the intraday chart to get in at 76. I'm having a look here before I correct myself. No. I mean, it was a good, yeah, okay. This is what I'm looking at, guys. This is what I'm trying to make a decision off. Did I miss a level here? So this is the price action on W. Where's the ticker? Bring that in, 1 second. And these are the dips that we had at around from 11 to about 1. 76 was defended, so I did miss a level. That was a good level from which to get in. It was also VWAP. You like when those two conflate and have some overlap. Looks like it's going to go into today's highs right now. 77.49. Should be noted, we had a lot higher price action, but it was on the pre-market. On much less volume, 79.25 was touched around 8 a.m. I think that might have been the 8 a.m. wicks. No, but no, it's actually a legitimate level. 79.25, the pre-market high on W. Good look there on the day for Wayfair as it gets an upgrade, almost tripling its price target, I believe, from Jefferies. So we'll keep an eye on that one. What else we got here? Go back to my trade on Nikola. Not much happening. Adham Abu Sahel says, Fubo, baby. Thanks for the $1.99 super chat, Adam. Let's look at Fubo. Proudly was talking about this one earlier. The Mark Cuban associated name, I believe. FUBO. They used to take my money proudly, and then I canceled their subscription. I always do that. As soon as the Prem is over, I am canceling it. As soon as Champions League is over, DAZN gets canceled right away. Yeah, Fubo having a decent day. Again, it's not moving off a catalyst here. Proudly, I mean, Neil says, don't cancel, it's a trick. Why, do they increase prices? Oh, he'll tell me about it after. Okay, so yeah, Fubo, decent day. We started the day off at 281 or so. That was Friday's close. It's been stair-stepping up. Claims 3 quite handily there in the opening range, and 338 is the high today. Let's zoom out. Let's go to the hourly, get an idea of where the price action may take us. Quickly moving this out of the way. Yeah, we're definitely at a local high here. We're breaking the levels that we made back on July 19th and July 13th, where we got around that $3.30 range. Let's go to the 4-hour, see if we have. No, we are very much at local highs here. We're at yearly highs, I think, on Fubo. Let's go daily. Okay, yeah, definitely at year highs. I'm not saying 52-week highs. I'm saying on the year, we're definitely at highs. Yeah, because the last time we were up here was November of 2022, where there was an interesting consolidation area. You see at 350. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see on Fubo. I've got no trade on it at the moment. Kenan, can we look at LABU? Sure. Let's have a look at LABU.
Tony stock.
Is that a biotech? Okay, it's a biotech ETX 3 times. Okay, so here let's have a look. I don't know what's going on with biotech today, but the 4-hour on LABU, very consolidative. In fact, at the lower end of the range. That's just from a macro perspective. Do I have any reason here why biotech stocks are moving up? I know Pfizer and Merck, they both report tomorrow. Keep your eye on that. Maybe this is why it's moving. It's only really up 1%, not much to speak of, proudly, to be honest with you. Very range bound. 592 is where we closed off on Friday. We're at 597 now. From a swing trading perspective, I mean, like, what are you seeing here? You're seeing a series of lower highs. Maybe there's some sort of reprieve at that 550 level where there seems to be a lot of buying. $5.50 was the bottom we made in the early part of July, and much the same way at the end. We ended off the month basically the same. So maybe a dip trade into 550, but I don't know. It looks very consolidative the last little bit. I don't have anything to say about that.
Someone in the chat said, yeah, by the way, SoFi is moving. Like I said, the 1140 break is when I would like to actually look into and actually even classify as it's getting ready to move maybe. And that 1140 is breaking, a little bit of a spike in volume. We did not go back under 1140 at all since we just took out the 1140 area. So like that trade idea is working. I'm just kind of done for the day. You know, the market's not doing anything. The market's basically 0.01 on the S&P 500,
Honestly.
and NASDAQ is 0.04. Like, I'm not ready to put any more risk on the day today. I'm okay with walking positive on the day and basically flat on the day, you know, because when the next opportunity shows up tomorrow and the market's moving, I'll smack it and I'll make some money on it, or smack it and get beat up, whatever it is, right? But I'm not gonna put risk on the table over here when the market's doing nothing today, man. It's ridiculous. But shout out to SoFi. SoFi is actually my number 2 stock of the day today. XPEP my number 1 stock of the day. And people in the chat talking about what is the possible trade idea for UAPs? Now that's the right question, right? The UAPs and what possible trade ideas can we set up with? I think Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon Technologies, any sort of a defense company, you know, should kind of be in play off this UAP. Ooh, SoFi now 1150. I should have just taken that 1140 breakout. Now 1150. If you guys can see, I'm actually sitting on my hand so I don't force myself to punch into a position. Yo, put that camera on, bro. Put that camera on. I'm actually sitting on my hands so I don't punch into a position. Because I know that's the trade I wanted. I wanted that 1140 breakout. And you know, there's some size on the ask here. If 1150 breaks, we could fly. There's some size on the ask there. But I'm sitting on my hands. I'm not, no punch. I wanted though, I wanted. Look at the size on 1150, man. If that takes it out, the stock could easily go towards a high day break.
We're bouncing here on the future.
There goes 1150.
Yeah, a nice 4,600 hold, no question about that here on the ES, even though we're still flat on the day. We dipped down just sub 4,600, but like half a point or a quarter of a point, bounced right back up. We're back at 4608, so good little, you know, consolidative move there. Dan saying again, NQ held IB low period. Yes, exactly. Much in the same way that the ES is doing. Can we get a higher high though? I feel like that 4610 was a bit of a ceiling that we really couldn't get through, and that goes back all the way to 1120 this morning. It was a bit of a top, whether that was VWAP or 4610, what have you. We're about a 1.5 points removed off that level. So Fuchs waking up possibly here, even though we're still only 0.05 to the good on the day. Keeping my eye here on the Fuchs. Also, this Nikola trade not doing much. We're like a penny out of the money, not much to talk about there. But yeah, man, that was a missed trade on my part. If I didn't get it at yesterday's close, Friday's close, 4606, I should have definitely been looking at 4600. I've been yapping about 4600 all morning, and then when it comes, I don't take it. That's quite frustrating. So there he is, 4609. Here we go. SoFi volume 170 million. Wow.
Euthanasia saying nice shoes. Yeah, baby,
those
there
are
we
nice
go.
shoes.
We got the Jordan 1s, Dominique Wilkins, baby. The highlight, the human highlight reel himself. We got the highlight reels right here. You know, don't get mad at me for not taking care of my shoes. That's just the type of guy I am, okay? I don't care about shoes too much. They cost money, but they cost money to wear them, okay? You don't gotta make them shiny every single day and clean them nice and pristine and so on like some of the people.
You're not a sneakerhead, huh?
I'm not a sneakerhead. Not a sneakerhead at all. They're meant to be worn, okay? They're meant to be worn. That being said, if I do like step into you know, muddy water or like puddles, or I
get
do
mad
get
about
pissed.
that.
I do
Yeah,
get
of course.
pissed,
So do I.
Right? But I'm not like a big sneakerhead over there. There comes a big drop on. I should say a big drop. There comes a little bit of a pullback here on SoFi past the 1150 area. A little pullback, tiny pullback. Looks like that NKLA shorts off of that highs over there was the right trade. We did get a little bit pullback off those highs over there on NKLA too. We're not getting that breakout, but I'm gonna leave these orders in here for a possible breakout later on in the day. Looks like I'm gonna miss out on that one if I remove the orders, and if it does fly, I'll be very unhappy with that. But But yeah, look at this. So SoFi longs 11.10, baby. Basically repeating my longs from earlier on in the day, giving me a good little move up to 40 cents. Missing an extra 10, 20 cents on it, that's fine with me. But shout out to anyone who did take that trade that I gave you. Wait for 11.40 to break on SoFi. If 11.40 breaks, we could have a nice little move. And it gave you 10 cents pretty damn quickly over there. Dang. So shout out to anyone who had that. Jordan card reworked them creases, son. Bro, I don't even care about a Jordan card. You can keep that Jordan card. I'm all about the Harden card. Harden's a better player than Jordan any day. No one heard that? Wow.
Did I actually hear that? Dang. Neil, are you just going to let him say that?
Good.
He said Harden is better than Jordan. Yeah. Dennis Mortensen, what's up, man? What is that, DKK? Is that Danish kroners?
Yeah, I think so.
100 Danish kroners. Thank you very much. He says, hey, guys. Oh, moved up. Hey, guys, first time watching. I'm a fan already. Thank you very much, brother. I hope you come on and watch every day because we're live every day, 8:30. How long does your show go for? Till 5?
It's until I want to.
Okay. So 8:30 till 4:30-ish, whatever Pradley decides. We're live every day, Monday to Friday, every day that the U.S. markets are open. We will be here. So thank you very much for joining, and thank you very much for the super chat. Day Trader Cut. They only have Nets and Rockets games in India? Question mark? Well, I'm pretty sure he's been here a lot longer. And yeah, that's funny. All right, there you go.
Yeah, yesterday actually, while I was cleaning up my house, my brother came over. My brother just came over to make sure the house wasn't on fire and whatnot. And then he saw me wearing a Harden jersey. Probably has never seen me wear a Harden jersey before. He sees me with a Harden jersey. He's like, "Why the heck are you wearing a Harden jersey?" I'm like, "Yo,
Why not?
Yo, look, I'm way too tired. I had a Harden jersey, and I wear it." And he's like, so what? Now, if someone gets you a Michael Schumacher jersey, are you going to be wearing that? I'm like, no, I'll burn it. And he's like, so that's the point. Why are you wearing a Harden jersey if you're not a Harden fan? I'm like, I don't even watch basketball, bro.
Are you a Lewis Hamilton guy?
Me, I'm a Hamilton. I'm a Mercedes guy, right?
Gotcha.
So as long as any driver is in the Mercedes and the McLaren car doing good, I'm a big fan of them. For a good point, I mean, Schumacher was in the Mercedes McLaren cars too.
Can I ask you a question, Bradley? I saw a video the other day. It said that compared the volume from F1 racing 2011 or 2012 to now, and the volume seems to be, the noise of the cars is down. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, the engines are small, like not V12s, was it? V10s? They're not
They're
the same
faster?
engines anymore.
Are they faster though?
They're like hybrid engines now, I think, of some sort.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, they're not the same
No wonder.
big engines
People
that
were
they used to
complaining
make,
about that.
man. Yeah.
People like, oh, it doesn't sound the same.
I think Formula 2, not Formula 1. Formula 2, I think, still uses V10s.
Interesting.
If I'm correct, I could be wrong on that. No, they don't? Oh, okay. They don't. Wow.
Yeah, people were not pleased with the lack of noise, right? I mean, I don't know if that, I don't know the sport. I don't know if that's a big thing in it or not, but I'm assuming it is.
The noise is a very big component of the cars, for
There you
sure.
go.
Yeah, it's a V6 hybrid now, says chat, compared to what V10s, which is what they used to be.
Very interesting.
So, yeah, not the same that they used to make.
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah. Well, there it's like for the electric cars.
The turbo?
Anytime I hear it in my garage, I have my condo, I know there's some dude pulling up with a hybrid or EV. Yeah. So interesting. There. All right, where are we at? Oh, SNMP halted again, 465. Oh my goodness, this stock. Let's pull it up. What is it up now? 794%. Some people saying, like you said, 1,000%. It's showing up thousands for people. It's showing up hundreds for me. I don't really know what to make of that. We know that it's not tradable, though, on P-Pro 8. As it switched, apparently, its exchange off the OTC, now trading on the Amex now? I don't know. So, yeah, halted 465. This looks to be like another 10-minute halt. The halt time was, this is 5 minutes? 1:36. It is currently 46, so 10 minutes. If it's 10 minutes, it should be opening up quite soon. We'll leave it locked onto this one to see where this one does, what this one does. But here we go. interesting look on the day. Let's just quickly look at our trade on Nikola, as this one's doing nothing. Oh, we got filled finally at that 272. So this is what I'm looking for. I was looking for that 271 defend because it was a very clear level of resistance. I'm looking for that same area of support. So it holds it for now. Let's see what this one does. Obviously, my out will be exactly the break of 271 will be at 270 because the thesis is this holds. So that's the look there. Let's see what happens on Nikola. But all the while, we wait for this SNMP stock to reopen, halted currently at 465. People saying so fire, not SoFi, so fire, because it's moving, baby. You don't like that, huh? You want so fire, don't lie. You're invested.
Yeah,
you
but
want
I'm still
so
broke.
nuclear.
Yeah, but I'm still broke.
You need it so nuclear to get you up there.
I needed to like just rip up to the north side, but not happening at the moment.
Yep.
CNBS talking about SoFi, and they are. SoFi shares jump, raising forward your guidance as earnings beat, says the lady right behind me on that big screen. So
The
yeah,
lady?
SoFi pumping.
Oh, that's Pippa Stevens.
CNBS pump coming into SoFi most likely. Watch out for a little bit more moves to the north side over here. 1170 now the high day for these bad boys. We were watching that 1150 area previously. 1160 area had some size on it too. We thought those breakouts would give you some nice moves today, but no, not too much of a move coming in off those areas, but at least some trade opportunities set up for us throughout the day on SoFi. Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow on this one. Palantir being another stock over here that you know, we tried a bunch of times today. Sadly, it is negative on the day, but looking to see how that stock can set up for us tomorrow and make some trades for us on that one. Watch XOM news, says chat. I think XOM CVX, damn it. XOM CVX had earnings last week, Friday, if I remember correctly. What's that? XOM was Friday last week. Oh, okay. Someone else was tomorrow. Yeah, XOM, if I remember, as ExxonMobil and CVX was last week. Did they come out with good earnings? Don't remember too correctly. But upgrades coming on for both of these stocks over here. Getting a nice little pump to the north side. I need to quickly pull up Fubo over here on my screen just so I can watch that stock move around. XOM with a nice little volume candle though. There's a little volume candle coming in, so there could be some news. XOM get to deal with Tesla, Ford to supply lithium. XOM news today to supply lithium to Tesla and Ford and others. That's amazing. So not only are they in the oil business, but they also want to get into the lithium business now, and they want to provide you know, battery juice, not just petroleum juices to people who need petroleum, but also battery juices for the people who want battery.
It was a matter of time, I guess. We know that fossil fuels are coming to their conclusion at some point or another.
Were you the one talking about how these cars have such insane amount of battery space and they're going to be used to power? Oh no, it wasn't you. It was an MKBHD video that I was watching about oh, you know what it was? It was about the Tesla solar panels.
Okay.
Like, how often do we forget that Tesla is not just cars?
I know.
Right?
They do.
We always forget.
My sister did it in
Solar
California.
panels,
that's why,
big,
yeah,
right?
that's why I know.
So MKBHD actually has only a $5 bill per month on his electric costs, and that's only because they charge him just to have an account. So technically, he has a neutral, zero, complete account where he actually sends
money back into the grid?
Back into the grid.
Okay, so,
and so on.
they changed the law in California. You were actually getting a certain amount per whatever kilowatt or whatever the unit of measurement is, and they like completely took that off now.
Right.
So there's not as much of an incentive to get it back because you don't recover your costs as quickly.
So what he did is now he's talking about having a battery in there.
You have
in the
to
house and
store
so
it,
on.
yeah.
And those cars, like a Ford F-150 Lightning can apparently power a full house.
Wow.
Right? So
I did not know that.
you can just use these car batteries. Like even a Tesla model, whatever car apparently can power a house, which is insane. Like these batteries have that much juice left of them.
Yeah, well, they're big. I mean, I didn't know that they could do that. That's very cool. I mean, in backup situations, say you get a whatever a power outage.
For example, in
Yeah,
Texas, when that
absolutely.
big storm
For sure,
happened, and
for sure.
you know, big storm for them was what, 1 centimeter, whereas it's like what, 15, 20 centimeters. We still got classes in school going on.
Oh, yeah.
But no, we get it. For them, a lot of people did have to use you know, backup generators, car
Right. Remember
batteries
that?
to like
The ice
power
storm?
up stuff.
That was a disaster. Yeah. Quickly here, Jordan Silver, Sharif. ICE engines are needed. Grid can't handle all the electric cars. I'm an electrical engineer and can tell you that's a fact. Rather your fridge and AC run or your car. Yeah, I get it, man. I know that, you know, it's not like an overnight thing. There's a lot of things that need to be done kind of to handle the system that we're in. We need to have cleaner extraction processes. We're not going to get into all of them, but basically, I don't know. I just don't feel that the ICE engine is going to have the same type of R&D thrown into it. Like I say this often when I talk to my dad, I'm like, the ICE engine right now, it's as good as it's going to get. Like if you're a car manufacturer, are you really throwing a lot of your capital? Are you spending CapEx researching how to make the internal combustion engine more efficient? Or are you taking that same CapEx and trying to expand production in electric vehicle? Now we saw Ford get absolutely rinsed the other day because they're not going to be able to expand as quickly in their Model E, right? They want to have 300,000 units, cars, by the end of this year produced. They're not even going to come close to that. They're kicking the can down to the next year, and we'll see if they can actually produce that next year in 2024. So I get it. I get what you're saying. What you're saying is absolutely right, but I think it is a competition to use a finite amount of resources. Are you really going to do R&D and stuff and try to expand production for ICE, or are you really going to reallocate the CapEx that you have into what you perceive to be as the future? And we're under no illusions where these car manufacturers want to go. So people talking about hydrogen, you know, I've seen hydrogen cars. They are in California. There's one, it's called the Toyota Mirai. Maybe there's more, but the one that I see is called the Toyota Mirai. And I've been in it, man. And these hydrogen cars, they're very, like, not roomy from the inside. Exactly the opposite of electric vehicles, because all these hydrogen tanks take up room. So, like, there's this big center, like, divider in the Mirai. There's not as much leg room. Doesn't seem to be working, and I don't know. We'll see what they do with that technology, but it's very interesting to see what's going to happen, and I'm definitely no expert in it. Just talking here. Oh my goodness, SNMP halted again. $5.65, almost 1,000% to the good now. 986.54% not tradable on our platform, but there it goes, man. It started the day off at 45 pennies. We have a 42-cent low. It is halted at $5.65, 1,000%, guys. Is this a new HKD, Bradley? Look at this thing, bro.
It
Can't
very
trade
well
this.
could be just stair stepping all
That
the
is
way
not
up
enough. 900%. Okay. See, some people see it as thousands. Like Isildur says they see it as 9,800%. I have it as 980%. You saw it as 1,000%
like
something, right?
Something,
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Isildur. People talking about Tupperware. Tupperware getting down to $4 now. We did see a little bit of a flush, slightly under VWAP on Tupperware. Let's see if this one can hold above 4 and then make a run back towards the north side anytime soon. With only about 5-6 minutes left over here on the midday for Sharif and I. Fubo looks like it does want to pull back down. We are in the money, still negative on the stock, but it looks like it does want to pull back down off of these 340, 330 area. Let's see if that one can do that. But Tupperware going and pulling back down over here. Let's see if how big of a move can Tupperware have. Does it go all the way back into these 360s, 330s, 380s, or does 4 actually hold and Hodor comes in and blocks the stock from going too much to the downside? TradingView shows 8,700%, but IBKR only shows 986. Yeah, it's just based on where the stock previously closed and so on, and because of the porting over, the transferring over,
exactly.
a bunch of stuff over there, confusion, getting lost in the sauce, getting lost in the mix. Looks like Tupperware is actually going to hold at $4 and make that move to the north side once again. Let's see if it is actually has that buying power, the buying pressure to make that move back through VWAP to the north side, or does it actually break the 4 here? People in the chat, let's see what stock you guys are talking about. FSR at VWAP question mark. Is FSR at VWAP? New York FSR, 15 million shares traded today.
VWAP on my chart is 598.
598 is for VWAP says, yeah, pretty much was what I see at 598. We're not there yet anytime soon, but they could, make that move down there. Let's see if 6 can hold. If 6 holds, then maybe 598, which is 2 cents away from it, will not show up. Right? SoFi, man, can you believe SoFi today had 176 million shares traded? That is insane. I didn't notice that until somebody in the chat pointed it out earlier that SoFi has 170 million shares traded today. That is actually nuts. Volume leaders on the day today is SoFi, and then the next one after that apparently is ACHR. Is that even real? Let me go see what Tesla's doing. Yeah, no way. Tesla is doing more volume than ACHR, so it looks like some sort of filter over here. Doesn't really show me. Oh, there you go. Here's a real volume leader scanner. SoFi, Tupperware, Nikola, Palantir, Yell, all of them doing above 100 million shares, and then Tesla doing 64 million, XPEV doing 46 million.
Open and halted down says, okay, there it is. Finally, we get a halt down. Okay, so it opened up, went up to 566. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 566 high. Now it's halted at $5.51. It is a downside halt. I want to say the first downside halt, but I'm going to check. Nope. It halted down here at around 12 o'clock. It was the downside halt, and it halted here 11:54. It was a downside halt as well. So, but you get it. The trend is to the high side. You can't be that without. Can't be up 1,000% without a couple of down halts. TUP is giving up the ghost. It just broke VWAP, and it's just broke $4. So Tupperware looks like it is in a full state of retracement here. It kind of double tops a little bit at that 475, that range. This 465, 479 range. You get a breakdown, a period of consolidation above VWAP, then the big boy Huadum comes in, 4 goes, VWAP goes. Now we're looking at 393. Interesting area of support here, possibly at that 3 2/3, 375. That's kind of the bull flag area that we dealt with in the morning between 10 and 11, give or take that area. So we'll keep an eye on Tupperware as it starts retracing. What's TUP up to now, percentage-wise, because the chart's not showing. TUP still up 28.25% on the day, so good look there for TUP. It's a multi-day runner. Anything else, really? We got like a minute left on the show. Mr. Lib says Lyft getting the gap. We'll have a look at Lyft real quick here before we end things off and send you over to the big guys and Brendo, who will be taking you through the closing show. Lyft 2% to the good, not bad. You know that Uber does report tomorrow morning. So this could be a pop in, whatever, in anticipation. I don't want to say in sympathy because Uber hasn't reported yet, but yeah, nice look for Lyft today, up 2%, bucking the trend on the S&P, which is flat, likewise with the NQ. 1278 the high there. All right, guys, we are winding down here. Any final words before we send it off to the big kahunas proudly?
See you guys at the 4 o'clock show.
And make sure to check them out.
Have a great day.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon here as we head through the afternoon that's turning into a bit of a choppy one overall for the market, but individual movers still dominating as far as traders are concerned anyways. That's how the S&P 500 is shaping up with a couple hours left.